Comes down to this one day, and then it's all what matters.
Wicked shots on towards them. They force them back onto the mountain. Alliance will finally take their first victory.
可以有机会让大家看到我们中国选手的实力。
He gets away. No, Sam comes around. Yellowstar hooks in. He's in trouble now. He will go down.
To be the best, you have to beat the best. So I have no fear at all.
Onto Esports will then the one Fanatic take down Samsung Blue.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Day 3 of the 2014 League of Legends World Championship, coming to you live from Singapore. But the teams in this group stage only have 2 days left to prove themselves to head on to those quarter-finals. The action is coming to you from the Singapore Expo, where you can see Najin White Shield heading into the venue. Moments ago, Fnatic in their ready room, focused faces as they get ready for a do-or-die battle, which will be against OMG. Much more smiles in the OMG camp. Welcome, guys. I am Trevor Quickshot Henry, and helping me cover today's matches is a fairly impressive quartet of experts. Kicking things off with Mitch, Crepo Forceballs. Welcome back to the desk. Next up, Neil Prolly Hamad from Complexity. Next up, of course, Alberto Crumbs Renhifo from Team Dignitas. And, of course, rounding out the table, LCS Caster and General Raconteur David Freak Turley. Welcome back, guys. Before we get into today's games, we're halfway through the Singapore group stage, and it looks like we need to follow Crumbs' lead and rename Group C from the Group of Death to the Group of Life, because right now, quarterfinal hopes are still alive for every single squad. So with that in mind, I want to ask you to go back in time, look at our original predictions, our original assumptions of this group, and give us some more guidance, you know, from Philosopher Crumbs on the next 2 days of games.
I think that what we saw happen so far is that the teams are getting to know each other. They understand the strategies that are happening. And into every tournament,
happens a metagame, right? The tournament metagame is kind of developing, and people are understanding what's happening, like what champion is good, what benefits. And I think Crepo has a good point to touch on that.
Yeah, I kind of want to jump on that metagame point there as well. We talk a lot like outside of the desk already. Just coming into this tournament, we expected a lot of these picks like Maokai, Lulu top, but we've seen Aurelia in other regions, and that has stepped up. If we looked at the win rates, Crumbs pointed out yesterday, Lulu's absurdly low, and Aurelia is doing really well, really high win rate, a lot of picks. If we go to the support side, Thresh showed up again. He always like tampers off in the Western regions, but once like these Korean playmaker supports, or even somebody like Moore just plays him up to its limits, is such a good playmaking champion. And then in the top lane again, Rumble. Like he definitely showed up, new meta pick in this tournament, and people are slowly running out of bans. There's only so many bans you have for these 4 champions, and there's plenty more you have to do. Zed comes to mind as well.
Yeah, I agree. And sort of speaking of what's shown up at Worlds, really, I also kind of want to think back to when we ranked all the individual players coming into it in the preview show, because it's hard to kind of categorize an individual player until you see them play against each other. So kind of all we had was like perceived strength of region. We're like, well, the Korean's the best, unless you're someone like Name who's got name recognition. So specifically the Group C mid laners, I went and looked at a bunch of stats on them. Peke is actually having a really bad tournament, especially early on. We said he was number 3 in the group. He's playing like number 4. He's down 6 CS at 10 on average. He is the slowest average mid laner of level 6 of anyone in the tournament. He is the slowest person to reach level 6 in the mid lane. So his early game is atrocious. He's the second slowest level 11. Only ahead of Naru of Dark Passage, so a really bad start to him. Xiao Weishao is actually the most lane dominant. He is the highest CS lead. He's +5 at 10 minutes of anyone in his group. He has the highest CS at 20 of anyone in his group, and he's laning really well. Something we knew about him from North America, but it's still working here. Cool from OMG is a big playmaker. He's actually the fastest level 6 of any player in the tournament. 6 minutes to level 6 there. He's also the fastest to level 11 of anyone. He's 32 seconds faster than Xiao Weishao, a minute 16 faster than Dade. He's making plays for his team. Dade, meanwhile, he's kind of well-rounded. Second highest CS at 10 lead, second highest time to 6 behind Cool, highest gold of any mid laner, so his team's doing really well. And so you have these guys doing different strengths for their teams.
Probably, is that what you expected?
Yeah, I was actually kind of surprised. Like what Crumb said about the teams kind of learning each other and then playing off of that, I think that's really prevalent in the mid lane. Like looking at like Cool and Xiao Weishao, it started off kind of passive. In the first few games, there weren't many kills or anything like that. And then as the tournament's progressing, Xiao Weishao's killing people, Cool's killing people, and there's a lot more like blood in the mid lane, which is what I expected in the beginning. So I'm really glad that that's kind of coming to fruition, that the aggressive mid lanes are coming out now.
Well, I'm happy you talked about the mid lanes. It's a natural segue. It's not going to be a killing one, but as we move on, the one World's big play that we're going to highlight from yesterday from Twitter comes from the Samsung Blue versus LMQ matchup, and that CV Dragon tweets, Dade playing around with LMQ in the mid lane at like 10% HP. Balls of steel, and telling them who is their Dade. Roll out Yasuo.
They keep fighting. Oh, John, the Waters completely misses. This time around, Xiao goes out. There's the ultimate.
Right here we have No Name trying to death.
It's going to catch on to Watson. He gets away. Ackerman comes in. He's taken low. Breakable from Moore, just about stopping the damage. Death Sentence land pulls him in. Dade taking low, slides out the way. Moon ends in trouble. He goes
No
down.
Name desperately trying to kill Dade, trying to make a name for himself, but ultimately.
Yeah. I think the Lantern from Hard actually was the one thing that just gave him the final shield before his flow kicked in and gave him another shield. And that's really hard to land recently in like a cluster of 5 people because it only shields Thresh and the person you're trying to shield. And if you misclick that a little bit, yeah, you just kill him.
Manages to survive.
Yep.
Right, you guys at home can share your favorite moments from those games with us throughout Worlds by tweeting them to us at LOL Esports with the hashtag Worlds Big Plays. Let's also take a moment to check out some of the escapes from yesterday as players narrowly avoided death in a segment that we call
Damn Jukes.
Thank you very much. Right, first one is Najin White Shield versus Alliance, and watch, he manages to get out with his life.
Well, it's only thematic. I mean, he's up against the Chrono Keeper. Why wouldn't Watch be perfectly suited here? What I really like, though, is that Watch knows he doesn't need this shield to survive, so he ward hops instead. It might have been cooldown based, but basically, because he ward hops away, Nif can't land a second auto attack here, so pretty crucial that Watch gets away like that.
So close indeed. The next one comes from OMG versus Fnatic, and this is Sun getting away with his life.
Yeah, actually, the play is actually in the wrong direction here from Yellowstar, but I'll give it to that. What he could have done is throw the Lantern right here in between the turret and the wall, and that would have blocked Sand. Lantern has a small collision radius, and that way you can really screw with enemy ADs. And if you ever do that, that's called a Crepo, by the way.
Yeah.
Called a Crepo, calling dibs on
I want my
that
own
one.
player named after me, and I can never do it because I can't get to Worlds anymore.
Well, hopefully next year.
One time.
All right. If you guys check out today's schedule, you can see that we have got some ridiculously colossal battles ahead. It all begins with a rematch battle between Fnatic and OMG, and immediately after that, Alliance and Cloud9 will face off once again. Alliance really need a win in that matchup. That will be followed by LMQ versus Fnatic. The action keeps going into the last match of the day, where Alliance will once again do battle, this time against Najin White Shield. For stats on the teams and players, as well as spoiler-free VODs, features, photos, and much, much more, head over to lolesports.com. While you're there, you can play Armchair Analyst and visit the complete schedule to pick the teams that you think will be victorious in today's matchups. Now, we'd like to give us some information. Head to Twitter and tell us which player in your mind has been the biggest star in the Singapore group stage so far and why. I'm going to ask a couple of guys on the desk. Prolly, you're first. Who, let's be honest, which mid laner has stepped up in your mind?
Why would you say mid laner? Come on. I hope this curse doesn't transfer, but Xiao has really impressed me. During the regionals, he wasn't that strong on the assassins he picked, but now he's coming out, and I think he's making a really big name for himself. He's always even or ahead. I haven't seen him lose a lane really yet, and that's kind of something that's really strong with the team.
And Crumbs?
To me, it has to be Gorilla. All the games that Najin White Shield has won have been off the back of Gorilla's playmaking abilities. He's got multiple games on Thresh, and every hook, they hook and the entire team is ready to follow up, and it just leads to their victories.
So I think they're going to get a silver on the back of Gorilla.
Right, so we've heard from some of our guys. We want to hear from you. Tweet your responses to us at LOL Esports with that hashtag words. We will pick our favorite responses and share them with you later in the show and get some of the input on what you guys have to say. Let's head into our first match of the day. It will, of course, be Fnatic taking on OMG in a rematch from yesterday that, truthfully, was very one-sided in OMG's favor. Both of these teams came into play, and Fnatic simply were outplayed in the mid-game. They were overconfident, they were over-aggressive, and they bit off more than they could chew.
Now, I'm not impressed with Soaz picking Lulu. I really liked him taking Aurelia, and he's just not having a good tournament on these champions that are full-on supporting. We know he's this guy that wants to be carrying. He wants to be making a name for himself, and Lulu's not the champion to do that. Just play Aurelia. She's been doing excellently in the tournament, and you'll see more success with it.
I think Soaz actually used to be a good Lulu player. He just needs to get into the right mindset in that particular game as well. Like, he was just overextended once ahead of his lane when he had vision on the bottom side of the map. When every lane was doing well, they could have snowballed the game. What his team needed from him that game wasn't a Lulu carry. They needed Lulu with utility, and they could have done that. But he tried to overextend and win his lane too hard, and he got punished for it. And the one weakness Soaz has, he has a really big champion pool, he's a really good player, but he's a very emotional player. And you could see it at the player camp. Every time they ganked him, every time they dove or roamed him, you could see his face just get a little more angry, a little more sad every time. So if teams are watching for that, he may expect to be camped even more.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about the team on the other side of the rift. It is, of course, OMG. For both Fnatic and OMG, this is a battle where it's getting close to do or die. They're bottom of the table, 1 and 2. OMG, terrible day 1, better day 2. Sort of the opposite for Fnatic. They've also been up and down, Freak.
Yeah, here's the weird thing. So for Fnatic first, if they play the way they did against Samsung Blue, they would probably be able to just win Worlds if they played every single game that strongly, because it was such a good performance. But we keep seeing these incredibly hit-and-miss performances. The same thing, of course, for OMG as well. As you said, Trevor, their first day really lackluster. Their second day so good, and it still hinges on Cool to me. Again, right? He gets level 6 really fast, level 11 really fast. He's the playmaker there, and if he can keep going, they'll do well.
I definitely think Fnatic's game yesterday against OMG was almost a mistake. It really just seemed like Fnatic just, wasn't in their element. But I think this matchup is really heavily favored to Fnatic if they play the way they do against, like, Samsung Blue.
Well, I think we've heard a little bit of insight into both of these squads. I want to put you guys on the spot for the first game of the day and hear your predictions. Who do you think is going to win this do-or-die battle? Which team will show up? We were discussing it over breakfast or dinner, whatever it is now. And there's some split decisions in production. I want to know if there's split decisions here. Crepo, you are first on my list. Fnatic or OMG? Who's picking up the win and why?
Even though they lost yesterday, I think I'm going with Fnatic still, because I think if they look back at their game, their mistakes were relatively easy to fix. You know, I don't think they should give him Zillion again for one, and for the second part, you know, Soaz, he lost lane early, then he got camped. I mean, it was all pretty avoidable and just snowballed out of their control. Plus, I know Fnatic, once they get beaten, they have this fire and this like passion to just show up again. They did it first day as well. They got horribly underperformed. People were calling them out. You know, Fnatic's not going to do well. And once you rule them out, they do well
Samsung
again.
Blue.
Yeah.
Right, Prolly.
I'm going to go with Fnatic with this one. I definitely think Cool is kind of strangled right now with his champion pool. He's played 2 Assassins and not done well, and the one game he did win was with Zillion. So if Fnatic bans out that Zillion or is ending up picking it, I think Peke is going to, you know, be able to take advantage in that mid lane.
Well, a lot of faith in Fnatic thus far. Crumbs, let's see if this continues.
It does not.
Okay, well, there you go.
I'm going to go with OMG. And I think that the matchup is going to be a little bit reminiscent of yesterday's, in which OMG took an early Aurelia, and I want to see Aurelia be contested by both these teams, because what we see now is with that E-Max build, you get that 2-second stun at level 9, which can turn any fight around really heavily. So I really want to see going or an OMG take an early Aurelia, build a team comp around that, and then snowball from top lane.
Final thought from Freak?
I think Fnatic's going to take it. I think as long as they don't go really over-aggressive early game for kind of no reason, they should be just fine. It's just a matter of Fnatic showing up, getting past the early game mistakes, and being this Fnatic that's going on their now 13th, hopefully top 4 in a row.
So Philosopher Crumbs is the only odd one out on this desk. He's been right before, folks. Let's take a look at the fan vote over on lolesports.com and see how you guys are voting. 74% of you said that Fnatic will walk away with the win, so mirroring the sentiment from the analyst desk. We'll be heading over to the caster desk for the first game, but first, the European LCS teams tell us about the adjustments that they find themselves being forced to make in Singapore.
Right now, it's on us and Fnatic to prove that Europe is a strong region, and we had a really rocky start, and it's not going so well yet. But I still believe we can make it.
It's funny, like, we have beat the Korean teams, which was supposed to be the hardest, and we have lost to the other 2 teams, which everyone kind of thought we would win.
We have to cut down on the individual mistakes we're making, because we do get caught out a lot, and that was the reason we lost against Nat in White Shield.
Najin Shield taking back so many hooks. Shook just getting too close with no vision of where Najin White Shield were.
We have to talk a lot about our ban and pick phase, because I felt like both our game against OMG and LQ, we gave away a bit too much, and our composition didn't really make as much sense as our composition versus blue.
It's really important that people stay calm and don't panic, because when you panic, you make mistakes, and that's really bad, which happened.
Like people call the Korean machines, we have to be more like that, have no emotion during the game. You just have to play it safe and be more methodical.
For me, it's really important that the EU region as well. We saw SK losing already, so Fnatic and us are the last hope, and I think that we both make it out of groups.
An improved pick and ban phase is what Reckless says that Fnatic need in this one. We're going to see if they can improve that one. Guys, we are going to be taking a look at the starting lineup for this game. On the blue side, from the European LCS, it is, of course, Fnatic, with Soaz in the top lane, Cyanide in the jungle, Peke in mid lane, Reckless the AD carry, and Yellowstar on support.
And that means on the red side, representing the LPL, it's OMG. In the top lane is Going, jungling is Loveling. In the mid lane, it's Cool with San at AD carry and Dada at support.
So as we get towards pick and ban, we have a little bit of, I guess we can call it news at this stage. OMG will only have 2 bans this game.
Yeah, we have to mention they were docked to ban yesterday. I'm sure everyone remembers the pauses in OMG's first game and on the first day, and then also a pause yesterday. Now, the reason those happened is there is a pre-game checklist that the teams have to sign off on, that all of their in-game settings are acceptable to them. OMG paused on day 1 because they didn't like the noise levels in-game. That was an unauthorized pause. They were given an official warning. They did it again yesterday, so they lose a ban.
Well, only 2 bans against Fnatic in A, and I think the analyst said it right there. This game is definitely do or die at the bottom, I guess we can call it, of the group, but you've got to come up big today.
You have to come up big. Fnatic knows about these as well. The teams are all kind of filled in and put in the loop, so they also have to change their pick and ban strategy. But does this kind of, fluster them? There's more to be picked? Do they realize that OMG can get something they want out of this as well.
And specifically on the red side, I think it just hurts them a little bit more. Fnatic has been having those pick and ban problems. It's something they thought they would be having before the event. It's something that has happened in a lot of their losses here, both of their losses actually. And now that there's fewer bans, I really wonder how OMG is going to adjust. Normally, you're seeing the red side ban pretty much Alistair and Zilean almost every game. OMG's not actually doing that, so this could definitely change the landscape of this pick phase more so than the ban phase.
Well, we see the Aurelia being banned out already, both Going and Soaz finding the one win the teams have on those top lane, on that top lane champion. Lee Sin being taken out as well. That was banned by Fnatic in the first time these guys played, but being on the red side, that's in OMG's hands to ban out. Still waiting, a little bit slower here. OMG figures out what they want for their second and final ban.
Feel like that's an interesting choice from OMG's side. I mean, Fnatic and Cyanide in particular on Lee Sin, he's not been impressive on Lee Sin all season. Played 4 games of it, 1 for 3, like, just not been all that good on Lee Sin. So for me, that is a questionable ban from OMG's side.
There's a chance it's a throwaway ban, too. We actually saw a blue side team not ban yesterday because they didn't necessarily want to decide what to ban. And here, Fnatic throws their third ban. OMG, they let the timer run out for their loss of ban. We'll see what they throw in as their final ban, or if they even decide to ban something here. Fnatic did ban the Zilean, which is a little surprising, and it would open up OMG to ban Alistair and have a fairly normal ban phase.
I do think that's a surprising Zilean ban as well. Cool kind of went off on that. It's something you could probably control and not give him that 7-0-4 game, but it will be an Alistar as a final ban. Soaz has been seeing that come in, and I think every team's been seeing that coming against their top laners throughout Worlds.
Yeah, Alistar's actually the only champion who is 100% picked or banned in every single game so far at Worlds.
Well, that trend continues here, and Fnatic with first pick. What are they going to go for? Maokai, for example, has managed to sneak through the banning phase here.
Yeah.
Yesterday's game, you know, Lulu top lane, we've already heard that people not too convinced with that, but it will actually be Rumble locked in for Soaz.
So, first off, Maokai's not much of a Soaz champion. So when he went through the pick and ban phase, I thought maybe that's a little dangerous. However, a lot of teams have been baiting Maokai picks in order to play Rumble. It has had mixed results. The 2 Rumbles we saw at the end of yesterday were a combined 0 and 15 on the scoreboard, so it's definitely counterable in the early game if the lane is heavily focused by the opponent. And I wonder if OMG is going to try and pick a composition that can do that. Thresh is pretty big for Dada777.
Also pushing Cyanide onto Elise or Jarvan most likely in this one. Didn't have too good of a Jarvan game to start off the Worlds here for Fnatic's team, so we'll see what he can feel comfortable on as the Kha'Zix and the Thresh are locked in.
While I don't disagree with the Rumble pick on Fnatic, I wonder how much value they were getting out of being on the blue side there. You look at Rumble, who hasn't really been first picked at all, versus Thresh, who LMQ was willing to throw a first pick on against OMG to much success. If you look at Dada's champion pool on OMG, it's Thresh, and then a bunch of stuff he doesn't seem very good at. So giving that away, in a sense, to let OMG pick it, I feel like is a bit of a flub by Fnatic.
Well, we are going to see Fnatic here locking in Nami. Will be the second showing for Yellow Star on Nami. Of course, we caught a lot on it in their previous game. Cogmore also coming out then for Reckless. That's actually a new champion for him at the World Championships. Played a couple of games on Lucian and 1 on Tristana so far. We'll see what he can do here on Cogmore.
Keeping it diverse. It's usually the Trist or the Kog'Maw for Sand, so you're grabbing one of those, maybe the Trist for him. They like to go to that late game fight.
And I really wonder if they're going to continue to try and go for that late game fight, because so much of the success we saw yesterday from teams was abusing mid-game power spikes before teams could make it to the late game. They already have the Rise in there. Their AD carry choice will really define whether they go mid-game. Corki or Lucian would mean a little bit more mid-game for them.
Well, it will be Lucian there, locked in for Sun. We'll see exactly what he can do with that. Again, a new pick for him, playing Tristana Cogmore so far. We also see the Rise locked in as well, so that's a new feature on this OMG team for Fnatic. They seem to be right on plan here. We'll see Elise come into the jungle with Cyanide, and Peke is going to show us what he's got on Syndra.
Definitely more decisiveness from Fnatic into the pick and ban phase. The only game they've actually won so far at group stage was with Cyanide on that Elise. They have a ton of pick potential, both Syndra stuns and Elise cocoons, which can be followed up with Nami bubbles. So it can still be that Fnatic playstyle, but this time with a little bit more teamfight oomph. The only problem is they're very heavy into magic damage if OMG is able to stack some of that.
I was speaking a little bit with Reckless as we were getting painted up with makeup in the room earlier.
And you look beautiful, by the way, Rick.
Thank you so much. I love the eyebrows. But as I was saying, they said, a lot of people said, the Zed, the Kog'Maw, you're unsafe. He said, I get to the Quicksilver Sash as fast as possible, and the team realizes that we don't fight until then.
And the question will be whether that becomes a problem or not. I mean, Reckless was off split pushing one of the games. Fnatic got dove by LMQ very quickly. Obviously, they've constructed this team composition in a little bit different of a way. If they are dove a little bit early, Rumble is incredibly hard to dive against, so they are a little bit more well prepared for such a situation. But man, I wonder if Fnatic can get the mid game together here.
Going to be such an important clash for both of these teams. Both of them sat, of course, in the table at 1 win and 2 losses. Samsung Blue and LMQ just above them on 2-1. So you really have to win this game if you're looking to come out of the groups. And, well, it's kind of all or nothing at this stage. You've got nothing to lose.
We almost don't know what's going to come from Fnatic, right? Taking down Samsung Blue, losing to other teams. It's been so topsy-turvy coming into this world. Anything can happen. And that's as always.
It is the group of anything happening, obviously. Fnatic
group of life.
beat the
box of chocolate.
The best team. This group is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get.
Yeah, I have to give Crumbs definite credit for that one. Pretty incredible analysis of how this group goes. But guys, now that the champions are locked in, which team do you guys think are going to win? Tweet at LOL Esports using hashtag FNCWin or OMGWin, and we'll see who your support has gone to once we get into the game. Fnatic, of course, as pretty much ever, I think through the entire year they've had the fan vote on their side, but this is the game where they really need to rally. They have to win.
Well, the mid game is the game we're talking about. Mid lanes and mid games, but mid game controlled quite well. Yellow Star throwing down pink boards all over the place. Right now, the highest one to lay those down. We'll see if the Vision continues to control the game for Fnatic here. If OMG starts to go hard out of the gate, we are on to the Rift. We're going to see what we get in here in the lane matchups.
Yeah, the Vision will be such an important battle for Fnatic with the Syndra and Elise trying to find catches and avoid the aggressive dives that OMG has been able to execute in the past. Obviously, a lane swap is very possible as well. Soaz needs to be able to get early levels more so than anything. The Rumbles we saw get shut down yesterday took an exceedingly long time to hit level 5, which is when Rumble can start kind of bending for himself with some ranks in Flamespitter. Can't wait to see the first 7 minutes or so of this game. It will decide a lot.
And I feel bad for these Rumbles, at least in the last 2 games of the day. They've turned into the Mundo dive. If you can get them before 5, just keep diving. Keep diving. Has a pretty rough escape. It looks like they're trying to switch up the lanes here just a little bit to see an early advantage, but OMG is going to get right under the skin of Fnatic with some deep wards to start this one off and get all the vision that they want on Blues to keep track of Cyanide.
Yeah, wards down. We actually saw a little bit of this yesterday, but was generally not followed up on. This time around, OMG actually still sitting there in that curved brush. So we'll see if they actually move away. There is, of course, that ward in the death brush from Fnatic, so they can see that OMG have gone in there. And we'll also see that, maybe more importantly, OMG have not, up until now, actually moved.
Until they see OMG leave the brush, which is right now with Cool, they could have surmised that maybe they recalled. It's a little bit unlucky that Cool took that path back. Now we can see basically all of OMG's plans, and Fnatic will get to react to them. They're not swapping back up to meet the 80 carries. We're going to either see a lane freeze, which is what he's trying to pull off right here, or a fast push. I wonder if Fnatic will go for that. And I wonder also how the top laners are expecting to get experience. At the moment, they're doing the double jungle.
You can see pulling in San, kind of controlling the minions there so they can lock it up as much as possible. And the jungling to begin. Looks like they're going to go right through this ward. So Vision privy over to the side of OMG that they're getting invaded as they thought they would. It's really about the first move. Who can trick each other? Because in the beginning of these games, everybody knows what each other is doing. It's who can really go outside the box and make the first move.
And I actually kind of like what Fnatic was doing there, taking the Wolf before the blue buff, because specifically since they're doing a buff trade, the later they take the enemy's buff, the more they're going to deny it later in the game. OMG obviously took and fully cleared Fnatic's blue buff about a full minute ago, and the respawn is going to be desynced now.
So, Reckless and San both getting 3 lanes up until now. Dada just waiting up on that top side. Yellowstar in lane as well. As he going, joining Lovely. And of course, Soaz will be with Cyanide as well. Gonna be 4 men coming down towards this bottom lane.
And here's the main difference. Fnatic did not freeze the bottom lane. OMG did freeze the top lane. So Fnatic is forced into the fast push / dragon take style of play right now. And they're just going to go straight for the dragon. This is a calculated trade.
That ward really paid off. Seeing that invade and now seeing the fact that dragon will be done here at 3:30 in. The timer will be had and maybe even more vision from Loveling as he tries to make his way in. This is going to be solo and he's walking right over a ward. A good bubble could really make
if
his
this stops
day
them
bad.
from doing the dragon, it's fantastic. Fnatic delayed on that, and OMG was able to rotate down their bottom lane for a swap. That's a big win for OMG because they get the solo lane experience for their AD carry, and they do not lose out on the global gold. So big time wins, especially since the turret didn't go down in that lane either.
That's basically all you need to do at this level. Put a ward down there so that they know that they're spotted, and usually that's enough to just force these teams away from going for that early dragon where they're losing a lot of health and having to juggle the aggro between them. And when we're talking about juggling, FLICKR doing well so far here in this mid lane, throwing his stuns out, which didn't quite connect onto Cool that last time around, but interesting to see how FLICKR does here with this Syndra. How, of course, Cool does on Zed. Cool, for me, not being as impressive as we'd have maybe hoped for him to be so far. There's always time, though. We still have 3 games to play.
And yesterday, in the game they did win, his Zillion was spectacular.
That
basically took over the game. He killed FLICKR 1v1, and then he punished Soaz in the top lane. Zed versus Syndra, everybody has trouble against a good Syndra. So FLICKR, we'll see if he can punish Cool here.
See how well he comes out of this one. We've seen Cool get his Yasuo and whatnot and still be taken down. Seems like he could be a little bit flustered in mid if he's not getting that help from Loveling. And right now, obviously taking the lane bully at FLICKR. He puts it 40-26 in CS in that lane. Not going to need too much help from Cyanide there, so hopefully he can focus in other places. Top laners now to match up here. Going level 4. Soa has his 2, so he's happy to sit here and farm under the turret for now.
Easy peasy, really, for Soaz. Once that lane is pushed up, go and just trying to do a little bit of damage to him underneath the tower as Cyanide was spotted coming down bottom as well. Force going actually to recall. Already he's got that tier stacking up, so he's not going to be too worried about that.
I do have to point out, though, that Fnatic lost this lane swap. Soaz is behind in experience by going, and San is ahead of experience to Reckless. Just the failed dragon attempt, even though it doesn't show in the gold, definitely shows in experience, and it gives OMG advantages in the side lanes. If they can get a gank off in the mid lane, it would pull an advantage there, but a level 6 FLICKR will make things pretty dicey.
A little bit of chaos can cause a lot if you're pulling the opposing team out of lanes. FLICKR here hitting 6 as he said. Whoa, nice lantern just off on the side. Dada to save San from too much trouble. But level 5 to a 3 and a 4, especially with that Lucian damage, they could easily start to trade a little bit. Loveling here, looks like he may help and offer a bit of that assistance.
Actually spotted coming to that top side, so Fanatic aware that that was all going on. This mid lane, though, is the shining light for them so far. Cheeky from Yellowstar will just stop San recalling. But that mid lane, the shining light for them. FLICKR 54-39 CS up. Not being back to buy just yet, but actually waiting quite a while, and the presence of Yellowstar enough to actually stop San from going back.
At this point, it's a wave and a half that San could potentially lose to his turret, so Yellowstar stopping him those few times will definitely maintain an edge in this lane for Fnatic. It's really a nice play there by Yellowstar, just taking the risk to walk up that far, because they were down in experience in that lane. Now they can potentially pull a bit of an item advantage with better back timings.
Have to pay attention to just how strong the play is of San, of Cool, getting very emotional in the losses on the first day. Have to keep their mind in the game and really keep playing strong. San easily one of the carriers along with Cool coming in for OMG.
So Hex Drinker was the first item here for Cool. Obviously not really a surprise going up against that big AP threat of Xpeke in the mid lane, who incidentally himself not been back as of yet, still sat on that single Doran's ring. Obviously limits what he can do right now, but when he does go back, I'd imagine he's sat on a decent chunk of gold at this point. I think got his blue buff as well, so maybe thinking, do I really want to go home? Actually, there is Cool going to dive in onto him. Peke has the death mark on.
Very close to going down. And OMG, like you said, Jat, they are 6s across the border, at least higher level right now, and really taking this laning phase to Fnatic.
One of the big reasons that Cool was able to go aggressive there was because of the support roam from Dada. His Thresh definitely showing a lot of presence, but they do not actually gain that much from it. Peke needed to go back to base anyway. He would have liked to delay a bit longer for his team's Unholy Grail, but now, again, roaming Dada 7.
Very close to getting hit up. Yellowstar giving himself a quick spell. That movement speed passive from Nami gets him to safety. He gets out swimmingly. So 9 minutes on the board. Still no kills to come in here, and just a slight gold lead due to the CS back and forth for now. San and Dada happy to push this one up to the turret, keep the harass going.
So we mentioned in Champion Select that both of these teams actually have fairly strong mid games, which will make it even more important that they can capitalize when they get a power jump in items. At the moment, San was able to go back and get his BF sword, so he needs to punish this Reckless lane before Reckless can go back and finish some of his components. Phage and Trinity Force will generally be when Reckless jumps ahead of San a little bit. The same thing goes kind of across the board. If Go-Going can complete his Rod of Ages, that's a big jump. If Soaz can complete Magic Penetration, that's a big jump for him. We have to track those things and see if the teams act on them, because Fnatic has struggled with that a little bit in their defeats.
Soaz as well, struggling a tad. 0-2 on his Lulu. Outspoken about those AP champions in the top lane. And even with a loss on Aurelia in the regular season, he showed very well on it. A lot of people have here at Worlds. This time on to Rumble, down 20 CS. Can he still make an impact? The ults are going to have to hit in the fights with the way he's down right now.
Peke a mile off there with that stunt. Let's see if Fnatic can actually open anything up here. Loveling is already waiting in the side brush on that mid lane in case Fnatic do come around. There is a pink ward cleared out, so maybe OMG will be left somewhat guessing in this mid lane. There is a stun coming in, but you see Loveling stuck around long enough. They're actually going to dive towards Peke. Deathmark is down. Peke is not going to survive this one, but he does get the kill on the way out and gets the first blood even.
He just barely fell prey to that one, and Soaz teleports down. Equalizer doesn't quite get it. Let's see if they make use of that teleport more than just a one-for-one trade, though.
Still the pressure on the mid lane. Cool's grabbing double buffs off of that one. Soaz does come down. He overheats on the harpoon shot, not leaving him in a safe situation. That means Scrap Shield can't be used. A bit of a mistake there as Soaz tries to put the team on his back for a quick second. He is forced to go right back to Yellowstar and Cyanide for safety.
Yes. Very key there.
Able to get
no way.
Soaz. Honk landing from Dada, and there comes Colin with the lantern, and Soaz. You see him on the player cam in that bottom left-hand side and just shaking his head. Like, literally, the teleport was too slow for him.
Yeah.
Gets caught out of position, was possibly looking not to go down after the first hook lands onto him and Cool had to go. And then he's trying to recall in an area where that's just going to go down. And now OMG not only getting the kill, they're going to get the dragon as well.
Yeah, even if they wanted to contest this, Go-Going could just teleport down and rise and force an uneven fight. Let's just take stock of everything that OMG gained there, despite Fnatic basically throwing the kitchen sink at them. It was a counter gank to the Zed ultimate when they showed up with Yellowstar and Cyanide. A, they didn't prevent the kill. B, they still burned exhaust. C, they burned the teleport. And D, Zed got 2 kills and didn't even die once he came back from base plus the dragon. Everything there went OMG's way.
Very different from Soaz coming in with these plays, that backing in somebody's jungle. Not very respectful. Thinking that there were 3 of his wards around doesn't mean that there isn't one from OMG. And that is big plays for Cool in the mid lane. I guess it doesn't matter if he's on that Zillion or now he gets that Zed. He is doing work with the help of the jungle and the help of the Roman Dada. Fnatic now trying to answer with a bit of their own, and it's going to be the teleport coming in from Go-Going. Will he be able to activate? He flashes over it. Yellow Star's going to be hit. The tidal wave does come out, but OMG just surfs over it, and they're going to keep this one going. Loveling, can he get in? He does go for the flash. GoGoing's auto is going to get that one and secure the kill, and OMG starts their rampage.
All 5 members of OMG in the bottom lane. Fnatic trying desperately to keep up with the speed of OMG's collapses. Thus far, they have been unsuccessful. So I was trying to take a turn in the top lane.
Yeah, that's their answer to this one. You see the effectiveness of GoGoing's teleport compared to what Soaz ended up doing there in that mid lane, and should be giving OMG that tower on the bottom side. It will be that tower going down. Top lane, not sure if Soaz has really got that one low enough, and we can already see that OMG have started to move in, have a good deep line of wards inside of Fnatic's jungle. And Cool is hurting with that Cutlass in there on top of the Hex Drinker.
And this will be a big test of these teams' mental fortitude if the first 2 days weren't a big enough test already. Considering OMG's story coming in here, they started the group 0-2. To be able to come out of that, potentially win their next 2 games, would just require an immense amount of mental strength. You take Fnatic as well, having to beat Blue to come out of their slump as well after losing on the first day. It's just so hard for these guys to every single game have to show up knowing that a loss could eliminate you from the group.
Both of the teams much more improved than on the first day, but the question is, when it comes down to it, who improved more? So far, it's OMG as they start off the game 3-1. Peke able to get his blue. They can keep that to him. It'll be very good. Cool's, he's going to be receiving it, but not a necessity.
And this is where Cool now may start to shine, headed off onto those side lanes. Actually, Lovely going to come around, try and steal away the red buff, and becomes a lot easier when you've got that smite available. Takes that one down. Meanwhile, Soaz forced to use his ultimate in the top lane to get rid of that minion wave. And Fnatic slowly but surely seem to be falling to pieces.
And we were talking about those mid-game power spikes. There's a Rod of Ages completed, the BF sword almost an Infinity Edge onto Sand. Fnatic trying to group to make up for it, but they just strictly don't have the spells right now. Dada gets caught way out of position.
Nicely done. The calling coming across from Sand. He has not finished the Infinity Edge, but he's still able to put out big damage with all the pieces on it. Cool's trying to keep this one going. Yellow Star with the double bubble to keep this one a bit disengaged, as only one was lost on each side, but that's Reckless down.
He just got evaporated by the OMG team. Sand, though, gets real aggressive. The fact that OMG actually trades 1-for-1 despite Dada dying before the fight even began shows how far ahead they actually were there, and it's actually a pretty good trade for Fnatic at the end of the day.
And we talk about it being a mid-game centric group pretty much everywhere. They have the items right now, they're spiking, and they're perfectly creating these fights for themselves.
Infinity Edge will be in for San in just a little while. Got all 3 parts of that one. On the other side, though, for Reckless, after that death there, Sheen and Zeal in net, Mage still to come, and the rest of that Trinity Force going to be lacking a little bit behind. Fnatic, though, actually pushing back here, and they may have got this turret.
If you first fail, try again. However, they lost their minion wave. OMG is pushing the side wave. They are investing a lot to try and get this one, and they could not even finish it due to the fear of the OMG collapse. Tanking that turret without minions and without a real tank on the Fnatic team is pretty dangerous.
And Cool, I think, fancies this one. I mean, Peke at half HP, Soaz was tanking the turret there. No one was hitting the turret. All a little bit disjointed here so far from Fnatic. Definitely need to basically forget their problems, I think, and get their head into the game, because so far not been making the plays that they need to stand a chance of coming out of this. What is I mean, I'll give the respect to that. This is a ridiculous group of Worlds, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, very, very hard to call. There is a hook from Dada. The turret already being pushed. A culling being used straight away by San will actually force Fnatic back somewhat, but the minion wave's already gone.
The combination of power that OMG has on their team right now, with the evolved W from Loveling to poke in and just create setup for Rise and Zed to obliterate a fight, seems like it's a little too much for Fnatic to deal with. We talked about Rumble and how he was going to need to secure experience in the early and mid game. Soaz has been shut down, level 8 to level 10 of Rise, and he is a non-factor at the moment. They just get completely sieged out by OMG.
Sieged out indeed, and now everybody trying to share experience throughout these lanes. As I said, Reckless earlier said, against Zed, I'm going to get a Quicksilver Sash. Well, you are so far away from that right now, and OMG is right on the front doorstep. Oh no! A pie to the face of Reckless as Cyanide dodges out on that one, and it looks like he will be getting popped by the death mark. He goes down to Cathy, and Surprise could finish going, but he flashes over the wall. Sound with a beautiful relentless pursuit to save himself as well.
OMG sat on that equalizer and got flanked very well by Fnatic. They're desperately trying to get away because that gank actually went pear-shaped.
Double slow for Soaz, and he's going to finish off with a flame spinner. Meanwhile, Peke chasing Cool, lands the stun. He's in the bush. Oh, he's juking round, but well, I got excited about that one. Peke able to finish off plenty of HP, and just like that, Fnatic bring the kills back even. Let's see what they can do with it.
That was sneakily reminiscent of Fnatic's fight in the semifinals against Royal Club when they came back in one of those games where everyone was hit around the side. They get initiated on because OMG thinks they have a good fight, and then Soaz and the rest of Fnatic Cavalry come down and just decide to wreck the fight. Whether or not that gives them a window to take the Dragon or not will kind of decide if they pulled even in this game or not.
That is definitely something to remember, that these teams finished a lot farther than they're putting up the performances will show this year. Fnatic definitely wants to get out of the groups. OMG, they're fighting for their lives as well.
You're absolutely right, Riv. After these teams' performances last year, falling out in group stage would be a monumental failure, especially for OMG. When you look at the LPL region, the other two LPL teams are already in the quarterfinals. If they don't make it, they're essentially the black sheep of the LPL scene.
Yeah, definitely a lot of pressure coming from that.
Oh, Cocoon lands onto Sam. The stun from Peke will be chained on as well, but not a follow-up there. And Fnatic, you can see, despite having the control on this bottom side of the river, have been very, very hesitant in starting off the Dragon. They know there's only a couple of thousand gold separating the two, and here comes the hook. Oh, it was so close to landing onto Cyanide, just wide from Dada.
These teams don't necessarily want to start Dragon. If a team does start Dragon, it would be OMG because they have much better fight peel. Fnatic doesn't really want to deal with Ryze right now, especially if they have to funnel in a line. If Fnatic is to win this fight, it would be about a tremendous equalizer. That one is okay.
An equalizer they can't really follow up on. It's going, able to just use his ult and really get out of that. Cyanide is the focus, forced to repel in defense again, but he's just going to go down the itsy bitsy spider. Goes down the spout indeed. Oh, Yellow Star on the edge. Gets hooked by the tail. Peke trying to do what he can. Is able to drop cool on this one, but I don't think the team can answer. This is a dangerous spot for him to be in right now.
And just like that, Fnatic being jumped on here. San is actually low. Peke coming back into the fight. Big stun onto Dada. Reckless will actually pick it up with the accompanying surprise. And Peke, you know what? He's still fairly healthy here. If he can get into the right position without catching a hook, without being room prison, I think wisely here, OMG decide to back away.
Peke was trying to flank that entire fight and could just never land quite the right stun. It was a very push and pull fight. OMG was able to collapse as a team a little bit quicker and find the right things. The equalizer actually took Sun and Dada pretty low, except Peke, if you can see around the back, was never quite there, and Ryze and Zed did enough damage to just charge straight into Fnatic. It was a really testy, disengagey fight here. Some nice bubbles, some nice skill shots, really what ends up securing kills, and some really clutch shields. That ultimate from Cool actually kind of prevented San from dying earlier in that fight. Peke could have killed both of them if he played his cards a little better.
So flash from Lovely in there as well, obviously meant that Reckless had the bit of extra power that he needed to finish off San.
So we see 3 brutalizers quickly finished up. OMG continuing to just put damage within their builds to keep these fights going and keep their strength up. Peke around the sides of these fights, now as his Zanyas, he's kind of at a 3-1-3, been a little hidden in getting his score. So if he can stay out of the focus zone and the attention of OMG, he might be able to clean up these fights for the team.
Yeah, you can see Fnatic still has a lot of fight power in these. However, they have to make their comeback, in my opinion, before Dada finishes his Aegis or his Locket at this point. Because Fnatic's team, top to bottom, even Kog'Maw, the AD carry, does a large amount of magic damage. And as soon as Dada finishes that Aegis, everyone else on the team will get 20 magic resistance, which is actually a pretty substantial amount of percentage defense against magic damage from Fnatic. And I think once that happens, if OMG still has a lead, the team fights become substantially easier for OMG.
A composition that Fnatic have just make it very easy to itemize defensively. See the Hex Drinkers in there as well already for both Lovely and Cool. Fnatic here just trying to get a bit of vision back on their side of the jungle. As Peke saw already that Cool was around there somewhere and guessed right as he throws the column over into that brush. If you look down the farm at this stage, just to kind of touch on that one, there's a massive difference if you look at the top lane, and so has 97 CS, going 164 plus 303 on the scoreboard as well. I mean, Going is getting to the scary stage really quickly.
And if you look at the gold disparity, that's pretty much where it all lies. Between them and the jungler, mid lane, AD carry, and supports are all pretty comparable as far as power goes. So in a perfect world, Soaz could kind of trade himself for Going, and Fnatic could fight 4v4. But Rumble isn't exactly a split-pushing threat, so he has to team fight. Unfortunately, that draws in the most farm member of the OMG team.
We also have to remember Cool, he gets big as well. They can put this into the 1-3-1 and really start to spread Fnatic thin. They have a good siege stop here. Obviously, they can clear the waves as it grabs to the turret. Reckless and Peke able to stop that up, but it only can last so long. OMG will go under the turret, whether it's full health or not, and they will continue to get these fights. They still have a 3,000 gold lead with what's been going on. The Dragon up in 2 minutes, and that side of the map is quite dark. So you might see a little bit of focus start coming to that.
So both AD carries actually just recalling out of lane, which means a finished Ghost Blade on one side, and almost the Blade of the Ruin King done for Reckless as well. Should have it the next time that he does go home, but for now, Lucian going to be feeling strong about this one. The Blade of the Ruin King done for Zed. Of course, Ryze has been stacking up that Rod of Ages and his tier for quite a while now. Going. A lot of people were, I think, relying on Going to do so well for this team, and so far here today, definitely delivering when it really matters. Cool himself also at 4-2-2 on that Zed, but we start to see it get a little bit more difficult for him as things go on. You know, Quicksilver Sash will come out for Reckless to get rid of the Death Mark. The Sonya's Hourglass already done for Peke to, well, at least try if he gets the timing right to dodge the damage of it.
Seeing the builds coming out from Loveling and Cool as well, those Hex Drinkers hopefully stopping that front end burst of Peke that would nearly zero them out. This could be that time it happens. Again, dodging out on the ultimate. He's going to go ahead and pop his Zanya's though. Nice time for the Death Mark.
Just a couple mid laners playing the matchup properly there, dodging each other's ultimates with various different mechanics. Fnatic, I think, gets the edge off that one. You can see Cool has to go back away. As you mentioned earlier, Riv, the vision control is in Fnatic's favor. They have placed tons of wards this group stage. Also, Yellow Star has been a ward-killing machine, killing a ward on average every 2 minutes, which is pretty remarkable. Gets another one there, and Fnatic is trying to set up this Dragon. Even though Soaz has been behind the whole game, the fact that he has hit level 11 right now is massive, getting the second rank into Equalizer. If he can land a good one, Fnatic still has a chance, as Aegis has yet to be completed by OMG.
So this is where I'm interested in how decisive Fnatic are on the Dragon area. See that they've got vision down already, thanks mostly to Yellow Star, who's been in there, got that pink outside of the pit, but they're still a little bit cautious of how OMG are going to play this one. Loveling just using his upgraded Void Spikes there to poke away as much as he possibly can. The pink ward comes down and Dada gonna step forward. Nice little lantern just to get vision of the Death Brush as well will reveal that pink ward has been placed. So Fnatic, while they have positioning, OMG are just on the border of the river.
Fnatic would love to wait a few more seconds. The Zanya's almost up for Peke. Great ward clearing here. They're super able to protect these pink ones right now. They gotta make sure they're really the objective fight, not the all-around in the middle fight. That's where OMG can really take a hold of this.
It will really depend on how Going can approach this fight and whether or not Ryze can land some nice AoE. Additionally, Cool's ultimate, whether or not he can land it onto Reckless, since there is no armor and no QSS on him as of yet. There's one try. Can he get him?
There's the answer for you. Goes right back into the base. Oh, he pulls back the shadow, but he gets hit. That turret shot did go back to him as well.
But he pulled the entire Fnatic team into the base, and OMG is just taking the Dragon. A 1-for-1 trade that results in a Dragon for OMG is a great move for OMG.
Yeah, Worth is called there by OMG, and they will just back away from that Dragon. Getting another kill onto Cool. increasing their gold lead to a pretty substantial amount as well at this stage. I mean, got control of things. One thing though that we have to say about Fnatic, even playing from behind, they turtled yesterday pretty damn well, and you've still got to go pretty deep to crack the nut.
Going deep indeed. Doesn't seem like Reckless and the team can stave off the pressure. He said, we got to wait for the Quicksilver Sash. Well, OMG is not going to wait.
Hey,
full bore right now.
Cool dove past the second turret for Reckless right there. It was actually kind of, in that moment, Fnatic's entire mentality falling to pieces. We've heard the analyst desk talk about it a fair bit. It's a little bit like the old style of protect the AD carry. Everyone wanted to protect Reckless right there, but they just could not. Cool went too deep. Fnatic did not have protection really built up for that type of assassination. They needed either a knockback or a silence or a stun or something to stop him from comboing Reckless, and they didn't have it. Everyone wanted to try. That's why they tried to peel back to do damage to Zed. It just opened up a massive vulnerability. It was unable to protect Reckless, and it just extended OMG's lead.
Reckless right now trying to keep himself safe with a bit of movement speed. Coming off that phage, the Fury boots built up quite early for him as well. So those hits count and he can get to safety. Let's see where they continue to go off of this one. Peke to still hold the bottom lane as Cool keeps presenting himself.
Oh, San actually getting hit there by the Cocoon, but no real follow-up. And we talk about this whole protect the AD carry here, but no Quicksilver Sash coming out for him. There's no Mikhails to really help him out on that front as well. And Mikhails, as we saw yesterday, funnily enough, can be the difference between your AD carry going down and you losing the game, and you've been able to hold and defend.
Yeah, there's a sneaky heal onto Mikhails as well that could definitely help out if Cool jumps on him. However, the gold just hasn't been there for Yellow Star. So much gold into Pink Wards hasn't been able to quite complete it, and he's not close yet either. So Reckless will kind of have to fend for himself. You can see they're trying to keep Cool away from Reckless. They're actually answering the split push with Peke, which will limit Fnatic's ability to force fights here, because generally Syndra is used as that long-range safe initiator, and they can't do that when they have to answer Cool's split push. This is actually a rare execution of a split push by an LPL team. Normally in the LPL, they'll split push for a little while, but then the other teams are so good at forcing 5v4s, they can't do that.
Yeah.
Fnatic doesn't have the team to force the 5v4s if they have to answer the split push with their main initiator.
And it can't use Peke the way they want. We saw them take down Samsung Blue with a great pick comp. Ari's fresh, great plays around the map, but if Peke's down here, he can't be scattering the weak Fog of War. They can't be clearing out what they need, and the fights won't come their way.
I wonder if 4 versus 4, OMG, if they get a hook, basically relying here on Dada or even a flash engage from Go-Going, they'll catch someone out of position, whether they'll jump straight on that 4 versus 4 and see what they can do with those two mid laners completely out of the fight. For now, though, they're basically jockeying for position around the Baron area. That vision being thrown down and taken away mainly by the supports. Lovely actually getting slowed there. Will be forced to jump out, slowed from the Harpoon. The Cocoon almost landed as well.
Looking cool, so big already. Has the Banshee's Valence at the top of a stacking rod and already able to throw in that cooldown with his Glacial Shroud. He is fearless to approach Reckless, as Cool has been. So we'll see OMG kind of hesitating now before they go back into the fray.
And I think we know the reason for that hesitation. That Fog of War toggle just showed us that OMG has lost vision. That siege happened for a long time while they're setting up a split push from Cool, but they didn't really gain anything, and now they have to blindly go in and check vision. They kind of need their team there as well, but they're just surmising that Fnatic has went back to base as well, so they're getting a few wards in, but nowhere near the amount of control they need around Baron buff if they're going to set up a split push.
Another thing we've been seeing teams doing is laying down a lot of wards and then leaving. So all these are now clearable for OMG if they want to get in here.
Well, yes.
They're too scared.
If you're going to put your pink wards down, well, that doesn't seem like OMG are too confident about going for that at this stage. Dada basically left alone on that front, whilst that top lane actually did go down. The minion push picking up a bit of extra gold for Fnatic. We are going to have the Dragon coming up in less than a minute. Cool was already around the area. Cyanide looked to be trying to get in from this one, but not able to do anything. And OMG thought they were going to push down the mid lane. Fnatic did as well. They pinged it and tried to rotate back through the jungle.
And you can see OMG's split push has kind of been called off here. Cool was not able to get an edge onto Peke, except now because Cool returned to the main squadron before Peke did, they can actually get the pink wards in the area and reclaim the Baron that they have the strength to reclaim. As a 5v5 unit, they are much stronger, and it's all about the catches here. Or Fnatic can just go for a turret despite being blind on Baron. It's actually a huge risk right now because OMG could be doing Baron. Fnatic pushes mid.
Wow.
They're going to trade here, but...
Very bold.
How much are they going to
trade?
It was a really delayed move onto Baron.
Fnatic are pushing straight up that mid lane. Baron is going to go down here for OMG, but they may lose an inhibitor for it. They're going to recall, though. Oh, Fnatic have already got the turret. The inhib's going down. That's a trade that Fnatic will probably say, we'll take it.
Watch this flank from OMG, though. Going is behind them. I just don't think the timing syncs up right. Fnatic has a good chance of getting away from this one unscathed.
Very nicely done. Definitely a mistake by OMG to stop the strategy that was keeping Fnatic from getting anything. They switch up one thing, and Fnatic says that's what we needed.
Well, plus the Dragon, that's a fantastic trade in gold as long as Fnatic can avoid a 5v5 fight.
Well, they'll avoid everything because OMG say, you're going Dragon, let's do the same to you. We're going to push straight down this mid lane. Inner turret being tanked up here by Going. That one should go down. Fnatic dawdling a little bit there. There were a couple of recalls cancelled. They actually lose their inner. The inning's going to take damage as well.
Reckless is still farming the side lane. It's a 5-man LPL team with Baron. They're willing to die.
This is what we saw with a mistake in the Tristana game. Reckless not being with the team. OMG saying, past the turret we go. Taking down the inhibitor turret. Loveling jumps in to make sure Peke cannot start to stun and clean things up. Reckless is still pushing the bottom lane. They lose the inhibitor, and it looks like they could even have a top to go for as well, but somebody does have to take care of Reckless.
It is a huge investment by Fnatic to be willing to trade inhibitors. That could have been held 5v5, but they're trying for more. They are trying to keep the pressure on OMG here. It's a Rise going back for Reckless. I think he gets one turret for the inhibitor. Do not agree with that call in the slightest, but maybe he gets two. Let's see.
He does. And
does it cost him his life?
Honestly, Fnatic might not be too upset about that. There's a flash in from Going. Reckless himself will flash, will heal, will slow down Going, and slows into a crawl as well. And Reckless looks like he's walking away unscathed from it.
What a crazy set of map movements right there. They trade inhibitors, and now there's a second exposed inhibitor by OMG. When you look at the big picture, Fnatic crushed OMG in that exchange. Even though they were doing exactly the thing that everyone was telling them they shouldn't do and they themselves admitted they were doing wrong. Reckless stayed away from the team. He split pushed a side lane while OMG was grouped up, but this time Fnatic did not get caught. It wasn't the fault of Reckless there. They did not lose the game. They actually gained an advantage off of that.
Definitely Fnatic trying to match wits there, and they said, well, we can do anything, you can do better. Came out on top with another inhibitor turret in the bottom lane. Very much so going to pay off as Baron being down, the map objective free, so they don't have to worry about anything on the top side. Pressure can be really pushed by Fnatic now, wherever they want to go. Still down 4,000 gold, though, throughout this entire game.
Red buff delivery service there for Reckless. He's going to need to carry the team here. So much of his farm, he now has his QSS. Soaz is also about half as CS'd up as the opponent top laner in Going. Kog'Maw has to do a lot of work in these fights.
And that's a key thinking, where's the logical next move for OMG? Down at the bottom lane by the looks of things. And they would be right on that as well. OMG are moving in. We've got Loveling to the side, and Peke is going to be having horrible flashbacks about this kind of scenario with a Thresh over the side of the wall. Not going to be wanting to get too close.
Just stay away from this turret. I feel like the danger is way too great for the value of this turret. If anyone flanks behind them, OMG still has Baron, and it's effectively a 5v5 in an open area.
They may be able to catch OMG off guard now with the Quicksilver Sash and the Mikhail's being finished. May give Reckless what he needs to get himself in a good position. Like you said, though, Peke, the Nightmares are coming in. We can see him staying quite far behind as he takes care of Cool in the mid lane.
Yeah. I guess OMG is delaying a little bit. Cool actually wants to go back to buy an item. Everyone on OMG is deciding to not push their luck. You can see actually their Baron had worn out, so staying down there would have been ill-advised. And now it's all about ward control around Baron again. Both mid lanes inhibitors will be respawning shortly. And honestly, it's still game on. OMG has a slight edge, but it's later now, and potentially Fnatic has the answer.
And the pressure only grows. Literally going 1-3 in the group of death is a death sentence. It is not going to be the easiest thing to get out of.
Well, you're probably not going to get out of it, are you? I mean, we did see EDG sneak through with a 3-3 group phase. Obviously having to play that tiebreaker game, but I don't know. I just feel like the loser of this one is gonna be on such a downer, because they're just gonna be feeling absolutely crushed, knowing that this game is so important to them. But we're also at, you know, almost 40 minutes on the clock. Fnatic have got 2 open inhibitors. There's an inhibitor down on Fnatic's side of the map for OMG to push. You make one little mistake, which honestly either of these teams could make at this stage, and you push in and you're probably gonna win.
Just erases that progress.
It would. They played the entire year, they played the entire group up until these last 10 to 20 minutes of this game could potentially end it for them. They're both 1 and 2 already, so obviously some mistakes were made in the group for these guys. OMG definitely holds the upper hand. Fnatic needs to make a play. They are a playmaking team.
OMG now flexing their muscles, saying we can just walk in here and start getting some top shots onto the inhibitor. Loveling with the blue buff, able to just continuously throw out that spread of spikes and keep the disengage. But the double bubble goes out. Scout of the week. That's the ultimate onto. It's going to be Loveling, and he goes down. Soaz is overheating. They got to back off here. The miscommunication can really throw this one off, but all of Fnatic pulls back at the same time. Nicely done. Loveling down.
And a hero minion saved Cyanide after that repel. The one guy who'd wandered into the base allowed him to get back in and also made the hook from Dada miss. At that point, it was all about the catch and the exhaust on to Going actually in that fight. Going would have wrecked Fnatic with his 314 CS and near max item build, if not for that exhaust. But even so, it's 1 kill. It kind of resets things. Fnatic was solo from the fight. They're still trapped in their base.
Do this again.
Yeah, it was really just a nice catch. Let's see who gets it first. It was Yellow Star leading the way with the hardest skill shot. And it caught him while he was jumping, so he couldn't jump away once the CC was down. Gives him an easy jump here. And honestly, watch Cyanide go up. That one minion chasing in, he's able to recall too. Dada didn't see that minion, otherwise that's where he would have thrown the hook to. Close one.
The real MVP. Got Baron coming up here, Stun actually coming out. They've hooked in the spider. Cyanide down to less than half HP. He couldn't follow through. That's a good culling coming out from San. Is that going to be enough here to force Fnatic to back away and give OMG a Baron?
So many things could go wrong at this Baron fight, however. The fight squad of OMG wanted to go in. If the equalizers missed, it could mean a whole lot of damage required to win this fight. Zanya's, however, there. Everybody's got their way to dodge ultimates, but they're going to have to dodge this Baron.
So as down at the bottom, he teleports in. That's a pretty critical hook. He still has Zanya's, though, and there's the Mikhails that we talked about. Fnatic does have some options now, but OMG looks strong.
Clearing out some wards, making it safe. Looks like they may try to get a push down here. Will they try to trade this once again? They don't really have vision of OMG. It's going to be Peke forcing this mid lane in quite a bit.
And Yellow Star's going to play a big role here as well, with the fact that he can still heal people up, so they've got a bit more staying power on that Baron area. But it looks like OMG have said, okay, let's just get away from this one. Let's heal that up and go back in afterwards. Cool is there. Fnatic are actually headed down to Dragon, which is not going to be directly spotted out by wards. I think this is a wise choice, sending Reckless alone for that one and keeping the rest of the team in that mid lane so that OMG don't rush over to Baron.
It's a slight amount of catch-up that Fnatic is still playing. These teams had such strong mid-game power spikes, and then because the split push was not effective for OMG, it's kind of propelled this game into the late game. And now that we're here with such pick-heavy teams and honestly not super tanky people on either side, it just becomes an incredibly volatile game. Peke gets the right target, he could burst him down. Likewise, if Going just gets in the right spot in a team, he's going to take everyone on Fnatic to half health and just allow Loveling and San to completely take down the team. Also, Baron goes down so quickly because of all the damage, but they're not willing to fully commit because Rumble or Rise, depending on who starts Baron, can wreak havoc inside the Baron pit. So it just becomes an incredibly cautious and testy game that is more about vision control and rotations than it is about straight up team fighting.
And 2 pings onto the inhibitors here for Fnatic. They're going to try and make OMG walk to the beat of their drum for a second. How will they answer? OMG has a bit of vision of Fnatic moving around, so they know when they need to go back and they know when it's a bluff. They send Going and Dada mid, so they're not have to worry about that middle inhibitor. Looks like the rest of Fnatic will join Peke in the mid lane, all sitting on top of that mid ward, hatching it right now. So OMG could be just planning a flank to come in on this one.
This is where Peke wishes he had that teleport casted in just to get in the back of him, kill off a couple of inhibitors and join in the fight afterwards. Not going to be the case this time around though. So that's not exactly a building killing machine either, so we'll see what the move is. So tense here. We can see that both teams very worried about the positional play on Baron and the quick push then up that mid lane to those open inhibs.
And we can actually see in that teams are terrified of recalling because it opens up the Baron vulnerability. They're all sitting on some pretty generous pots of gold right now. Everyone on Fnatic there except for Yellowstar, over 1,000 gold. Almost the same story for OMG. You can say OMG has slightly better efficiency since the last time they shopped, but it's still very scary. There's a catch, a bit by Going.
Peke gets hit. That's the ultimate from Going. He is able to get out alive. The shield comes in from the Seraph. He will be safe. Dada gets hit up from a living artillery. Reckless starting to pick up for him kills for himself. Did throw down the Quicksilver Sash to stay safe in that one.
That's kind of the only way OMG finds a fight is Going walking into them. Again, it's 1 kill and on a support though. Let's see if Fnatic can turn any type of benefit off that kill.
This is where decisiveness is really going to play into things. Peke's ultimate's going to be coming up pretty quickly. Quick cooldown on that one. They're going to take this in him. Will they go for the bottom in him as well?
Flanking from behind.
There is the Cully coming through. Yellowstar down to half. There is Lovely coming in. Quick exhaust though will mean that he has to back away. Fnatic get the in him, but now they're in a scenario where they're at half HP and Baron's maybe not even a realistic target. They've got to keep OMG away from that as well.
Very back and forth in these fights. It's only getting more and more tense, and with Fnatic to do this, they are getting the pushes in the lanes. They can work off of these minions that are helping them.
And yeah, this is where the sustain of Yellowstar comes in really handy. They don't really want to go back to base, so they need to be able to sustain up, but at the same time, they need to provide threat so they can stop OMG from going in there. Reckless getting hit by that actually kind of scares OMG, making them think there's more people inside.
Got no vision of it either, so what are they going to do? Actually starting to push down that middle lane. Fnatic sending the low HP members back to heal up so they can come back into this fight. OMG actually have positional advantage here on Fnatic running into that inhib. So of course did recall, so he's going to be back at that one. Fnatic should at least be able to try and defend, but also have to be real careful that you don't get hooked.
And there's some Winions on the side of Fnatic as well, maybe taking down a second inhibitor, but Peke is way away from hope. Great equalizer.
Equalizer does shut it down. The Zanyas may have been a bit too early on that one. It is, and he goes down in the end. Fast fingers are not going to keep you alive in that case. Soaz could be having a bad day here as well. The bubble staving off a bit of aggression, but another hook to come in. And let's be honest, 147 CS down, he's not going to be able to provide much.
And with 2 solo laners down for 50 seconds, there is a real danger of losing the entire game. Luckily, OMG doesn't have minions in the base, so at the very least, this is an OMG Baron.
That blue blob hanging out right now on the side of OMG.
Can they get the inhibitor? It's so close. I'd love to look at that inhibitor right now. They're going to get it.
There it is. And the minions doing the work for Fnatic. OMG, though, moving up towards Baron. 3 men that are left alive from Fnatic are going to come across, but they're going to be too late for this one. Baron is already going to go down, and Fnatic just need to back the hell away from that one. Or are they just going to push this mid lane through? Of course, super minions going through in that one, and
this is bold.
Such a crazy game in terms of how the lanes really are set up at this point.
Probably a little too bold if they wanted to harass 5v3. Remember, just a few wrong moves with downed inhibitors on both sides. One wrong move or misstep is game. We've seen, even though OMG has held a gold lead here, their ability to initiate fights is quite lacking. Unless Fnatic splits up or collapses down in a bad way, they don't get caught. And Going basically has to run into a team and room prison a person in order to make anything happen, or Dada has to land a hook. That's kind of the only ways OMG finds fights, and as soon as one person does that, Fnatic tries to stun lock them and burst them down with their single target damage. So obviously it's another Baron for OMG. It gives them some 5v5 advantage, but they won't be able to force a 5v5 advantage when they're down 2 inhibitors. I mean, this is one of the only situations you'll ever run into where the team down 2 inhibitors isn't actually in a position to lose the game, but in a position to win the game. It's just going to take some time.
Sure, Fnatic is ready to continue these fights. The Infinity Edge built up onto Reckless. It looked gruesome throughout the mid game, but they were able to stave off enough fights, get the items they need, and now Reckless absolutely in carry form. Peke with a double version of staying alive. Zanya's on top of his Guardian Angels now, and the Void Staff. Pretty much everything completed for him, full build for that Syndra. The plays to be made now, and really, just off on the side.
You can't land them all.
It's like you were saying, Joe, the one mistake is going to mean everything now.
Yeah, and funnily enough, as we see the Dragon being done by OMG, Fnatic are actually pushing into this top turret, and they're going to take this one as well. So that is another tower going down. And funnily enough, Fnatic have more towers up in the game than OMG.
They've played a fantastic rotational game here, being able to just be where OMG is not and get a quick jump on them. However, I feel like that last one was a little bit risky. It's like an outer turret, and if anyone from OMG would have been able to flank, they could have taken them down. Fnatic's just going for the classic Fnatic push here, and because Fnatic killed the inhibitor in the bottom lane, or because Fnatic's minions did, they're actually kind of guarded against the bottom lane push, which would be the next logical place for OMG to go. Zed just couldn't push it fast enough by himself, and OMG is having to run to the beat of Fnatic's drum right now.
Whole bunch of question marks going across the map at this point. Where is everyone? Looking at some of the builds. Look at this for Loveling. Not going really for any defense other than the Maul of Malmortius. So he's going to be getting popped in these fights if he's not getting resets right away. And we've seen the fast fingers of Yellowstar thrown down an exhaust immediately. So their kind of fight prowess is just going downhill the longer this game goes. Not for going though. Not for cool. They're trying to get the split push in and still trying to get that rise scale up. It's pretty much there at this point though. So they need to make the impact now because Reckless is at the king of carry point with Kog'Maw right now, and he has the Peel Squad and Cyanide and Yellowstar to keep him alive.
About to hit 50 minutes into the game as well. It's still a 10k gold lead for OMG, but, well, it could be 10 or 100 very, very soon here because everyone's going to be maximum build. And then it's not going to matter all that much. And you can see the nerves from from both of these teams. You saw the recalls on both sides of the map as they try to outdo each other. Both of them scared that the other team's going to be pushing straight down one of those lanes, trying to fast push for the win, or for at least an inhibitor at this point.
And something that suffers greatly in 50-minute games is actually ward control. We haven't gotten to a 50-minute game because all these mid-games have been so explosive, but as soon as people need to get that 6th item, they lose their ability to buy wards, which is why both teams are doing double scrying orb, because they can't rely on vision setup anymore. They need to scout with mini clairvoyances with those double scrying orbs just to hope to find the right fight. It makes the game having a much higher probability of catches.
That's a big ult to be down. Peke not being able to use that in the next fight. They're going to trade back. It's going to be a backing. Cool, though. How fast does Fnatic move on this one? Sand does throw out the culling, and everything is given a bit of breathing.
And you saw, actually, Loveling didn't take a huge amount of damage from that ultimate from Peke. It's because a lot of magic resist has actually been built by OMG. Everyone on their team, aside from Dada777, who has 99 magic resist, has 100 or more magic resist. Now, if you're not factoring in penetration, 100 MR would mean you actually take half damage from magic damage abilities. Obviously, Fnatic has built some Void Staffs and Sorcerer Shoes, so it's a little bit better than that, but the type of damage reduction OMG gains from those things is actually pretty great.
Pushing from OMG down that mid lane, although their AD carry is not home. He's gone and picked himself up the red buff before they start to move in. We've also got 1.5 minutes for the next Baron, which, the way this one's going, you have to feel will be part of the equation in the ending of this game. Fnatic simply just going to push those waves right back at OMG.
If there's a fight that goes wrong here, the game is over. If OMG can catch Peke or Reckless, they probably win. However, for Fnatic, they would need to win an entire team fight to have the time to go back down the other side and take out the inhibitors and Nexus turret just based on the positioning. And because Fnatic has a fairly pick-based team, they're getting 1 or 2 kills and generally not team fights. But I've seen stranger things. This game has been absolutely crazy. 52 minutes in.
52 minutes indeed. 50 seconds left on the Baron, which could mean life or death for these teams here. 11 to 10. That gold lead, 10,000, 11,000 in favor of OMG right now. But Fnatic finding ways to play from behind, making it work for them. Still waiting on Reckless here to do some big moves for the team. We don't even have 18s across the board yet, so they're still looking to get a bit more out of them.
Actually, Cool has moved down towards that bottom lane to try and put a bit of pressure on that front. Fnatic have already pushed up to the halfway point in middle. Cool's going to be recalling, Sand's going to be recalling, which gives Fnatic, at least for now, position on Baron and allows them to get some vision down. OMG are just going to come right back at them and do the same though, surely.
Yeah, Fnatic has a bit of an edge here because they have 2 sight stones, so they can get slightly better vision coverage. They're just going to go for this one. They kill it so fast, and they know Zed is actually killing their inhibitor, so game on.
Baron going down quite quick, not going to have much from Ardent Blaze. Baron goes down. How many do they send back? It's going to be Cool doing quite a bit of work. He gets the inhib. Looks like he's going to be forced to back though, and Fnatic will not look to make any forward moves off of this without the vision of the full team of OMG at this point. Bottom lane, could be another inhibitor.
It was actually pretty key that Fnatic didn't recall in the Baron pit and instead ran away as a team. Otherwise, it would have been pretty easy for OMG to just interrupt all their recalls with a culling from San. Therefore, they actually do the opposite of what OMG did earlier. They trade their own inhibitor for a Baron. Such is the cycle of this group.
And honestly, anyone's guess as to who is going to come out on top of this one. There's a dragon at least for OMG. This time Dada actually hit his hook, was able to go sailing over that wall to do the dragon with the rest of his team. Fnatic is still inside of their own base though, just trying to make sure that those waves are pushing in their favor. Actually having to push all 3 lanes here because even top's pushing against them.
You can see how much OMG doesn't like that split push. Like you said, Jat, a little bit of a style change. They have everything they could to start spreading Fnatic thin, but it's always a death ball for them. It might be hurting them a little bit.
And I have to say, Soaz with the death cap is kind of caught up to Ryze in items. Ryze hits 6 items in a cheaper fashion than most mages because of his mana itemization. So Going was very close to capped 15 or 20 minutes ago. He is only slowed down in that sense, and since Soaz was so far behind, even though he still has a slot for wards, with the death cap, packs a monstrous punch on Rumble now.
It's going to be a long fight when this one actually does finally come down with those Guardian Angels starting to pile up. There's a stun from FLICKR that doesn't quite have the range to catch anyone from OMG. The hook goes wide, almost landing on Cyanide. Almost seems to be the word to use here over and over and over and over again because things so close to landing. There's actually the stun from FLICKR onto San, and Fnatic starting to move through again. Almost a bubble landed by that pink ward as it was cleared out, and you can see just how scared Fnatic are of making a mistake.
Those hooks, those lockdowns really putting a lot of pressure on the supports right now to hit the Mikhails for the ADs to make sure they're using the Mercurial Scimitars. There is a lot to get yourself out here. It's not just a one and done. Fnatic trying to push in for that though, looking to get the win here. Nobody wanted to go 1 and 3 on this group. Like we said, that would be a death sentence, and they are trying to push for the victory here.
The entire path to their season can be decided on this push. They're getting very close to being pushed off. Every hook could mean the group, depending on how it goes down. Another one falls wide, but they get Dada!
Dada is going to go to half HP, uses the Mikhails there though to get out of that stun lock, and honestly, Cyanide is very low here, of course, has that regen of both the Baron, has Yellow Star keeping him all topped up as well, and Fnatic gonna step in now towards that inhibitor. Another hook comes wide from Dada, another cocoon goes wide from Cyanide. The inhibitor though going low, so it's actually getting trapped up here. Will use the He's on his there's a cocoon. Dada goes down. Reckless on the killing spree. ROMG gonna try and push back now. It's 5 versus 4 with the inhib down. Bottom inhib open as well.
OMG is just so unable to find a fight. Going can walk in for a rune prison, but the Zhonya's will disengage the stun.
Very close. Mercurial Scimitar coming out of the hands of San. He also uses his heal on that one. It's going to be Deathmark going down, cleared off onto Reckless. He keeps himself quite safe, but the Baron keeping him healthy here. The Guardian Angel still up for Peke, and they pursue on.
Yeah, it's so tense right now. A lot of Ultimates down. Peke is incredibly low on mana. Going wants to find this fight, and Fnatic gets both inhibitors.
Honestly, the health bars there are an open invitation, really, for Going to just dive into the middle and blow them all to pieces. But Fnatic have now backed away. Their inhibitor has respawned, and they're going to walk away having killed 2 of OMG's inhibitors. But again, super, super close on those fights. Yes, they got the kill, but not able to finish this one off. We're tied at 11 apiece in kills, and we're approaching 1 hour.
We're approaching
game, and
1
we're still
hour
no closer to finding a winner.
Oh, but ladies and gentlemen, our longest battle was TPA versus Starhorn Royal Club at 56 minutes. We just surpassed that. These guys are definitely taking it to the long haul here, giving them the test down to the last drop.
Based on experience, guys, I haven't seen games go much longer than 80 minutes. So in that sense, we are closer to finding out who wins, because it's going to be over pretty soon. It depends on just whitewash fights and who can get the catches where. It could really be off of anything. This is actually the 2nd time OMG's, maybe even the 3rd time, I've lost count, that OMG's 2 inhibitors have been cycled. The fact that they've been able to regain presence after losing 2 inhibitors is just ridiculous. And now maybe they can get the middle inhibitor down once again. Fnatic, Reckless, stop killing minions, go back to base.
Oh, I want to see a base race. But it looks like they are going to have to go back way too far up these inhibitor turrets. They're going to lose an inhibitor here. OMG can't really move much off of this. They only had that mid wave, and it's not really a game stopper for them to go to the Nexus turrets. They are waffling quite a bit here. Fnatic making a move.
No one goes back. So as is thinking about going back, but he still has his teleport. They could rush this 3rd inhibitor, actually, because of the delay. Maybe Fnatic is a mastermind of turret killing.
Oh my gosh, they are going to take down the inhibitor. Going comes in though. They managed to catch Peke. They're going to get him down, for the Guardian Angel will bring him back to life. Cyanide has to go up in the air. The Zhonya's from Peke. It's not going to be enough to keep him alive. Cool gets one. Lovelin's at the back. His GA goes down. Cyanide's GA goes down. Cyanide dies in the end, and now they've locked up Soaz as well. He will use the Zhonya's. Still the Flame Spinner doing the damage, but going on a rampage. 3 men down for Fnatic with 70 seconds spawn timer.
3 kills. Where does OMG go? Do they try to get the kills, or do they try to finish the game? They have Super Minions in the mid wave, but Super Minions are bearing down on their own Nexus turrets. It's a guessing game. How much experience do they have in these situations to know what will happen?
They're not going to be able to do much. Those minions did not get there to call in the mid-minion wave when it spawned, so they're instantly on the Nexus turrets. That is going to go down, and they may be even able to
get 2. By Reckless.
Oh my gosh.
No one on OMG is back to base yet.
Cool.
Nobody is back to base.
Oh my god, those Nexus turrets, they're going down. The Super Minions might win the game. The recall's coming in from OMG. They're trying to stop them going through. The Nexus has taken a bit of a beating, but OMG are back onto it.
OMG gets nothing but the gold that they can't spend from that one fight. Instead, they lose an outer turret and the remainder of their base turrets. The only 2 structures for OMG is their top lane inhibitor turret and their Nexus top lane inhibitor. All their turrets are dead.
Peke, why you no Kassadin?
And if you look at these fights, guys, it's Fnatic's actually just sold a GA for Peke here. What's he going to grab? Actually just rebought it.
Well, it's on cooldown right now.
Right.
So he's thinking with his extra gold if he could buy a better item.
Right,
he probably did that to see if he had the gold for a big AP item, but he did not, so he did the undo button.
And if you look at it, that was OMG's Guardian Angels going down first, then Fnatic. So if Fnatic goes into this fight again without the window of those being up for OMG, should be in Fnatic's favor statistically, but by that.
And statistics don't count anymore, I'm afraid. Fnatic starting off the Baron. OMG nowhere near it. This is a Fnatic Baron. 62 minutes in. 61 and a quarter, if we're being really accurate. Goes over to Fnatic. There's still 10k gold behind, but that gold doesn't mean anything either, similar to statistics. Fnatic going back to base to not really spend the money that they don't have for items.
That's the 4th Baron that's gone down in this game. There are some items that people were able to buy. Reckless got rid of his boots. He's actually slower now, but will pack a bit more of a punch damage-wise. Considering all the people that want him dead, I actually don't know if I agree with that decision. However, they need to be able to stand and fight. That's why everyone is actually working on a Guardian Angel. It looks like that's going to be Soaz and Cyanide's next item. But I don't think the game will necessarily come to that. The only down inhibitor on the map right now is actually Fanatic's. And based on their track record of 5v5 fights, this is going to be testy, knowing they're down both Guardian Angels. Once again, the next fight, even though it may not, could decide the entire game.
And you can see how much the players are kind of wondering, what can I buy here? We have sells and rebuys coming from San. Cool, sold that Guardian Angel, now has that Banshee's veil. There it is.
That's
and
huge for
keep going. Yeah, absolutely. They're trying to keep everything they can at the most efficient. They don't have much getting off Yellow Star there. The inhibitor will go down. The calling used for the breathing room. Everybody's going to back away, but only for a second.
OMG has to do something. If they let Fnatic kill all 3 of their inhibitors,
yeah,
the game is a waiting game. So they gave up that one with almost no opposition. Maybe they're hoping Peke runs low on mana. That's probably not going to happen. They can probably give up a second one without losing the game, but it would be tough. They have to try a little bit harder for a catch.
Yeah, Dada has got to be a big hero, I feel, for OMG. He's received quite a bit of criticism as well in this role. He has to land the hook to get them going. They're going to lose that second inhibitor. Fnatic, I'm sure here, are going to be going for inhibitor number 3 and try and pressure OMG right onto that open next.
I'm surprised Fnatic is still pushing through this area. I'd expect them to loop all the way around the outside and just go for inhibitor number 3. They still have 2 minutes left on this Baron buff, and based on how poorly OMG has defended the first 2 inhibitors, they should just go and get the 3rd one. They're actually going to stop. May as well take a red buff and a Wraith Camp.
Stop indeed. Just like Sky says, oh, we're about to win? Let me take a Wraith Camp.
You don't need it, Reckless. You have 2,000 gold in your inventory and your max items with double elixir. A total waste of time.
Oh, Dada's gone out in the base there with the cocoon. The stun comes in and he flashes away, but he needs to heal pronto. Fnatic are onto that 3rd inhibitor.
That lock of the Iron Solari also keeping it with a bit of HP. We hear Ghostblade going off. That was coming in from Cool, but he's not really able to use anything off of it. Cyanide is seeing if he can get the edge over here with the Cocoon. The follow-up coming in from Peke, possibly. Peke all elixired up, glowing like a star right now. Everybody is across the board, getting all the stats they can here at the end. And Baron buffing Fnatic is maybe what they need to pressure in for the last push here.
And for Fnatic, both the Guardian Angels have returned for them. This is the fight OMG has to take.
It's going to be Cool going in. Oh my god, he gets Reckless. He had no chance to use pretty much anything. And it didn't matter because they did get it on him. Soaz, Peke, very hurt here. Leveling goes in, gets the hit up. He's stunned, but he jumps again. Tries to go for Peke. They've lost now Soaz and Reckless. How will OMG move off of this? Because they still have to guard their base.
We said that OMG needed to put up a fight before inhibitors all go down. And at the very worst case, they'd have to do it before that 3rd inhibitor. San is a god.
And he's getting the kill as well. That gives him the rampage. And if he can stop Peke from recalling, the last man left alive here for Fnatic.
I don't know.
Can push. I mean,
they're going to try. They have long death timers, right? They're using Going to hold off one wave of super minions. He can teleport in once he's gotten a little bit of a reprieve, and OMG has a strong push down the mid lane. I wonder, and they have minions behind them. That's the key thing. They could actually end this game with the 3 to 4 people if San comes over from that bottom lane and push against Peke in the next 20 seconds.
You can see Soaz hands on head, Reckless, a possible 15-second savior to come in here and help Peke out. No Guardian Angel.
The minions are right there.
Peke's is up. They are pushing in for the final one. It took 65 minutes to get onto the Nexus turrets. Both OMG's Nexus turrets are down, but somehow still very Cool. Eats a shot. He goes down. That was an execution, but it doesn't matter. The time is still 70 seconds, and somehow Peke, by himself, staves off an entire team.
And again this game, do you think it's going to be over? There's Soaz. It's not Cassidy, but it's Rumble.
Oh my god. TP to the top. He's going to go for the Nexus here as well. Soaz trying to be the hero. The recall's coming in, but Soaz is on it. One goes back, the rest come in.
He's not going to get it.
Down. I don't think he's got the damage here, but the super minions are coming in. I say he's not got the damage for the Nexus. He's down to half HP. He's already used his flash, and he will end up falling down.
Yeah, but they're playing the stop the recall game, and Reckless is on the heels right now.
The recall.
Living artillery. He's going to stop San. He has to. One of the big damage dealers. Going's going to make it in. Peke's there. Here comes Cyanide as well on the end. They're focused on the Guardian Angel Lasagnas. Can Cyanide slip in as the spike grabs this one? Will they be able to get it? Peke up from the Guardian Angel. A few more hits. Will this really happen?
No, they didn't get it.
They saved the Nexus. It's Yellow Star trying to get in. inhibitors are spawning left and right. The top one has still come up, but OMG also stopped their Nexus from going down.
I've never seen a professional game this close down the stretch. Everyone is expecting it's Fnatic. They're going to finish it.
Look at Soaz as well.
Oh.
So close for Fnatic. Oh my God. I can't believe that we're actually witnessing this one. We said that this game was going to be close and it was do or die for both teams. But I did not expect it to be going like this. Got a Baron in a minute, guys. We may end up waiting for that one.
So let's take stock of what is actually alive in this game right now, because it will key in to the next set of advantages. Fnatic lost one Nexus turret, which means the next time OMG pushes, it will be easier for them to take it down. They've also lost protection of their second inhibitor turret, so if OMG gains an edge, they can push in a little bit more decisively. However, OMG is still down every single turret on the map, but they were able to get all three of their inhibitors alive at the same time. Obviously, their Nexus was one hit from death, and they have shown that they can beat Fnatic consistently in team fights. That should give them confidence, especially if they have a Baron buff. But they have to be worried about the back door. Luckily for them, Soaz on Rumble is not the fastest of people who can backdoor things. It's a very slow process on Rumble. With Baron being up in 3 seconds, based on the respawn timers, OMG will get this, and it's about whether Fnatic can get in position for an inhibitor. I don't think they can. OMG, one hit away from defeat, may actually have the upper hand again.
Well, the Baron is going to go to OMG. Fnatic too slow to either push that mid lane through or to get over and challenge for the Baron. And now it's Fnatic who may just well be on the back foot, being one auto attack, one sneeze away from taking down the Nexus and winning the game to keep their hopes alive. Are now up against a Baron up OMG.
Let's check out the goal.
Got a little bit of gold to spend.
Oh my, 30,000 near on cool. It's 27,200, yeah. 27,400. Some amazing gold amounts coming in for this game, and we're over 200,000 gold combined between the teams here. One more minute, and we got a 70-minute game, gentlemen.
And, you know, another hour, we'll have a 2-hour game as well. I don't know when this is going to end.
Thank God.
because the Nexus was one auto attack away.
Now they have 3 inhibitors back up, and they're on the push.
A down inhibitor on Fnatic, one down Nexus turret, exposed bottom inhibitor, and the confidence of winning multiple team fights in a row. Fnatic is in real trouble right now after being so close, not to mention the emotional toll it is to not actually win after that ridiculous teleport play and Nexus attempt.
We say often, oh, Dada getting stunned up. Are they going to dump on two? Yellow starts taking a lot, but Dada is down. Reckless gets the kill, but here comes the dive onto Reckless, but he gets away thanks to the use of that Quicksilver Sash. Cyanide going to get his GA pop. Can they follow up from this one? He's going to flash away. Actually will escape, but that bottom in him's going down.
Reckless flashed away when he put the Bio Arcane Barrage on. That's when he's doing the long-range damage. He has not been able to hit auto attacks in this fight. San over the wall with his flash is able to get out. Summoners down across the board on both sides. Cool has his up and could still try for initiation here along with Going and Loveling. Their flashes are up for big aggression.
You can really see just the massive amount of magic resistance people have built on OMG right there, diminishing the effectiveness of that Fnatic team fight. However, they killed Dada. They have 2 downed inhibitors, so they're trying to trade the inhibitors very quickly before super minions would end up killing their own base, just so they can stall out this game, because if they got into another fight while they're down 2 inhibitors, they may lose. They're trying to use this one death timer of Dada to end it, but OMG isn't going to let it happen.
Oh, the flag from Going, they're going for Reckless, that knocks down, shot down here by Lovely, who's the next target. Soaz is in between them, but they're going for Yellow Star. Second man down, make that 3rd and 4th. Peke will fall, it's an 8 for OMG, and that's going to be the game.
71 minutes in, OMG pulls yet another trigger, and Going, the man of the hour and 10 minutes at this point. 500 CS, 5-0-15, finds the fight the only way OMG gets fights, and he does it again. Last Nexus turret, game.
Great pressure. OMG's Guardian Angels up, going head first in that fight to the downed Guardian Angels on the side of Fnatic. They sit on those death spawns as their Nexus goes down, and OMG picks up the win over Fnatic.
I'm a little speechless after that game. the emotional toll that these teams just underwent is something else. Because not only was this the closest competitive match I have ever seen with a Nexus going to one hit and not falling, and probably about 10 inhibitors dying and respawning throughout the game.
Turrets down forever.
But also, the fact that these guys were both 1 and 2 in the group of death, and a loss would most likely mean they don't make it out of groups.
Yeah, right.
A win puts them at 2 and 2, and they are just as alive as anyone to make it into the quarterfinals. Yeah, Peke's face says it all.
They know what this means. Trying to stave off the play they brought to the playoffs, a bit shaky. We're not able to find their footing here on the international stage just yet. They still have more games to go, but it is going to be a hard fought run for them from here on out.
I just don't really know what to add at this point. One auto attack away from winning the game. Look at Reckless.
How many times?
Absolutely crushed by that.
How many times is Fnatic going to watch that VOD over and over again to think if they did one slight thing better, they'd be 2 and 2 in the group?
And that's the pressure. This is the reality of professional League of Legends.
So true.
So much pressure on these players to come so close to winning the game, yet somehow so far as well. Getting aced and OMG pushing them back. That game gonna go down in history. Amazing, absolutely amazing game.
And to happen on this stage as well, I can't believe that it actually happened here. The agony that Fnatic must be going through is something else, but also the relief that OMG must be feeling right now, because their Nexus was 1 hit away from death. And it's just, honestly, applause to both teams, because that was one of the best games I've ever seen.
Some extreme emotions.
Don't forget, guys, you can highlight your favorite moments from today's games by tweeting them to @LOL Esports. I think you should just link the VOD to
the
this entire game.
Just do it.
Don't forget to use #World'sBigPlays when you actually do link that entire game, though. Guys, we're going to head over to the analyst desk because, let's be honest, there's a lot to say about that one.
How on earth are you meant to start? First and foremost, thank you to Singapore, because the 2014 World Championship just keeps delivering. Second group stage, another day starts, another ridiculous game. Yes, there was lots of mistakes from both squads, but that's what made it very interesting. First and foremost, we've got a couple of replays, but the first one I want to say, if Soaz had used a Rumble ulti on minions instead of the Nexus, this late game, right, Crepo, talk to me.
I just want to point out, if you magically see me tipping forward, it's because I broke my chair because I was jumping too much during this game. This game was just absolutely bonkers. And you can call out so many people for doing the wrong thing, but I just want to call out fucking going, dude. And I just swore on air because yes, exactly, that's what happened. He played so well. Did he even die once this game?
0 deaths.
0 deaths.
5, 0, and 15 on Rise in a game that went 1 hour and 11 minutes long.
This is why you don't give him Rise. The guy's just a monster.
And not to mention, he's playing against a Rumble, a Syndra, and a Nami, so they have a lot of things to catch Rise when he comes in for damage, and you have to avoid all of that, because if you hit by one, you're going to hit by the rest. So by avoiding all of that, staying unkillable is pretty impressive.
Well, I want to talk about some of these fights before we break down some more of the match. Let's pull the first replay up onto the screen. This is Fnatic trying to make a positive play. They were trying to do this little backdoor maneuver and the inhibitor. This is a moment where OMG could have actually won the game. Let's roll this clip out and maybe Freak, give me some insight about what Fnatic might be thinking and how OMG counters.
So this is interesting because I think Pekka makes the right choice here, first of all, in choosing to die in his GA. I think there is a window for him to pop the Zhonya's here, but basically it means the entire team is stacked top of his corpse. He's going to Zhonya's on a Rumble ulti, so Fnatic are kind of playing the Peke bait, right? He probably shouldn't have been hooked to begin with, but for what it's worth. The problem, though, is that Reckless only has so many things he can dodge here, and the game is kind of dive him. He's got to run back as much as he can. The rest of the team can die out as well. And also the big thing is now he's got this downtime where his W's down, and he can't help anymore.
Probably.
The biggest thing here actually is just why this fight happened the way it did. It was because Soaz was still down in base, and he was said, hey guys, I have TP. Fnatic pushed us forward for just a brief second, and OMG immediately capitalized on it. You saw Flash Rupers in from Rise and Flash Hookem coming out from the Thresh, and that's exactly what you need to do. But now, this is where it gets a little crazy.
Yeah, this is one of the moments that I know myself and Monte Cristo are jumping and yelling and screaming, going, go for the Nexus. OMG, look at the minimap. They're chasing Yellow Star and Reckless. They're going for kills.
They could just meet them in the base. I'm pretty sure Yellowstar and Rekos will find you in your base if you're defending your Nexus. So just go to the base, push down mid, kill them there, and just end the game.
Cast your mind back yesterday when FLICKR was playing Ari and Winions helped him take out Dade. Winions today for Fnatic take out 2 Nexus turrets. I mean, I don't know what Fnatic are paying the minions in the Rift, but they're definitely in Fnatic's back pocket.
And I've actually been in games like that. If you're ever at a state where the Nexus turrets are dead, literally all you need is if you reach an inhibitor unseen, the game ends. You cannot recall and kill 5 champions by the time you kill an inhibitor or Nexus. All Fnatic needs to do is be like, control one of the jungles, and then see the team leave the base, and the game is over. That instant, you just walk in, the game ends.
Crumbs.
I think in that last...
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. You're the only person that predicted OMG would win this game, and now I'd like to hear from you, knowing that you've got some, you know,
I
something to brag about.
foresaw that the game would go on in such manner. One hit, because I too have been a part of certain situations. So, yeah, the game was very chaotic from pretty much every single state of the game, starting from like level 1s, fighting each other in the top lane where SOAS TPing left and right and lost a huge lead, and it just snowballed from Rise getting a really huge lead against Rumble, and the Rise was single-handedly able to give OMG a really strong team fight presence. Otherwise, Zed is not going to do anything in a team fight, but the Rise got so far ahead that he, with a massive AoE against a team comp that wants to stay together, is going to decimate them.
I'm happy you mentioned that. We do actually have a special replay with Monte Cristo later. Before that, we have to replay the Nexus attempts. Let's pull up the series of replays that almost ended the game. Roll this clip out. And this is the SOAS equalizer I was talking about. He gets up to the Nexus, and instead of using his super minions with him to kill enemy minions, he throws it onto the enemy steps.
Yeah, I think if he had used it against the minions, he would have guaranteed that when he moves around, right here, he's getting himself isolated. So he's going to be receiving way more damage from Kha'Zix. He needs to stay with the creep wave to guarantee him staying alive for longer.
Just want to point out in the bottom right of your screen, Rekos is doing the right thing. He cancelled, I think, 3 bases, killed 2 people there as well. 1 base went through, and we actually did, what's ended up being was the Kha'Zix that actually ended up defending all of that. But this is the moment where you want to be the hero. You know, like a year from now, you want to be in the highlight clip. You want to be that guy, but sometimes it's just not smart enough to rush to be that guy.
Look how close this Nexus goes. I can only think to myself, if that equalizer had got a super minion to the Nexus, 1 hit, that could have been game. That could have been a Fnatic win. I mean, Crumbs, what do you think? Yes, no, maybe?
Yeah, no, I agree completely. I really think that even if that wasn't it, he really needed to make sure he didn't get isolated Qs from Kha'Zix. The damage goes up by a huge amount. Just make sure you stay hugging the creep wave and flash out of him when he throws up. Flash at W instead. Don't flash the other way. Like, the isolation damage is one of the best things Kha'Zix has in his kit right now. You need to dodge that.
Yeah, probably final thought.
Yeah, actually, FLICKR was in a similar situation, and when he walked up to the Nexus, he used all of his skills on the minions instead of saving it for the enemies. So it was SOAS by himself making that decision. It wasn't their team not knowing what to do.
Such an incredible game. All right, guys, we are going to break down some of the early game that delivered us to the late. We're going to throw it over to Monty, who will walk us through some of those lane swap scenarios. And, you know, with the Rumble in the game, it's something we'll continue to see throughout the rest of the World Championship. So, Monty, over to you.
Thank you, Quickshot. So, lane swaps. We talk a lot about them in League of Legends. They're a big feature of the professional scene. They are probably the most complex strategy that exists in this game at the current time. They're the furthest away from a player's solo queue experience, and you have to know so many scenarios. So we're going to take a little bit of an interesting approach right here, and I'll try and walk you through what a professional team would be thinking in this kind of situation. So you have to start here with the teams themselves and what they want. So Fnatic here, they have a dominant lane with Kog'Maw Nami against Lucian Thresh. So presumably, one would assume they would want the 2v2 and the 1v1, especially since Rumble tends to be weak in the lane swaps, and we actually do see a lot of teams having a lot of success in the last day or so against Rumble by using lane swaps effectively. So as we start to roll this clip, we're going to look at Fnatic's vision. And right here, you can see that there's an invade coming in from OMG onto the blue buff. The response is that Nami is going to walk in to ward enemy blue. So they have a very good idea this is coming. Now, it looks like Fnatic wanted to initiate a lane swap, Kog'Maw already up on the top side, but once they see the invade, they're going to actually switch the Kog'Maw Nami back down into the bottom lane. We're going to speed it up here for a little bit. So the blue will go ahead and be taken by OMG. Now, top lane, we'll see Lucian. Now, if we look up at Lucian in just a second after the blue is taken, we're going to see that he has frozen the lane. Now, let's pause here. At this point, there's a fast push going on now down in the bottom lane from Kog'Maw and Nami because they want to have control over this dragon. You can see the dragon right there. Dada should have already recalled right here to contest because the lane freeze is happening and because they have these wards. OMG has the wards down on the bottom side. So let's move forward. Instead, they're going to go to the red buff. They decide to take Wolves, OMG, and move up. So double buffs will be completed. Dada should already be walking down into that bottom lane. There is, however, a ward here in the river from OMG, so they're going to see the start of this dragon as they start to set up right here, right as the wave hits the bottom turret here at level 1, or tier 1. So we will see OMG now walking down into the bottom side and start to harass. Now, at this point, Fnatic gets a little scared and they pull off before they see Thresh and Ryze in the ward. So Lucian is still freezing up in the top side, getting a lot of XP and gold. Now, when they walk down into the bottom lane right here, of course, you can see it very small in the corner, Ryze is going to get this. So let's pause here. What they're going to see is Kog'Maw disappear from the map. And they should have anticipated the recall in this situation. So there are several opportunities here for OMG. Namely, they want to start getting this Ryze up in levels, as we're watching from OMG's vision. There's also a large minion wave developed on the top side. Since the support and jungle are already on the bottom side, the ideal situation after Kog'Maw recalls, and Krepo and I had a long discussion about this, that you want to push down and push this wave down into the turret and then have Ryze TP into the top lane to catch this giant minion wave. Meanwhile, Lucian should freeze as long as possible and recall. Because if Kog'Maw recalls, he's going to come back into a lane with an item advantage. And considering they already have the dominant lane, you really don't want that to happen. So if we roll right here again, we'll see Ryze walk down. But instead of pushing out the wave into the turret and having Ryze get a ton of XP and gold up in the top side, and then having Lucian walk bottom to another frozen wave, we instead see the jungle and support from OMG recalling. And what this will allow is, as we look at the bottom lane, because the freeze stays top and the minions aren't transferred over to Ryze, this is a great example of how to get your top laner even more ahead. So at this point, we do see that there is an XP advantage on Ryze, but it could have been even greater than it was. And OMG also gets themselves into a situation where they have an item disadvantage in the 2v2. So OMG did get a little advantage from this, but it's nowhere near as large as it could have been due to the fact that they didn't use the Ryze TP properly. And this is really why lane swaps are so complicated. There's so many different situations that can develop over the course of a lane swap, and it's easy in retrospect to see what the ideal situation would be, but that's where the deep strategy and the tactics tend to come in. So hope you guys enjoyed that. I know it was a bit long-winded, and we'll head over to Shox right now to hear from OMG's top laner, star of that game, playing Ryze.
Thank you very much, Monty. I'm Eva Shox supporter. As you said, here with OMG's top laner, Going. Played one of the best games I ever seen. First question, Going. Tell me what was going through your head, what you were screaming to the team when Fnatic was one hit short of killing your Nexus.
我们这次看到你作为一个上单选手，在这里面完全展现出了你的实力。所以我们第一个问题是我们想知道，在当时 Fnatic 只差一下就可以把你们主基地打掉的时候，那时候你对队友的尖叫，那时候你心里面你在想什么？
我当时心里就在想，如何把那两个英雄击杀吧，然后当时就很紧张吧，然后就尽自己的能力吧，然后所有技能都甩出去吧。当时我和灵耀就有一个很好的一个配合吧，就是他去把辛德拉杀了，我去杀蜘蛛。如果不是这样的话，我觉得我们很难就保住那个基地。
At that time, I was super nervous, and the only thing I'm thinking about is how to kill that two champions. So I had a very collaboration with Loveling. We threw all our skills on them, and I think we did pretty well because we split the work. I asked the Loveling to kill Syndra, and I killed Elise by myself. I think we tried our best. We put all our efforts there.
Tell me a little bit more about how you stay calm, because you are the late game Ryze. You didn't die once. How do you keep your cool knowing that it's all on you?
能告诉我一下，你们是怎么，就是你自己是怎么保持镇静的？而且作为一个后期英雄瑞兹，你怎么让自己是一直处于这样良好的状态里面，来在后期开瑞全队
可能就是一些比赛的经验，还有心态上的东西吧。就越紧张的时候，就越要保持那种镇静吧。然后睿智这个英雄，因为后期是一个很强势的英雄嘛，然后我觉得我们一定能赢的，就打团很大优势。
So it's basically based on my experience and my emotion. That's super important. And the Rise is a pretty late game champion. So from our perspective, the more nervous we are, the more important it is to keep calm down, to collaborate with the whole team. That's how we win that.
Talk to me a little more about your emotions. We saw your inspirational video in Road to Worlds. How have these last 2 days been, going from a deep low on day 1 to an unexpected high here in this game?
我们当时在那个冠军之路的这个纪录片视频里面也看到你个人的一些故事，我们很想知道，在你参加总决赛过去2天，你自己的心里面的想法。从一开始第1天表现整体来说并不是特别理想，到昨天和今天的整体表现越来越好，你自己的心路历程是怎么样的？
其实第1天的话，我自我感觉状态都挺好的，就可能感觉自己队伍挺强的吧。然后遭遇了失利之后，就发现团队上存在很多问题。然后我们打完就直接去看一遍一遍的录像，然后把问题都找到了。我感觉这种感觉就非常的好，就是所有大家团结一致嘛，都想为了赢这个比赛，然后做出了很多的努力吧。
So in the first day at the beginning, our team actually felt pretty good about our status, and we unexpectedly lost 2 games. So afterwards, we did a lot of homework. We reviewed the videos again and again to find our problems. I think it's super important to collaborate with my whole team and find the problem and improve ourselves in the World Championship games.
Yeah, and what a game it was here. Final question. We have seen your amazing talent in the music video by OMG. What can we expect from your further musical career going?
这场比赛真的是太令人难忘了。然后我们的最后的一个问题是，我们也看到你之前在 OMG MV 里面你在音乐方面展现出来的天赋，我们想问问看你在这方面之后有什么想法？
这个都是俱乐部帮我们安排的吧，就唱歌什么。我们平时也很喜欢去唱歌的，就一群小伙子嘛，去唱歌啊什么的，就很开心吧，可能。而且在训练的时候，我们也经常就玩着就唱歌起来。
So that's what the club arranged for us. And in our spare time, we also hang out with the whole team to the KTV and enjoy ourselves. So it's pretty casual that sometimes we also sing a song in the game during our practice. I think that's our tradition.
Well, it's amazing to hear. Great game. Congratulations, Gogoing.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much indeed. We're going to take a short break to catch our breath. And when we return, the excitement continues with an LCS rematch as Alliance takes on Cloud9. Don't miss it.
See Lovely stuck around long enough. They're actually going to dive towards Peke. Deathmark is down. Peke's not going to survive this one.
Peke gets hit. That's the ultimate from Gogoing. He is able to get out alive. The shield comes in from the Seraph. He will be safe. Dada gets hit up from the living artillery.
Cool, guess what? Lovely's at the back. His GA goes down. Cyanide's GA goes down. Cyanide dies in the end, and now they've locked up Soaz as well.
Peke up from the Guardian Angel. A few more hits. Will this really happen?
No. They did it! Oh my God!
They saved Nexus.
Soaz is in between them, but they're going for Yellow Star. Second man down, make that third and fourth. Peke will fall. It's an ace for OMG, and that's going to be the game.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to kick off our next match, where Alliance will be taking on Cloud9 for the second time. And this match could be the battle for second place. If Cloud9 wins, they will be 3-1 in the group, and Alliance will be 1-3. So this scoreline would give Cloud9 a very good chance to advance to the quarterfinals, on the assumption they can take down Kaboom as well. Let's talk about the matchup. Both of these teams gonna look to set themselves up as best they can, but Alliance got some much needed confidence after taking down Kaboom yesterday. They're still 1-2 in the group. Freak.
Yeah, Alliance came in with, I think, a lot of hype into this tournament. They are a phenomenally strong team. They proved that they are the best team in Europe through the qualifiers, but we're seeing some kind of strange individual misplays here. Nif, his Zillion game wasn't super hot in the game they lost a little while ago. He had kind of an odd build, had no CDR, had no mana regen, was kind of strange. We keep seeing weird item builds come out. I know Crepo and I love to talk about this, where people kind of buy weird things. But I know the skill is here in these guys. I know that they can be the strategically strong team, the individually strong team. They just need to show up as the team we watched all throughout the summer split.
Yeah, and their opponents this game, it is Cloud9. They're 2-1. They dropped the ball yesterday to Najin Shield. Crumbs, I feel like their head or their strategy wasn't necessarily in the right place against Najin Shield. It didn't really work out.
My big question mark for this matchup has to be High. You know, we saw him perform excellently against Alliance in the first game with the Syndra pick, but Najin White put High into a champion that is just not beneficial for the team comp. You have Talon, and Talon is not going to set up the team comp, and he's not going to be able to split against Zed effectively. So as a shot call, you're kind of just like, oh, well, I got to play without really using my champion to the fullest that I can use it to help my team out. So I think that if Alliance, with a redefined idea into their team comp and focusing their bans on High and putting on something that is not going to be a playmaker, he's not going to be able to affect the team, they should be doing pretty well.
I actually disagree a little bit there. I think that what High did was fine. He went even in CS in lane, like 90-90. The biggest point why that game was lost there was just the bottom lane just wasn't up to par. 2v2, they didn't win the race for level 2 even though they tried. They didn't lane swap even though it would have been beneficial for all parties involved. And Cloud9 has just shown how good they are at lane swaps. And I think I just want to see Cloud9 lane swap again and show that just that intellect that Meteos has.
Short final thoughts before we get to predictions, probably.
I think Cloud9's going to fix their ban pick phase because they know High is going to be focused. So at this point, they get a chance to counter pick mid. So it's up to High to prove that his pool is bigger than what we've seen so far, and they can deal with Froggen's, ferocity.
Well, let's see where you guys are putting your predictions. Freak, I want to know, which side of the Atlantic are you siding with? Cloud9 or Alliance, and why?
The best coast, the west coast of the Atlantic, the North American team, Cloud9 here. I think that the loss they had was a little bit uncharacteristic. Even though it was to a great team, I still think that they're normally much smarter in their decision-making, and as long as they don't hard engage with a late-game team comp 20 minutes in, they'll be good to go.
Crumbs?
I'm going to go with Alliance. I think that Alliance has a good idea as to what to do next after the teams get to know each other. So I'm really looking forward to this matchup.
Now, I know that the next two predictions have already been locked in, but the Prophet has spoken. Prolly, who's winning this game and why?
I'm actually the complete opposite of Crumbs. Not just because I'm choosing Cloud9, but because I think Cloud9 can adapt better than Alliance can. So after these games, I think they're going to be able to fix all their holes in their ship.
And finally, Crepo?
Yeah, I'm going to go with Cloud9 here. Not because I think they're by default the better team. I think a top-level Alliance at the height of their game can be better than Cloud9, but from what I've seen so far, they've been playing really well, and the last matchup just showed the disparity in terms of like intelligence when it comes to like macro strategy.
I think Crumbs is 2 for 2 when he's gone against the rest of his analyst in correct predictions. Let's see if he makes it 3. Yeah, let's see. Let's see how you guys at home have been voting with the fan vote according to LOLesports.com. It is much closer. 54% of the viewers are calling this one in favor of Cloud9. The players are just about ready, so we'll head over to our trio of casters for the next match. But first, Alliance's Shook talks about his growth from a solo queue player to being part of a pro team.
I've been playing League since beta. Since I started in 3 months, I became really good at the game and I just kept climbing and climbing. I enjoyed the game, but I was also good at it. I was one of the top-rated junglers in solo queue. I was quite known in high-low, but it was both for my Lee Sin and for my attitude in game.
I know him since Season 1. In high elo I was playing a lot of solo queue too, and that time he had the reputation of being somewhat toxic.
I had a very competitive spirit.
Very often, if the game wasn't going well, he would just go AFK after like flaming his teammates and stuff like that.
I just got pissed off and I had to vent somehow, and I just chose to do it that way, but it's the wrong way. I was in a team back then. Like, I was pretty sure we were gonna qualify for the LCS, but 3 days before the event, I got banned. So not only me, but my team suffered from that as well. And I was more upset about the team having to find a sub jungler in such a short time. It was quite a failure. I wasted basically 1 year of being potentially in the LCS. I just decided to channel my competitiveness in like a positive way instead of a negative way.
He realized that LCS is bigger than solo queue, so he tries to improve every time.
What's happened has happened, and we don't really care about the ban. We look at the person he is now.
I wanted to get into LCS, but I just decided enough is enough. Like, just keep calm. Like, if you get frustrated, just take a break. Let's just play the game why it's meant to be played, to have fun. Ever since I saw people play own worlds, I just said I want to be there, so I'm gonna do everything I can. I think my expectations of me were pretty high, so when Alliance wasn't really doing that well in the beginning, like, I felt pretty bad because I knew we were capable of like beating everyone.
I think here in Europe he's just so much better than the other channelers, so he's looking forward to play against better people who can actually challenge him, and he really want to show that he's the best.
I'm not really afraid to fail. Like, everyone can have bad games, and it's just something that happens to everybody. Like, no one is perfect. Right now I respect the Korean teams the most because they've been looking the best to me, but I see some flaws in their play. Like, they make mistakes as well, so if we can capitalize on their mistakes, I think we're gonna have a shot. Despite the rough past, from amateur to #1 in LCS, I feel like that's quite an accomplishment. I'm glad I'm in Alliance, and I'm looking forward to what the future brings me.
Really great to see how Shook just basically turned his entire career around.
Yeah, and something that needs to be done as well if he wants to play in the LCS, so they still need to win this game, though.
Well, it is an important one, and I'm sure the crowd here is definitely ready for this rematch between the top teams in the European and North American LCS. So let's get straight into the starting lineups. On the blue side from Europe, it's Alliance, with Wicked in the top lane, Shook in the jungle, Froggen in the mid lane, Tabsy AD carry, and Nif on support.
Yeah, and on the red side, it is North America's Cloud9. Balls in the top lane, Meteos in the jungle. A lot of eyes on High in the mid lane as well, with Sneaky and Lemon Nation. And Lemon Nation's Notebook on support.
And we can't put it by Alliance that they just saw their compadres fall farther in their group. Pressure on Europe to really perform now.
Yeah, no doubt about that. I mean, SK, of course, already sent home. Yeah. Not looking good for Fnatic. I think Alliance, you know, coming in as the #1 seed from Europe, they're big hopes on them, but Cloud9 is a very scary opponent at this stage. Already beat them once and convincingly.
Yeah, and since we're all still kind of recovering from the last game, it's hard to wrap our heads around the fact that this game is just as important, right? If Cloud9 wins this game, they will need to defeat Kaboom to basically guarantee their way out of groups, whereas if Alliance wins this game, they're setting themselves up on a collision course for a tiebreaker with Cloud9 for that next spot. It's just as important as far as losing, dropping out of everything, and winning and still having a chance.
So where are the big picks then? What do we see here? We heard a lot there from Shook and how he really wants to test himself against some of the best junglers in the world. Will we be seeing a bit of jungle focus in this game? For me, Shook, you know, we've been seeing that he has been practicing a couple of different things from Korean solo queue. And the fact is, he had a ropey start to Worlds.
And the thing that I need to track the most here is Cloud9 on red side. They feel like their pick and ban, especially in this World Championship, is almost weaker on red side in comparison to their blue side than it has been in a really long time. The fact that Alliance now has the freedom to ban out the Syndra and the Rumble really puts a dent into Cloud9's overall strategy. I'm actually very surprised right now that the Zilean and the Maokai are both kind of going through. The last ban for Cloud9 probably has to be Alistair.
The top lane has usually been getting the last ban, figuring out how to knock them down just a little bit. If they get the Rumble, it's been focused, so That's out of there right away. Balls will not have a chance to play that because of his beautiful record on that champion. Maokai from Alliance. Now Cloud9 to answer.
And Maokai's been something we've been curious about the blue team banning, and they're letting Alistair through.
Wow.
All right, there's a few things to say about this.
Call me a liar.
It's surprising, but Cloud9 definitely does their research. They kind of trade the Alistair pick for the Zilean as one, and two, Wicked did not have a good showing on Alistair in the European playoffs. He had some very lackluster games. Balls is a talented Mundo player who can split lanes with Alistair, but yeah, when we see Alistair go through, he's usually a force.
I'd agree with you in saying that Wicked wasn't exactly a superstar Alistair player that we saw from him. However, he does have a 100% record with Alistair.
They still won the game.
4-0, yeah, exactly. And whilst his individual performance may have been needing some touch-ups, you know, he's put a lot of work in. We were talking to Alliance and they said, Wicked has really stepped it up this time, you know. After his performance where he openly said himself, I played terribly at playoffs. I need to step up for Worlds. And he's done that if you look at the hours he's put in practice. The question is, can he deliver in a big game like this? Looks now for Alliance, and I'm interested to see what comes out in the jungle because Kha'Zix has been banned.
Are they going to do it?
Been banned. He's going to pick Rammus.
All right.
Wow.
Awesome.
Did it.
So, I should have pointed this out earlier, but I pointed out in the first Alliance vs. Cloud9 game. Cloud9 targeted Shook with bans. They took away his Lee Sin and Kha'Zix, and I said he may break out Rammus if his two main junglers are banned. In the first game, he picked Elise, did 3% of his team's damage, did not complete a big item, and had a horrible game. Rammus is his most played champion in Korean solo queue by a wide margin. 30 games, the next closest is 10. He goes Sightstone and Spirit of the Ancient Golem with Moby Boots home guards and ganks straight through the lanes.
Just had a call from Season 1 and they want their lineup back. Alliance going with a pretty old school set of champions here. Of course, now back in the, I don't know if we can say that Rammus specifically is, you know, back in favor. Certainly for Shook he is, and he's been one of the junglers that has changed things around this year. Played a load of Riven mid-season in the summer split. Yeah. For Cloud9 though, let's focus on theirs because they got the Zilean Lucian from the first two picks. They take Ryze and Jarvan for their third and fourth.
Very interesting lock-ins. We can see why the Syndra and whatnot going out. Shook wanting an easy path. Also doesn't want to ride an equalizer right into the fight, but Video says that's going to happen. I want to single you out with the Cataclysm. So the Jarvan gets bucked up for him. Not something very played by him, and actually not during the regular season at all.
And there's also not much sadder than a Rammus going about 500 miles an hour, getting stopped by Rune Prison.
Yep, that Ryze
and then get a bunch of damage jumped down on it.
Gets slowed by Zilean if he can get out of it.
He's going to have to be really creative with the way he initiates here.
Well, if there's enough chaos from a Froggen on Ahri, maybe that's the case.
They really wanted to go old school. Anivia Corki. Why would they pick Corki? We've already got Cogmore in there.
I mean,
Irelia certainly fits that mold. And we're going to be seeing Froggen on Ahri. So we said this yesterday when we played Najin White Shield that we want to see Froggen on a champion that he can come up massive in games. Ahri could be that champion for him.
He had some really impressive games on Ahri in the European playoffs. He actually did a very strange Ahri build where he rushed cooldown boots and then a Fiendish Codec and was basically using it to get off the quickest roam ganks possible and just increase the frequency. But you can only do that if you have absolute command over the mid lane. So it will depend on what High takes and whether it can provide a lot of pressure. What? They would.
You can Dark Binding Rammus as well on the way in.
They switched this up on us in the last second. I was thinking they had not picked their mid lane yet. And they end up going with Morg. I was just penciling that in as a support Zilean because I haven't seen High play it much. That's going to be very difficult for Froggen to roam on once Zilean gets a few points in his time bombs.
Well, we were wondering how these games are going to play out. The first one between these two, quite slow. Would anybody bring out aggression? And I don't think there's a way to go slow when you pick Rammus.
Well, Zilean can certainly slow you down.
This is true.
Morgana's going to stop you chasing into the team. Ryze has got the similar thing. Even Jarvan has to go a little bit more aggressive to knock you up and stop you getting in there. We also saw, by the way, of course, Nif getting his hands on Alistair. And we said that Nif's game yesterday on Zilean wasn't the best showing that we've had from Nif. And Alistair's a champion where you've really got to be on your game.
Yeah, there was a lot of fake outs from me. I don't know if Cloud9 and Alliance actually got faked out, but I was a little bit tunneled on the Alistair top lane. and the Zillion on support because that's what we'd seen most of from these teams. But now I'm excited for the difference picks we saw here.
Well, I mean, that last game is definitely a difficult one to follow, the Fnatic versus OMG encounter, but we'll see if these two teams can match it. And as the players load in, who do you guys think holds the edge in this match? Tweet at LOL Esports using the hashtag ALLWin or C9Win, and we'll check out your votes during the game. For me, tough one to call, just based off past experience that we've seen so far at Worlds. I got to give the edge to Cloud9, but we're going to find out as we get into game.
And past experience that we haven't seen. See if Shook can write the book here on how to be Rammus at Worlds. He'll be locking this one in, and he'll be rolling around the rift trying to create opportunities for the team. How will Cloud9 get in on this? Does the warding change kind of when you're playing against a Rammus?
I think so.
Warding deeper, you have to be safe?
I think you have to ward a Rammus once he gets his mobility boots, more like you would ward a Rengar, because he's going to be coming straight up the lane, most likely, instead of through the river. Also, Rammus is so popular in solo queue, oftentimes because he can go through wards and you still don't have the time to react. He's so fast once he gets those mobility boots with his power ball that even if he goes through a ward, you may not be able to retreat in time. A lot of that will have to do with his lane follow-up as well, with which Alliance has built a lot. You can see Wicked in the top lane on Aurelia has been maxing his Equilibrium Strike. You chain a stun as Rammus flies through ward, he will make it to you. Or in the bottom lane with Nip on Alistair. Same thing with the Headbutt Pulverize. Some very hard ganks to stop.
We saw Meteos getting calibrated a bit there. Flag toss a bit short. Next one should be good. Like we said, Jarvan really wasn't his forte throughout the season, so we get warmed up a little bit here in the beginning. Everybody giving each other quite a bit of respect to start this off, and the line of scrimmage is the river.
Already wards down in that bottom lane though, and Cloud9 got themselves inside the brush. So we'll see what they actually go for here, whether they're just going to hang around inside of that top side and hope that Alliance move in there. Of course, the Pulverize can be a bit of a problem in these early stages, but Dark Binding may be a good counter to that one, as Meteos here will be starting off by the blue, and Rammus for Shook. First time that we're going to be seeing Rammus coming out. That will be starting off down by the red buff.
Niv starts out with heal, so he almost immediately loses his lane presence. He actually used it to try and shove the lane with Trample a little bit while not taking too much harass. But as far as retaliating that Dark Binding, Alliance doesn't have any threat right there. I also like the fact that Lemonation picked Morgan to Alistair because Dark Binding can block a lot of his all-ins. It's an old pick for Lemonation. He's played it a ton in...
He's got good aim though.
He's got fantastic aim. He's really good at champions that require a little bit more setup and mental game because he's a very good predictor of things.
Also, all those picks we were talking about is going to give Shook hell if he tries to initiate with the amount that he can be locked down. It'll be very interesting to see how he works around that. Froggen making sure Meteos doesn't make an early visit towards mid. Shook starts off on his blue.
Rammus is actually a little bit vulnerable to early counter jungling. So Shook's start, he must feel relatively fortunate here to not be disrupted in any of his jungle paths. And a lot of people don't pick Rammus in competitive play because if he falls the slightest bit behind, he starts feeling really useless. Watching his first few ganks could very well decide this game.
Oh, good charm there from Froggen onto High. It's going to give him quite the chunk of damage to put down. Did take a bomb for his pleasure, but that mid lane is somewhere that we're going to have to keep an eye on. Wicked also was chunked down earlier on, and again, Ball's going to go quite aggressive onto him, using a lot of mana early on. Looks like we're going to be seeing the first gank coming in as well from Meteos, and of course I curse that as he walks straight back into his jungle.
Yeah, hatching that ward right above Wraiths and seeing Balls, like you said, on something that he can be aggressive. He's been put on Shen in the past and things he has to play safe, and he's been vocal. He does not like that. He likes to be able to fight with the team or even control his lane by himself. More action to the bottom. Nif catching all the bindings. Good hands. Good hands.
So there was an old strategy in around Season 2 where Alistair would actually max heal in lane. COG used to run it with Vayne often, and they would just use Alistair to take hits while Vayne CS'd. Nif has yet to choose which skill he maxes, but he's definitely taking a lot of hits and trying to rely on that heal for sustain. It's a sneaky amount of sustain if you put many points into the heal. We'll have to track that since they are at a bit of a disadvantage against Black Shield in that lane.
Meteos is actually coming through the lane towards that top side of the map as well. Maybe trying to get some early camping onto Wicked. See how that one all works out for him. There's another binding lands there onto Nif. That tormented soil getting a couple of ticks off as well. So elimination so far been pretty much on the mark. That would obviously happen, as I say it, with his dark binding aims is what I wanted to say as one wildly misses and goes through the brush. But could also argue that he was maybe having a look to see if Shook was in there.
Very well could have. I mean, Rammus, we've yet to see that Rammus gank. He is going with a more conservative Rammus style, actually. An early quill coat instead of trying to get Boots mobility right away, but the boots are on the way. I feel like that'll be his next buy.
Kind of rushing towards each one of his camps, probably, as you say, to get those boots. And we'll see what kind of effect he can put in the game. Meteos, we just saw him up top a little bit ago, paying consideration to Wicked on his Aurelia. It can and will wreak havoc if he gets a good laning phase. As you were saying before, Joe, Wicked also stepping up for the team. And when it goes well, the team also starts to play well around him. So if they can get that going, thumbs up for Alliance.
And they need it. They need Wicked to go big. They need Froggen to go big. I mean, Shook's playing Rammus in pretty much the game that decides if you go any further in Worlds.
I really want to see the effectiveness of that Rammus as well. Looking at all the things that Cloud9 has picked here, I mean, even just a Black Shield on whoever he powerballs into will deny the taunt. So he's going to have to be really creative. Hopefully he can just get farmed. Rammus has some of the best health scaling in the game in the sense because if he puts his defensive powerball, it gives him so much armor and magic resist, his effective health goes absolutely crazy. But that takes, once again, a lot of farm. And I don't know if Alliance has that kind of time.
Well, they'll have some time. Seeing the tears on the side of Cloud9, it gives them a bit to work with. Not a lot of damage is going to be coming out just yet. Meteos again. Consideration towards the top lane, and Wicked, he's not liking the situation. He's going to go ahead and hug turret because he's got a real nice push on this wave.
And this is kind of an old version of how to beat CLG EU, you know? Camp that top lane, catch Wicked out of position while he's playing his Aurelia. That's what teams did to try and take down the old CLG team, and honestly, why not? I mean, it worked back then. I feel that Wicked, you know, he's going to be ready for something like that. He's playing this one very safe as Froggen just flashes a charm by height. And again, gets the bomb back on his head.
Definitely seen out there. They have the idea of where Froggen is. That means Wicked now goes aggressive. Before he was playing completely passive, but that instance of knowing where Meteos was, he wants some damage.
Really good damage too. It's the Sheen Rush for Wicked. It's something he's been relying on. He gets such good damage trading with his Equilibrium Strike plus the Sheen proc from his auto attack just to burst him down, and Rise is a very vulnerable little guy up there early on in the game.
Well, we've yet to see Rammus come rolling out of the jungle, and he's going home again. 37 CS he's got.
He farmed really well.
Farming,
six,
a lot of farming in there, and will come back in with those boots of mobility. So this is where he can really get going.
He kind of pulled the Meteos on Meteos there, where instead of trying to pull ganks early, he just did a bunch of farming while he relied on his lanes not to die to ganks, and then outpaced the enemy jungler. He did hit level 6 first, he has more CS, he's got his boots of mobility first, whereas Meteos is still clearing jungle.
What's his focus? Every lane can supplement this crowd control that he brings as well. Stuns from all, charm in the middle. Looks like he'll go back for blue to make sure he can get power balls off more. Actually, he's going to give this one up to Froggen, as usual. Didn't think Froggen was going to have time to step aside. He has time for everything. Wave pushed up in this bottom lane, looking for these guys to hit 6, as Sneaky's done that first. And it looks like they're going to pay Balls some attention here as he hatches that one. Just sitting on a ward.
I'm a little concerned here why Shook is trying to gank through the river when Rammus ganks so amazingly through the lanes. Bit of wasted time there for old Rammus.
I wanted to reply with just okay, but I feel like we could get a fourth caster in here just to provide that for us.
The Rammus commentary.
And okay every now and then will certainly add to the atmosphere. Shook actually on top of a pink ward there. We'll put a pink down of his own and spots that one that's actually been down for quite a few minutes. And Shook is going to be getting some clearage going on. So, where's he going to be able to get involved in the game? Because it's all well and good farming up. If, you know, you need to make impacts here. You need to be able to get in there, get your lanes going. I suppose you could argue that while Meteos is farming as well, Shook could technically just keep playing that game.
Oh, Transcendent Blades onto Balls in the top lane. Wicked with the level advantage and the CS advantage here, playing it very nicely. I don't know if we're going to see more pressure. Shook's kind of, he doesn't know where he wants to go right now. He's kind of just hovering.
He still wants to punish that top lane. Something that happened in Cloud9's first game against Alliance is they allowed the Aurelia through. Now Alliance is going to try and punish.
Uh-oh. Yeah, I'm not sure that Ball's actually meant to put down the stun on towards Wicked there. Shook comes rolling on through. First gank results in a first blood, but Shook might be in a little bit of trouble. Going to be chased here by Meteos. High is actually coming around as well. Going to get the speed up. There is the bomb coming down. I think that's enough. Yeah, the auto attack will help, and High is going to take down Shook.
I have to say, Balls did not play that gank properly. You would want to Rune Prison the Rammus and then run away from the Aurelia, but they were pretty close together. And then they also killed him not even near the turret, but at least he prompted the overdive. He knew he had the collapse coming back up, so he is behind Wicked's Aurelia, which is really scary, but at least he gave High a kill, so it's kind of a trade.
A little bit of back and forth, but Wicked to that Triforce faster, a very scary thing. He is not afraid to put his foot down and start making plays for the team. See what kind of advantage can be grabbed here in the bottom lane. So far, it is a 20 CS lead in favor of Sneaky. Shook charging up here.
Zoom.
Looks like he could zoom. That's going to be a face-to-face hit up. Wow, Meteos in the back pocket of High here. Gets the Zillion ult down. The Ignite will not tick fully, so he's not going to come back stronger. Might have given them a chance to re-engage, but they back off for this one. Summoner's blown in the mid lane.
And actually Shook there going for home guard, so he's going to be coming out of base with roughly 4,500 move speed.
That is the rough estimate of his move speed. It's also the common build you see on Jungle Rammus. It's very much solo queue, but it's also the most effective way of building Rammus. We'll see how quickly he goes back. Generally, you just burn a bunch of health and mana and you don't clear the jungle too optimally, but that doesn't matter because you get back to lane in an instant with home guard powerful.
And it creates such a dynamic, too, that Cloud9 has to think about. The window for jungle ganks usually slows down after you get a gank, but he is going to be back every time, and something can be caught off guard with. Not caught off guard on the first dragon. That goes over to Cloud9. 12 minutes on the clock.
And that was basically just Balls going bottom lane instead of back to the top lane. It will hurt him in the short term, and I think the main threat for Cloud9 here is if Wicked can run over Balls in that top lane, because based on the team comp here, Cloud9 needs that mid-game power spike, and therefore they need Balls to actually get to his Rod of Ages pretty quickly. And if Wicked is able to overcome that with a more powerful Aurelia that can then roam down and start taking over the game, it will throw a pretty big wrench into Cloud9's plans.
Good roam from Nif here. Up and Shook get in some wards. What's his Death Squad looking for the top lane to consider. Let's get Balls again while he's up here. Wait a minute. Balls isn't in his top lane. 4 people to the top side here. Maybe they'll get a turret out of this one. Wicked's been freezing it the whole time, so they think Balls is standing on his turret.
Yeah, they're prepping for a dive. Instead, they're going to get a turret, and it's actually a turret trade. It's almost like an early game lane swap, except it's happening in 13 minutes.
Yeah, and they lost the dragon just before that, which I suppose is very much Alliance style. You know, we're not comfortable enough to challenge for the dragon, give it away rather than losing a few kills as well. They do get that top turret back, but leaves them 1,000 gold behind us. Shook is going to find Balls here. Let's see if Balls can actually get away. Nif moving in, the bombs start to come down. Charm will land onto Balls, but they've not done enough damage to finish.
Yeah, nice defensive showing there by High to just prevent the all-in, since it would have been chrono shifted away regardless. Alliance is in a pretty peculiar position right here. They burned a lot of their stuff to get that first catch on a ball, so they don't really want to show into the mid lane now.
They're pinging the top lane from Balls. He says Wicked is MIA at this point. Doesn't look like they really have the flank to get in on anything here. Good wards coming in from Cloud9 and both Alliance to try and make these work. Nobody really coming up with too big of an upper hand. The gold from the objectives in favor of Cloud9. And these lanes have opened up quite quick. We're getting a lot of roaming here.
Whoa. There we go.
Yep. Recall is not the same for a home guard Rammus than it is for anyone else, because he gets back to mid lane in about 5 seconds after recalling. He just bought a ward. Like, that was his only reason for recalling, but he filled up his health and mana, and then he just goes and takes blue buff.
funnily enough, I wasn't all that far away with 4,500 movement. Well, reaching 1,000 there, speeding out of base. Froggen will be getting his blue buff gifted over to him. Has a lead in the lane in terms of CS, but of course, High does have that kill with Zillion. Themes will be coming up first for High, along with his tier, of course, getting stacking. So building up those minor items. Similar scenario for Balls in the top lane tier, and has got the blasting one, so Rod of Ages will be coming into play soon. Trinity Force for Wicked, though, is a big item.
Pretty crazy how much Balls is trying to avoid this top lane. You do not want to give Wicked any bigger of an upper hand other than CS at this point, but Balls will fall farther and farther behind as this happens.
And that's the big reason Balls is avoiding Wicked in that top lane. I mean, Wicked is, unless he's willing to push into the second tier turret,
right,
not going to pull much pressure up, he should probably be pushing this as quickly as possible. However, he actually doesn't know where Balls is. He's hoping that he's denying him CS up there. Balls is just willingly denying himself. It's a potential danger, actually, because he is still going to fall behind in experience and gold. He's now 2 levels behind Wicked.
Oh, Shook might be in a little bit of trouble here. Although, there is a ward down. So they spot Cloud9 coming in. Cloud9 do get that vision down and know that they need to be careful now on this bottom side of the map. There is the binding actually giving the position away. Shook says, you know what? I'm just leaving you guys to this one. Let's see if they can actually hold. Looks like they will, because Sneaky and Lemonation not going to push any further.
A lot of forward wards put in this one by Cloud9. Let's see how they act on these instead of letting this get swept out. Meteos actually is going to just protect High as he backs in the mid lane. Shook standing on a ward as he throws one down. Have not seen gank coming from him too much. On the Rammus, it's been more of just in and out, put some wards down, not too many ganks yet.
Yeah, and with the Sightstone now, he's really heavily involved in vision control. Was not able to impact his lanes that greatly. However, the one lane he did impact was impacted in a very huge way. It's the largest discrepancy we see in this game. And you can tell Balls has to 100% avoid Wicked. It's a huge amount of map pressure lost. And if Wicked can make it down to this next Dragon fight, it will be very interesting.
Well, they are starting to move in. More wards cleared out by Meteos and Lemonation. Bottom lane is pushed up, though, in favor of Alliance, so they can choose to get a bit of free turret damage. Wait until this next dragon comes in. There is a nice little binding through into the brush, which will catch directly onto Shook. Alliance deciding actually not to follow through on towards the turret. They do, however, have vision of Meteors coming down.
Wicked throwing in a Giant's Belt after the Triforce. Both him and Tabs now have that finished up. So this Dragon in 30 seconds. Some nice item spikes there. Sneaky getting his Infinity Edge in as well. So a lot of lanes staying close, barring that top lane. Oh, good trade back and forth. Froggen, we're out even.
And Wicked is just so strong right now. Even if there's evenness on other roles, he could completely turn the tides of this fight. It's all eyes on Wicked for Cloud9. How can they avoid this massive Aurelia that actually has a lot of health with the Giant's Belt and be able to continue to contest objectives?
Well, we're going to find out here as that Dragon does come live. Wicked actually headed to push the bottom lane out. We are seeing blue buff about to be given over to High. Aid him in this next fight. Alliance certainly have positioning on that one, and Lemonation there stood right on top of a ward, will allow them to see that binding coming through. The charm almost landing there, but didn't actually connect. An Alliance, they're moving for this bottom tower.
Even on the bottom side of the map, Wicked getting free farm. Now Shook and Nif joining him. Froggen will be there as well. How are Cloud9 going to react? A nice minion wave in mid will be able to split open the map for them.
Cloud9 made some pretty critical mistakes in their loss to White Shield yesterday, where they had a mid-game disadvantage, but they continually forced fights. Right now, their mid-game disadvantage is against the Aurelia, so everywhere Aurelia goes, they're trying to avoid. However, Alliance did beat them to the spot.
And then they're leaving Balls, the guy who has been behind, back to guard. This is not going to work out too well. An inhibitor turret, sub 20 minutes coming in for Alliance. This is a stark difference from the game.
Why stop there? There's only 3 people from Cloud9 defending.
This is an interesting one indeed, as they are going to go towards Bolt, takes all the damage, flashes away. He's got the Chrono Shift on. Looks like Cloud9 might be able to hold them off. Shook actually getting the heal there to keep him alive. It didn't quite finish off that inhibitor, but they may be headed off here as they try to escape.
Hopefully buying some more time for themselves. Froggen flashing. Already with the Spirit Rush down. That's 1 to 2 lockdowns. They could be cleaning this one up now. That's going to be Sneaky picking one up. No. Oh, yes, he does. He does grab one. Transcendent Blades coming off from the side here from Wicked. He throws a few out for the fans. He does get a kill for himself.
What a strange series of events there. Cloud9 was opting into the trade, and then they kept 2 people around for a little bit longer. Now they think they have a free dragon, but not everything in League is free.
No.
Big grouping.
Here comes Shook as well. They're going to go in towards High. He's got his ultimate back up though. Bomb on Wicked said Meteor's actually going very, very low, but where's the focus here? Everyone's low, but no one's down. Sneaky finishes off Nif. Shook's going to fall low. Will be able to roll away. Wicked went super low as well, and you have to feel that Alliance could have done better with that scenario.
Something you have to keep in mind when you're running Alistar and Rammus is it is an incredibly low damage combo. So that's why that fight didn't go this way. We'll take a look at this fight once again though. Black Shield, super critical. Shook was trying to flash for the taunt, could not get it there. And honestly, Chrono Shift against a low damage team is remarkably efficient. Despite it being a 3v4, they could actually hold off Alliance. Alliance put a lot of investment into the inhibitor turrets, which is one of the reasons they didn't win that fight as well. Obviously the collapse here, Froggen flashed away early. Meteos ulted on for the secure. He had to flash out of his own creation because he was going to take too much damage, and Cloud9 was able to pick up a few kills. If they aren't punished for that open inhibitor, it was a great trade for Cloud9. Alliance is going to continue to trade turrets though, and it may be a bit too much to bear for Cloud9.
A bit too much indeed. You see Lemon Nation saying we need more damage. Needlessly large rod after his Sightstone as well. They are trying to be able to put out the power in these fights that alone Wicked is pretty much bringing right now, and the rest of the team is just going to scale up later. Tabs waiting to get to that point. These guys are going to be ferocious come another 10 minutes. Cloud9 really does not have an answer just yet. Lots of pink wards. That's really all they got to defend with.
Yeah, but 6 turrets means their map pressure is slim to nil. Cloud9 with the Zillion wants to accelerate this game, but at the moment, because they are down 6 turrets, they're pushed into a different mindset. Meteos is caught.
And he's dead. Tabs will pick up that kill, and a nice little bait using that pink ward to try and lure them in. Cloud9 thinking, okay, we can get rid of that ward. Actually, there is High going to get caught out. They leave him up here. Wicked's going to keep chasing him down. There is Rammus rolling on forward. Decides not to go too far, though.
And that was just a nice catch by Alliance. It's what they're going to continue to try and do. Ward control in the jungle of Cloud9 and get the small pickoffs. They're very careful about that Chrono Shift from High, and Lemon Nation is also being very careful about his Black Shield placement.
Eagle Eye Dark Bindings to come out, saving his life there, along with the Black Shield. Sneaky and Balls trying to be a 2-man team as they push down the mid lane. Those turrets, they have already dropped though, but they can't afford to spread themselves thin right now. It's going to be the buddy system as they have to clear out some of these wards. Alliance is left behind. Slow play right now from Cloud9, but not the case for Alliance. An entire split, an entire year for them to really produce this type of team, and it was shaky at the start coming into Worlds, but definitely showing up.
Right, when we look at Alliance's story as a team, they had a very slow start. It took them a while to learn how to play as a team, but also to play against their opposition. They built the team, though, to succeed at Worlds. Yeah. Now, at Worlds, you don't exactly have very long to adapt your opponents. Their first round in this group,
not a luxury.
They went 1 and 2. They have to adapt now if they want to make it out of the group and find victory where they previously found defeat.
Well, let's see here. Froggen trying to get the cash on to Hide inside of his own jungle once again. Didn't quite get in there. Meanwhile, Sneaky quite happy to just push through. He's going to be taking the 4th turret of the game for Cloud9. And we're 23.5 minutes into this one, and 10 turrets are down already.
Well, there are a few turret kills in the last game, so maybe they're taking cues. We'll see if this one ends a little bit faster than Fanatic versus OMG. It's just as close here, though, in the mid-game. I do wonder how Alliance is going to find the right type of picks, because the Chrono Shift and the Black Shield are big blockers for Alliance trying to find the right kills.
Abyssal Scepter coming in from Froggen. Interesting. Usually see the Deathfire Grasp trying to pop a Zillion, trying to pop the support, but he goes for the magic resistance plus that magic shred. So,
well, they're really trying to diminish the damage from High and Balls at the moment. They don't think Sneaky's at a point where he is an adequate threat yet. Plus, they have Rammus, who can just be the one guy to taunt him and take all the Lucian fire. Well, then they just have to worry about the magic damage.
And with that DFG, High's just going to ulti whoever gets hit with a DFG as well. So we'll see how this one all works out. Waiting for Nif to maybe get started here, because once he lands a decent pulverize, it's good follow-up with the charms coming through. Actually, Cloud9 here, headed straight down this middle lane. They want to go on this inventory.
Lemonation's really low on mana for Cloud9 to be posturing so aggressively. That's what Nif sees. He goes.
The double headbutt pulverize from Nif with his ult on. They're on to Tabs, but it's only Meteos. Ball's trying to focus that. Chrono Shift's going to come back up for him, but they're standing in Tremors right now, and it's a lockdown kill onto Tabs. The Cathian surprise to deliver out the damage does not help, but Balls is on the run here. Alliance coming up on the fight overall. Actually, a 2-2 across the board.
The magic of Zilean. It seems like they would actually have an edge, but they have to kill Balls twice. Tabs and Nif actually get singled out by Sneaky on the other side of the fight, while Wicked was diving Balls really aggressively, and somehow Cloud9 gets away with pushing a little bit deep.
Looks like Froggen might be trying to go up this mid lane here. Cloud9 actually full on recall from those 3 remaining men that didn't go down during that last fight. For Froggen though, it was just a case of clearing out on that middle lane. So let's watch this one again. Started off with Alliance getting bound up there by Elimination.
Yeah, obviously though, Nif is a little bit too strong to focus, and Wicked, sorry I was wrong, was looking at Sneaky but then decided to kill high. I'm trying to figure out exactly what happened to Kog'Maw. Meteos just killed him, straight up, and then Nif's ultimate ran out, so Sneaky was able to get the secure there. A very spread out and somewhat chaotic fight, which we will probably see a fair bit of, considering all the single target damage on Alliance. They will need fights to be a little bit spread out to avoid dying to what will be a lot of AoE from Cloud9.
And I'm interested to know what the comms are for Cloud9 right now. Usually only high in the team fights, but he's got so many different things to think about with being a Zilean. Who's he speeding up, slowing down? Who's he throwing Chrono Shift on? Is it really him still calling the shots in these fights? 5 pick wards down the line as Cloud9 is trying to stave off the push that Cloud9, or Alliance, just looking at what's on the screen and saying it, Alliance is pushing down. And we'll see if they can do that.
Well, if there's one thing I always want out of a Zilean who's on my team, Riv, it's someone who's willing to say, I got you. And since I speak so much on communication and the team has so much trust in him, it makes sense that he will be able to deliver those ultimates on the right targets to prompt aggression. But it's still going to be difficult with all those charms flying around.
Alliance again pushing up that bottom wave, because an open inhibitor.
Cloud9 doesn't have vision control over this dragon. It's real dangerous.
Whoa! Meteos going right between them. The Elimination going to get taunted in, but who are they going to go for? Wicked diving in the back. It's a good ultimate from Elimination, and the Culling is going to go through them. Ball's got the ultimate on him from Zilean. Elimination still alive here. Finally a flash in from Tabs. They've managed to lock up Balls, but he gets the kill onto Froggen. Shung will actually go down as well. Balls are still going.
Are you kidding me?
And the bomb will get another one. Triple kill for Tabs on the other side, though. It's a 4 for 4.
How?
Miraculously is the only word I can say right there. Alliance's low damage as a team really cost them there, because the revived Balls cleaned up and they were never quite able to finish off high, despite
Where did this go?
Meteos burning everything for vision. The fight starts, obviously, and now Cloud9 gets a decent amount of AoE down, but really, they were caught with their pants down when they checked this spot right here. Meteos dies pretty much without doing anything. Obviously, Tabs is wrecking face in the back of the fight, but he's the only one really able to wreck a large amount of face. Froggen gets killed by the Balls that he revives, and then it's just a comedy of no damage right here. Rammus, Alistar, they can't do anything. Tabs isn't in range yet until the last hit, and Ryze plus Zilean take out a bunch.
Balls has been the focus of that Chrono Shift just about every single time. You can see him bringing out a blue elixir for this one. Cloud9's definitely want to get back to the fight. The teleport into the Death Rush. Culling coming out from Sneaky. Meteos missing a flag and drag on that one, and that is the re-engage. A nice orb of deception through the whole team from Froggen, but he's locked up right now. Can't deliver any more damage. They pick up 1. They pick up 2. They're on the Balls now with the headbutt pulverized, and they are going to get 4 kills for themselves. They're not going to lose any this time, though.
Finally, Alliance finds the fight they needed, and it's because they continually pushed the envelope. At that point, Meteos could not find the right engage. The triple kill that Tabs pulled off in that last fight gave him some powerful items, and they really just, that time, used the power of Wicked for a fight victory. Chick wanted some help. They're going for Baron.
Speeding on again out of the base, and High just going to recall here, spend up what he's got, heal back up, but Alliance are going to pick up the Baron. A crazy little fight, and this time they did it right. They waited for the chrono shift to come down, stepped back and said, okay, let that run out, and then we can fight him once again.
Yeah, now with the Baron, they may be able to go and get the Dragon. They're just going to keep the pedal to the metal here. They were criticized heavily for not being able to capitalize on an advantage against White Shield, and also the entire game against Cloud9 because they had a slight disadvantage. Let's see if they keep pushing the envelope here. Wicked, though, in the wrong lane without teleport. Cloud9 might be able to take a Dragon, but it will cost them turrets.
Cost them turrets, indeed. They're getting everything that puts gold in their pocket, but gold items are not working. We see the Zanya's up for elimination now, providing a little bit of help in the last fight, but with all those things being down, like you said, Joe, the chrono shift, that Zanya's down. Those are the things Cloud9 needs to win these fights all the time. With Alliance just being ahead, makes it that much easier. We'll see this again.
Yeah, it was just a really poor engage by Cloud9 and a great disengage by Alliance. Vitos uses this flag combo for nothing, and Balls teleports in to a disengaged Alliance. At this point, Elimination's like, fine, I'll do it, but the rest of the team had already used all of their initial initiation. He gets a stun off, there's no follow-up. In the back line is a whole bunch of pressure from Alliance. What is becoming a very strong tank line of Wicked plus Shook, Aurelia, and Rammus is a little bit too much to deal with for Cloud9. Sneaky can't clear out those champions just because of base stats, and they've stacked enough MR that the Balls, Rise, and the high Zillion can't get it done.
Well, just getting himself that blue buff. There's a lot of wards down here for Alliance, and that's another point that they've been criticized on. Their vision, if you think back to that White Shield game,
oh man,
you can argue that they walked far too often into darker areas of the map where they just not got the wards down. Cost them the game in the end, but this time looking to not make that same mistake twice.
Yeah, Ruby Sightstone and a Spirit of the Ancient Golem by Shook. Even if his wards get cleared out, he's going to have a whole bunch more to place down. Ward clearing has been better this game for Alliance as well. You can see pink wards already down on the map, but pink wards still in their inventory, something that the best teams so far at the World Championship have kind of been doing. Alliance was actually second worst in the group as far as wards killed going into this game. I expect they're going to move up a little bit in the rankings after this one.
Yeah, just a tad. It'll be interesting to see those stats at the end of this one, which might be quite soon with the ferocity Alliance has put into this game. We will see High getting caught up there. May not have time. Even Chrono Shift. He wishes he could turn back time on that one. The inhibitor is going to be locked down here for Alliance. 32 minutes, and they are pressuring the base quite hard of Cloud9.
Cloud9 so reliant on Black Shield and reaction time, but with cooldown boots, once Shook gets that flash taunt, it's 2.5 seconds of not being able to cast that Chrono Shift, and they burst him down faster.
Second inhibitor going to be pressure. There's Froggen moving in. The charm did in fact go wide there, but Alliance come into the base with that Baron buff on, get 2 inhibitors down. Now they're just going to go straight to that top lane and start pushing that one through. And with, Alliance's composition here, they're quite happy to go under the towers, and they can blast you from range, especially when you've got the likes of Kog'Maw in there.
It's definitely a change. Speaking with Cloud9 and watching their games, it was slow, slow, slow. Even against Kaboom, they said, we didn't want to make mistakes. Nothing silly, we'll play it slow. Alliance is attacking that right now, and the slow is not working for Cloud9.
No, and Cloud9 is out of time as well. They didn't necessarily want to play this game slow. That's why we saw so many mid-game skirmishes.
Yeah.
And just flat-out giant team fights, too. But they lost the fights. Alliance was the victor, and they, with 2 inhibitors down now, are in prime position to end this game in the next few minutes. Let's take a look at this last flash taunt. It's just something High didn't expect.
Well, blam.
Very last edge of that taunt. And yeah, there's nothing High could do since the Black Shield was actually on Elimination instead of High.
And not quick enough to get the Chrono Shift onto himself there either. I mean, there was a split second where he wasn't locked up there, so...
But at the same time, you don't want to just use a Chrono Shift as soon as someone flashes on you. You need to use it right before someone dies. High can't be in the front line. Obviously, hindsight is 20/20, but Shook had the faster fingers there.
So Alliance finally got this wave pushed up on the top side of the map. Shook actually just going to walk on straight into that minion wave, and actually should get behind or away from his minions there to stop that bomb just wiping out that entire wave. Without that, I think Alliance still going to be playing this one cautiously.
And I will say, just a great job of Alliance to stack magic resistance. They've been playing these fights perfectly, almost ignoring the magic damage threats because of their items and being able to get sneaky in positions where he can't deal that much damage. It's worked wonderfully.
Wow. That graph really telling the story of this game. Very, very close most of the time. Been in Cloud9's favor as well, that gold lead, but big swing coming in for Alliance as Nif just threading those super minions up through the middle lane. They've actually got super minions going on to the Nexus turrets. They might have to give this one up.
Wicked with the Guardian Angel, not afraid to go in on this one. Nice Soul Shackle from Lemon with the Zhonya's down, but he will follow quickly going down. Meteos is going to be the next one hit up. Could this be game already? The minion waves are hugely pouring in for Alliance right now. They could look to seal the deal. Ball's one of the last ones standing. Sneaky on the outside is just charmed right in, and it was a beauty. One more shot coming in from Tabs, does not take down high, and it looks like they are ready to seal the deal.
Well, the minions are already killing it for them. Their first Nexus turret went down without any problem, and Alliance going to go for one last kill here onto high to give them the ace, and will be able to finish off the game, tying them one apiece now with Cloud9, which means this group could be going tiebreakers.
Wide open.
It was a very impressive performance there by Alliance. They played crisply, and they also played quick. All things that were lacking from their defeats thus far in the group stage. Smart itemization, they worked around the pick and ban well with some unconventional things getting through. They capitalized on the Alistair, they withstood the Zillion, and they came out victorious.
And cut completely in half, a 35-minute game instead of a 70-minute one. Much more definitive here, coming out from Alliance. And wow, Shook bringing out the Rammus, getting in the heads of Cloud9 as much as they could. And it seems like, as Cloud9 said, they were a bit shaky coming into these pick bans. They wanted to be stronger. With Meteos going on to Jarvan, it did not seem like the engagements they wanted when they wanted the fights.
No, and that's the thing. If you put a lot of focus in bans onto Shook, you take away Kha'Zix, you take away Lee Sin. With those, especially the Kha'Zix, do you also hinder yourself?
Exactly.
It's a good question.
Meteos hasn't played much Jarvan in competitive play. It wasn't a terrible pick or a bad pick by any means, but he did not find good initiations with Jarvan, that's for sure. And Shook did find good initiations in tandem with Wicked, who, by the way, went off. That's a big thing that I think will change in the rest of these group matchups. It's his best champion by a mile, it seems like. Obviously, Ryze has been banned against him. He has a lot of faith in his own Ryze, or it's been picked away. But maybe targeting Shook isn't the right option.
No, and Cloud9 also had a lot of faith in that Aurelia as well. Not good faith, they were afraid of it. Ball's just leaving the top lane saying, I died once, I don't want to go back there. That's going to be a huge crutch for us, and it actually was in the end still.
And as we talked about after this game, this does some crazy things to the group.
Right.
They're both 2-2 now, with games against Najin White Shield and Kaboom left. Since they are tied in their own head-to-head, they may not even get a tiebreak. If one of them beats Kaboom and Najin White Shield, which Alliance was very close to doing, they would just jump out of the group by themselves. I'm very excited for the next day and a half.
Well, it also sets up Kaboom to, whilst not many people are expecting them now to pull off a
thorn
big
in the side.
streak, yeah, they could spoil Worlds for either one of these teams if they're able to pull off a bit of a shock victory.
I can't wait for that to happen if it does, because it's been a rather ridiculous day so far. We had the Fanatic 70.
We've only had 2 games, Jack.
Game. It feels like 3. There were enough inhibitors killed in that first game to warrant a whole day of matches, it feels like. And yeah, obviously Alliance feeling like the last European hope here. They needed to win this game, and now they're 2-2 in the group, still in position to make it out.
And they did step up. People are definitely going to realize if Wicked gets going, the team feels good around it. Froggen said himself, if things happen, it's on me. But it seems like everybody's taking a bit of the weight to even it out as well, to make it a lot easier throughout the game.
And you've got to, it's all well and good Froggen saying it's my fault if we don't succeed, it's my fault if we don't win and do well, but at the end of the day, League of Legends is a 5-on-5 team game that every single component of that Alliance lineup needs to be really on the ball if they're to win.
Yep, and Froggen was good that game, but the rest of his team was honestly better. It was Wicked and Shook getting those ganks early on, it was Nif finding the initiations, and it was Froggen following up and being a good teammate.
Well, as the teams keep fighting for those spots in the quarterfinals, don't forget to keep sending us your favorite players to us on Twitter at LOL Esports, along with the hashtag World's Big Plays. For now, though, we're going to send it to Shox, who's standing by with one of the winning players from Alliance.
Thank you very much, Joe. I am indeed joined here by Alliance's Froggen after that victory over Cloud9. Froggen, talk to me about you guys' composition. We saw the Rammus coming out there for the first time. Interesting pick.
Yeah, so Shuk has played quite a lot of low elo solo queue in Korea, and everybody picks Rammus and Fiddlesticks, so he just tried to pick up Rammus, and it seems like it worked out.
It absolutely did. Talk to me about your pick for Ahri, and your quite defensive build going into this. Why did you decide to play it like that?
Generally, all the team is really squishy coming into the mid game, and all I have to do is dish out a lot of damage, and it doesn't matter if I focus one target on Ahri because they have Zilean, so it's better just to get tanky and more consistent damage output. And it also reduces everybody's magic resistance, which means Kog'Maw can deal a lot more damage. So it's just overall a really good build, I feel.
Yeah, great build, great strategy in this game overall. Tell us a little bit about what happened in the first days here, not the Alliance we're used to seeing.
Yeah, we had some problems with our team compositions. We picked team compositions that's really out to play correctly, and this game we tried to pick an easier composition, and we got some really OP champions, so it worked out better.
How do you reflect on that personally? Because of course there's so much hype coming in and people saying Froggen is a real deal. Does it matter to you in the end as long as you get the win?
It doesn't really matter to me in the end because like this game, like Rammus and like Shuk and Wicked played really, really well. They had really good synergy, and I just focused on shot calling instead of actually trying to make plays, even though I have a playmaking champion. So I think it's just overall the synergy in the team that needs to get going before we're really good.
Well, you talk about it needing to get going. You have Najin Wild Shield rematch coming up. That is so crucial for you guys. Will you be able to catch up in time?
I think we showed that yesterday, that we could challenge them really hard. We just have a few things to fix, and then I think we could drag a victory back.
All right, it'll be a fantastic matchup. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, and we're going to break down that game further at the Analyst desk, and I'm sure our guys have a lot to say about it.
Thank you very much, Shox. Yes, we do have a lot to say, but first I just want to say 2 for 2 on the day. Crumbs goes against the rest of the Analyst desk.
That's right.
Both predictions and gets them both correct.
I'm so happy I'm wrong.
Yeah. I'm glad you're wrong too, just for what it's worth. But it's worth pointing out, Crumbs
I'm glad I'm right.
I am too. He is the most successful player on this entire Analyst desk. He's the only team to win a series in the NALCS playoffs.
Oh.
So I gotta say, of course he's right.
Good on you, Crumbs. Well, let's talk about the game. Start with picks and bans. Rammus pick comes out. We've seen it twice this year from the Europeans. Once when Wicked actually played it top, and once when Diamond Prox played it against Fanatic. Not really competitive. Crumbs, I know you played it last year, if memory serves correctly. What did we think of it?
You said competitive.
Well, I like to see the Rammus. I like the Rammus, but I did not like to see the Jarvan from Meteos. Now, what tells me seeing that Jarvan pick means that when they early picked Zilean, right off the bat, they're already committing to a mid lane Zilean. That's because you're taking Jarvan because you want a physical jungler while having 2 magic lanes. So you have Ryze top, Zilean mid, really heavy magic damage. If you take an Elise, the other team can really itemize just full on MR and kind of negate 3/5 of your team comp. So they kind of stuck with the Jarvan in that regard, but I feel like they should have put something else. Like the Jarvan is just, it's such a hard champion to pull off, to be honest. Against Alistar, out of all champions, he can literally combo every ability that you have. And when you go in, he combos on your backline, and there's no way you make waves as big as he does.
So, Crepo, I like the Morgana pick into a lot of the single target CC from Cloud9. Picks and bans went out that way. The game felt like an extended laning phase, but Alliance seemed to have the strategic edge this time around, pushing around the map. Do you think that's true, or what's your opinion?
I'm not even sure. I think the early game, both teams had good responses to what was going on, but I think what the key factor that broke up and opened this game was a dive on top lane. Basically, getting Aurelia ahead, getting Shuk the necessary kill he needs, because if he sits on that build without getting any advantage ever, he's going to suffer through the mid to late game. Diving, if you saw that Balls, he just left that top lane. After the dive, he could never go back. Cloud9 was playing a very, very tower-focused game initially, and then transitioned into a dragon. Sure, and Ball sacrificed himself, but Wicked got so big that it was impossible to ignore in the teamfights, and I really think that play, that single play, is what basically tilted the game for Alliance.
Freak?
Yeah, I really agree. I really love these dive-focused junglers. We see a lot of teams who want to play a very slow early game. They wait to 50 minutes to do anything. But we've seen how darn good Alistair is. Hits level 6, dives turrets forever. We've seen Rammus, even with rank 1 ball curl, can just dive turrets and tank a bunch of shots and not care about it, and just set up these lanes for advantages. And I love these jungle-top synergies where they get the one-on-one kill, that matchup snowballs, and it is it's oftentimes so hard to gank top because of the position on the map that lane is in. You can't flip the matchup back a lot of the time.
Crumbs, I see you get very excited.
Yeah, this is really exciting. So the entire game, Meteos is really trying to counter gank a top lane gank from Rammus, and Rammus never shows up. And he goes, I think, twice, and then gives up on it. He's like, okay, you know what? I'm going to triple ward top. So he had a ward in river, a ward at Tri, and a ward at doubles to protect the gank from Rammus. And then Shook magically finds a way, and he just goes through the lane and gets a gank at the perfect opportunity. So he just never bit the bait that Meteos was trying to set up, and that ultimately snowballed. Like he somehow knew that Meteos was putting all of his attention on top, and he just completely bypassed it and won the game from that.
Well, let's accelerate to about 27 minutes into the game. There was 2 very dramatic team fights that happened back-to-back, just 2 minutes apart. So this is the first one at 27 minutes. We will fast forward to the one at 29 minutes when we get there. I think Krepo and Crumbs, you guys were very excited about these 2 fights. Krepo, kick us off for this one as we roll the clip out and tell me what's happening.
I just want to describe like what both teams are trying to do here. This is a very brawly fight. Meteos makes the mistake of going in here, and then Alliance kind of makes the mistake of overextending into the choke. They could just turn back on Meteos and try and kill him. Froggen does a good job jumping and distracting, jumping back immediately right here as well. Wicked goes in deep. But this is the problem. If you engage into a Morgana, she can soul shackle us very efficiently, and that's why Lemonation was building that Zhonya so he could keep doing that later in the game. But eventually he fell behind, and that's why he needed the kills more as well. The Chrono Shift kind of comes out too late. Bowser's already dead. But what ends up making this a 4v4 is Tabs moving to the left right here. He wants that Morgana so badly, even flashes for it. Keep your eye on Rise right now. Kills Froggen as he spawns. The bomb comes out on Nif later. And Balls basically picks up 3 kills because Tabs just wanted the Morgana. The game could have been over here already. And the fight could have just been played better on both sides, but it just shows you how much of a brawly type of game this comes, especially when you add Zillion into the mix with the Chrono Shift doing really good things sometimes and doing some things really poor, as we'll see in the next team fight.
Yeah, now we're going to have a fight where the game actually is over after this one. So we start off and notice that Cloud9 has almost no vision into this. They only have a ward at Island. Now that's going to come into play later on when Wicked goes in, because they have no sight on high, but since he casts a bomb on them, on Wicked, he reveals himself and gives Wicked an opportunity to jump to him. So roll the clip. He jumps in right here. The TP immediately from Rise. So Alliance disengages, tries to get away from the culling. And right now, Chrono Shift goes on accidentally on high. Meteos goes in. They need to leave at this point. But they get baited by the Morgana bind. Morgana goes in to try to distract him with a huge Soul Shackle, but it's too late. Rise came in into melee range of Rammus, gets taunted, and you just can't go in this positioning. You have to just leave. After Chrono Shift is down, you need to realize how big of an ability this is for your team comp right now, and just accept that they could have left the fight and just leave Morgana to go, but overcommitting to baiting themselves through a bind cost them the game and that fight.
Following the rest of the game, it was fairly clean from Alliance. They really didn't put themselves in risky situations. Probably, we haven't heard from you much this segment. What did you take of Alliance's team fights, or how Cloud9 played the matchup?
I really liked Alliance on like 2 big fronts. The first one was the team fights. I thought they did a really good job of splitting their focus. They had Aurelia and Ahri, and you never saw them just stack all on one person. They kind of kept their damage spread around. And like Froggen said in his interview, he got a tankier, more sustained damage build, which I thought was really important. And then the second thing was Alliance's way to win so far has been to focus ganks top. And all of that works really well against C9 because their bot lane isn't super prominent. Sneaky and Lemon haven't been like hard carrying games. So when Alliance is camping top, Cloud9 can't take that much because their bot lane isn't just like stomping that way.
Yeah, I just want to point out just a little bit more about that, like the debate about Mikhails against the Zhonyas. A lot of people on Twitter were calling out LM, like, why did you not build Mikhails? You know, is Krepo going to whine about this again? But I actually think if you're Cloud9 and you're ahead, I think Zhonyas is a really good choice for those fights because you can move forward and Alliance can't really turn as hard on you and just nuke somebody down because you'll have the black shields and the turns are very telegraphed. If you're behind, however, you saw they needed that Mikhails and they fell behind, and that's what cost them the game because you saw Shook at the end of the game. He knew there was no reaction speed on the black shield enough, flashed on into immediate blow up, and Hai couldn't even do a thing.
Yep, definitely the case. So Alliance keep their playoff chances alive. With that win, they are now 2-2. They also make Cloud9 2-2. This is making the group of life, as it were, or whatever it is, a little more interesting. All right, guys, we're going to step away for a moment, and when we come back, it is another cross-regional LCS clash as North America's LMQ takes on Europe's Fnatic.
They've managed to lock up Balls, but he gets the kill onto Froggen. Shunk will actually go down as well. Balls are still going.
Can't deliver any more damage. They pick up one. They pick up two. They're on the balls now with the Pulverize. The minion waves are hugely pouring in for Alliance right now. They could look to seal the deal. Balls one of the last ones standing. Sneaky on the outside.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are on to the third match of the day, and it's another LCS battle as North America's LMQ taking on Europe's Fnatic. Now, the first question we had coming into this game was, how does LMQ bounce back from that ridiculous stomp that they suffered yesterday at the hands of Samsung Blue? And now after today's first game, the bigger question is, how will Fnatic bounce back from that epic loss that they had? Let's start with LMQ. They were first. It was our first question. Crumbs.
We've seen Ackerman play Rumble, I believe, all 3 games. And to be honest, Samsung Blue was the one team that was able to counter it pretty effectively with a lane swap. LMQ does not look too proficient in these lane swap scenarios. So what I want to see is Fnatic pull a lane swap, maybe force him to take Rumble. I don't think it'll be a highly contested pick because Soas did not look too comfortable on that champion today. So just let Ackerman have Rumble, even though it's kind of a risky pick, but deal with it like the way Samsung Blue dealt with it.
Question for Prolly. On the topic of Fnatic, we saw them fumble their lane swap, up for debate in the game 1 of the day. Do you think lane swapping is the way that Fnatic approaches this? And how do they handle the mental pressure of losing that 72-minute game?
I feel like their lane swaps almost seemed more as a way to hurt the enemy top laner than improve their own situation. So I think if they're in a bad situation, like, yeah, against the Rumble, I could actually see Fnatic opting for a 2v1 because they know it's going to hurt Rumble badly, instead of how it's going to affect their top laner.
I feel Fnatic, it'll work out if they initiate the lane swap, but the game we were talking about, they just had to react to a very late invade, and then reacting to lane swap is a lot harder. If you set it in motion, you know exactly the 2 cases that can happen, but if you get surprised and you have to like scramble around the map immediately and react to it, it gets a lot harder to just execute that properly. However, knowing LMQ, I think they will rarely lane swap on their own. They will prefer to lane 2v2. So if you do that in your research and you will lane swap, you can basically predict that it's going to come out and you can play according to your plan.
So, Freak, I know I asked you earlier in the day to do some maths and help me figure out how Fnatic, with the help of Xpeke and Reckless, can stay alive in this group. What are their mathematical chances at 1 and 3 at the moment?
Okay, so if they lose, they're out. They cannot make playoffs. 2 of LMQ, Samsung Blue, and OMG are guaranteed at least 1 more win, so there is no chance if these guys lose here. If Fnatic wins, there's multiple ways they can tiebreak. The entire group can go 3 and 3, or they can go head-to-head against LMQ or Samsung Blue in a tiebreaker here. Must-win game. Playoffs absolutely still alive for these guys.
So, Freak, with that in mind, we're going to move on to predictions. This is a difficult match to call. North America or Europe, Fnatic or LMQ. Who is your victor and why?
Well, I went with Apple Pie last time. I'm going to go and just flip-flop back over. I do think Fnatic, they still have the pedigree, the ability to buckle down and do so well. I think their bottom lane is still incredible. I think Fnatic can pull it through and keep the playoff hopes alive.
We're doing this reverse order. Crumbs, who's picking up your win? You are the prophet today, 2 for 2.
It is going to be LMQ.
Ah, darn it. And why?
Sorry to burst your bubble. But I think that the first match that they had was a pretty good showing as to how I think the game will go. I think that LMQ will kind of be a little bit slow in the early game, but eventually when it comes to the grouping and late mid-game to late-game decision-making, I think that LMQ is going to outshine them.
Prolly, you're next.
Well, I'm with the Prophet, so it's pretty easy. I'm going with LMQ. I think the biggest reason is Ackerman up top lane, I think is going to be a mismatch for Soaz. I think he's going to do really well. And then mid lane, it's going to be a really close match, but I'm not going to tell what I think the outcome is because I'll jinx it.
Crepo, I think you know what's next.
Yeah, my prediction. I think both teams are very, very close, honestly. At this point, even though Fnatic had a rough match earlier, they're pretty 50-50. And both teams have exploitable weaknesses. We've seen, especially in both the games that they've lost, they basically lost with glaring weaknesses in their play, and I hope they fix them by now. I'm going to go with Fnatic, though. I do think their bot lane can break open that game. I think Peke will play better now than he did initially. The only worry that I have is Soas, and we'll be tracking his player cam to see the emotions on his face, because he's such an emotional player, and I really hope he holds it together, and I really hope Fnatic wins this game.
Well, we're about to find out. 2 for 2 on the analyst desk. According to LOLesports.com, Fnatic fans have chosen their team the favorites with 70% of the vote. Might have something to do with the late hours in North America. Now, our players do look very ready to go, so let's send it over to the casters for the game.
Thank you very much, guys. It looks like both teams are, in fact, ready for this LCS rematch. So let's check out the starting lineups. On the blue side, representing the North American LCS, it's LMQ, with Ackerman in the top lane, No Name in the jungle, Xiao in the mid lane, Vasily on AD carry, and more on support.
And on the red side from the European LCS, it's Fnatic. That's Soaz in the top lane, Cyanide in the jungle, Peke in mid, Reckless at AD carry, and Yellowstar at support.
And I think the most important thing to remember going into this game, if you're Fnatic, is even though it feels like they got eliminated in that last game because it's very close to being so, they're still only at 3 losses. They have beaten Samsung Blue, which no other team was able to do on their first try, and they are capable of beating LMQ. So if they win out, they go 3-3, and if a few things fall their way, they'd force a tiebreaker and still have a chance of making it out of the group.
The big question mark for me, though, and I think the question mark that everyone has is, have Fnatic been able to pick themselves up from, not even on the ground, probably somewhere underground after that last game, 1 auto attack away from winning it, end up losing it, and which obviously has really, really hurt their chances to come through this group. They've got to start here with a win against LMQ, but how do you pick yourself up from that kind of devastation?
The one eliminate that can stand for Fnatic right now is that they just need to eliminate the thought about that last game. Reckless needs to clear his mind. Those emotions were hitting him very heavy, and they just need to approach this as any other. Best of 1. Here we go.
I wonder if fatigue, though, will be a factor.
So true.
That was a 70-plus minute game, and Alliance won pretty swiftly, so they didn't have very long to recuperate after that defeat to OMG, whereas LMQ has just been sitting here watching and smiling.
So, first ban out of the gate is Irelia taken away from Soaz. Although, last time these two teams met, of course, it was a Lulu pick for Soaz. Not exactly coming up big for him on that front. Syndra also taken away here from Peke. And, of course, mid lane focus continues on Fnatic's side as they get rid of both Yasuo and Zilean.
Like the analyst desk said, Ackerman on Rumble each time. He did have that loss to Blue, but he plays it exquisitely when he can get it. Their last ban to beat Kazakhs, focusing a bit more of the jungle, actually focusing the jungle, not a bit more. We've certainly jungle banned so far.
And so much focus in the player faces, even just in the ban phase right here. Kazakhs being taken away from Cyanide will push him a little bit away from his comfort zone, but his Elise has actually looked very strong in the last few games. And again, a first pick, Thresh. Moore has been fantastic on him.
He has two wins out of 2 for Thresh, statistically brilliant for him, and he's had some real big moments for LMQ, and he'll be looking for that to really continue. And if you look at Soaz there on the left, he was the question mark that the analyst desk had, that Crepo in particular had, you know, said it over and over. This guy is incredibly emotional. We saw him kind of a facepalm moment at the end.
Hands in head more than hands on keyboard.
Yeah, definitely. At the end of that last game, and he's a player that definitely can tilt in the worst of times. Fnatic, though, are going to take Rumble away, so Soaz is going to be on that champion once again. We're going to see Cyanide on Lee Sin, which for me is not one of Cyanide's strong points.
Yeah, I mean, you have his stats right there. He's not good win-loss-wise in the playoffs or regular season here. I'm curious, though, giving the Maokai to LMQ. Soaz has not been a good Maokai. We've seen that matchup actually go in both directions, Rumble versus Mao in the top lane. And yes, it worked out a little bit for Soaz in that last Rumble game, but he was really far behind the Rise. And they just end up going with it again. Not much of what Soaz has picked outside of the Irelia has worked.
A good grab for Ackerman for sure. 3 and 2 in that on the season with 5 plays. Also gonna fit right in the style of the LMQ fighting. They'll be able to help out right away with these fights teleporting in. Reckless on your screen. What will it be his carry this game? Looking at Lucian to lock in here. Looking to go up against Vasily's Tristana. He's played right across the board, Cog, Twitch, and Triss. So if it wasn't the Triss, it would have been something else. Vasily feels comfortable this tournament.
And Reckless wants to be able to beat him early. He had the unfortunate experience of playing Kog'Maw with a team that could not peel very well for him last game and suffered when they got dove on hard. This time he's picking a mobile AD carry with a support who can peel very well, so I wonder if they're overcompensating for that fact. However, Lucian plus Janna is a very potent lane combo, specifically for pushing turrets, which is something Fnatic did amazingly well last game.
And this is going to be the debut performance of Yellowstar's Janna as well. Not played it up until now at Worlds or during the LCS. summer split and playoff. So we'll see how he handles this one. What are LMQ going to be finishing off with here? No name on Jarvan. Definite possibility. Has played one game with that already. Actually had a pretty ridiculous game as well. Went 2-16 with that Jarvan pick. So really getting involved for LMQ's kills. And what will we see coming out of Xiao? Always pretty much impossible to predict what he's going to bust out.
I mean, he picked the Fizz yesterday against Samsung Blue, and they are just doubling down on this initiation despite being picked into a Janna. So I really want to see what the mid lane pick is here for Fnatic.
It's not going to be Leona.
Without that Syndra in the mid lane and a Rumble on the top, it's pretty much the same composition. LMQ brought to OMG. The Syndra actually, or Lissandra, I should say, getting locked in for Peke on the other side. Going to be seeing that coming into play. We have to get some stats on that for him. Peke obviously having a large champion pool throughout the season, but a little shaky throughout that champion pool. So he was definitely trying to find some ground and which one would really work for the team.
And you have to go back pretty far, I think, for the last time that Peke played Syndra. If I was to hazard a guess, because I don't have the stats right in front of me, which slightly annoys me, but I'd say Spring Split last year when we were seeing the likes of Alternate then running those big Lissandra initiation comps.
It was forever ago, and also at Worlds last year we saw Soaz doing it. However, it's one of these Korean solo queue practiced in between the break between the playoffs and Worlds. Much like Shook played a lot of Rammus in there, Peke played a fair bit of Lissandra. It wasn't his most played, but it was very highly played. And it's kind of the pocket pick, which you have to break out with your back against the wall.
You've got to be perfect with it, though. I mean, you can't bring a champion to, especially a game this important, and just be halfway comfortable with that one. Got to hit the nail on the head with that, Lissandra.
Absolutely. It's going to be crazy. That definitely puts you into the fights. If you take the claw, you're going to have to make the right moves, whether it's yourself or locking somebody else down. There's so many options, and you have to make the right one because you are committed in those fights.
Well, before we head onto the Rift for Game 3 of the day, which team do you guys think will come out ahead? Tweet us at LOL Esports. I've said that so many times, I somehow forget it still. And use the hashtag LMQWin or FNCWin to let us know on that one. Of course, Fanatic always seems to have big numbers when it comes to the fan votes. We'll see if that can pull them through. They have to win here against LMQ. Otherwise, they're out. And even if they do win, it still requires other teams to basically do business for them.
We say that for Fnatic, but LMQ kind of has to win as well, despite having that 2-0 start. They tripped up a little bit yesterday. No one really expected them to start 2-0. Their wins were all in close games. It is that super competitive group. OMG has stepped up after the 0-2 start to go 2-2. LMQ does not want to fall into a tie there with OMG.
Let's see if No Name can get a sweep on this ward. Peke may throw down in the brush. Death brush down towards Dragon. If so, he may be looking to get into the jungle a little bit early. Just keep themselves safe for now. No wards actually even going down just yet. Want to get that full amount of time they can if anybody's to sneak in just after the laning phase starts.
Early wards going down in those bottom brushes as well. The last thing you want is getting a bit of tricky play coming your way at level 1 and falling behind right from the very get-go. Similar thing across the map. Actually a sweeper use here by No Name right at the start to clear out Fnatic's vision on that ramp. And there's Peke's first blast onto No Name.
You don't see many junglers start the game with a sweeper, but it kind of means that LMQ wants to make a pretty aggressive posture early on in the game, maybe to scare Fnatic away from scouting that lane swap. Despite Vasily and Moore being spectacular in the lane at keeping CS up on opponents, they know when they're into a matchup that isn't super favorable for them. They're swapping Vasily away, Reckless is bottom, it's going to be a full-on swap.
Keeping the AD carry safe is definitely a way that both of these teams like to play. We see Reckless quite often off by himself, so LMQ is now going to start moving themselves in as they have walked right over a ward. But good scouting capabilities from the flag here. Will they be able to get out safe though? They're getting close
really aggressive.
quite hard.
It's on the side of the AD carry for LMQ, so if Vasily really wanted to come down, he could, but instead it's just going to be this 4v4 smite battle to see who can get the red.
Oh, who's going to be able to get it? Actually, the buff will reset there. Regen a little bit of life. There's the hook going in onto Cyanide. Can they lock him up, though? No, they can't. Not just yet. Fnatic pressing LMQ back here, trying to get them away, but LMQ have pulled that red buff out to the back of the pit.
And the teams are actually not even willing to send their solo laners. The mid laner is deserted. It's actually a 3-on-3, but it's still going to be a smite fight. Vasily and LMQ's team get the red.
Oh, Joe, you were saying Cyanide may have some trouble on Lee Sin, but without a red buff as well, it's going to make it even harder. That red buff going over to No Name. They're getting what they want out of this. Peke tries to enter the fight. He gets level 2 out of the lane. Locks them up with the W crowd control, and it looks like they could go hard on this one. Xiaowei Xiao now coming from the mid lane. That's going to be a takedown going over to Yellowstar. First blood over to Xiaowei Xiao on Fizz. A much different game for him than previously.
They want to keep going, though. If they could barely get in range, Peke's flash is down. And guys, for a team that has trouble tilting sometimes after that emotional roller coaster of a loss to OMG, losing your red buff and then losing the ensuing fight for first blood could be devastating for their morale.
And for this mid lane, Xiaowei Xiao picking up first blood, getting him rolling early on. And now Fnatic say, well, yes, they're just going to steal our red buff. We're going to try and come back for this one.
Oh, man.
We actually see, though, that No Name is waiting inside of his own brush. He's going to come through, so he's going to challenge for this.
Fnatic is almost doubling down here. If they lose this red buff, they'll be impossibly far behind. This time LMQ was collapsing. Xiaowei Xiao is level 3.
Oh, Cyanide not looking good. So they waste more time trying to get things back, and they're only digging a deeper hole so far. The game far from over, but the beginning falling very much in favor of LMQ.
Just an absolutely crazy beginning to this one. No Name gets double red. He will triple buff start, controlling the jungle. Cyanide just now hitting level 2. And as is the curse of Rumble players, falling behind again early. So as level 1 with 3 CS, 4 minutes and 20 seconds into the game.
Ackerman's actually going to have support from Moore here, so that means that he should have a much easier time picking anything up in this lane. See how that one all develops. After that first blood went over to Xiaowei Xiao in the mid lane. He's actually falling quite a while behind. Peke, of course, has the range to harass him there.
Jeez. Yeah, that's a massive CS advantage for Peke. Just considering the fact that he roamed first in that fight as well, and Xiaowei Xiao had time to clear the wave, it's because the early shove of Lissandra is incredibly strong. You can spam Q over and over. It will clear the wave quite well. Xiaowei Xiao could not jump into his area of control. And then Xiaowei Xiao also roamed down to prevent the second jungle invade by Fnatic. So that is the one small half victory they have, because the gold is still even in that mid lane, thanks to Xiaowei Xiao's first blood.
So can No Name turn up the heat with such an advantage? Nice crowd control by Peke to stop the Q from coming in. A little bit of that trident sting from Xiaowei Xiao. 5's in the mid lane. Mana much the same here, but it looks like Peke will definitely hit 6 first. Will be that roamer for the team if he can get out of lane. 89 to 11% there, even with the early game start. It's drifted. People believe.
It's Fnatic fans believing so much in this one because the early game did not necessarily go their way. However, Rekkles has got a substantial amount of experience, and Janelution wrecks turrets, especially when they're against 2 level 2 people here. They have a 3-level advantage if you combine that lane right now.
With the harassment coming down, howling gales. Rekkles trying to poke down as well. Actually, Cyanide did visit that bottom lane, but after his disastrous start, getting 3 buffed by No Name, it's probably better that he gets off there and gets some farm rolling. However, No Name is on this bottom lane, so Fnatic need to be careful there. Soaz is trying to leech from the brush.
He at level 2 at 6 minutes into the game. You need to be hitting level 6 in a minute from now if you're a solo laner. That's what Peke actually is right now. It just goes to show you how terribly far behind Soaz is. Yet Fnatic is kind of putting all their eggs in the Rekkles basket right now, which I can't blame them for. They're letting Soaz fend for himself, but a level 2 Rumble doesn't really do much.
It's crazy. We always talk about Rumble being such a big thing for these objective fights, but the past few games, he hasn't even been laying down equalizers at the first 3 dragons of the game. Teams are making sure of that, and the Rumble pick seems to really be a curse at this point. Ackerman in the bottom lane taking a lot of damage, trying to bait in. Right. Oh, walking back and forth, trying to get onto the lantern, but he just can't do it. Rekkles able to pull himself in a kill there and gets exactly what he wants.
A kill in a 2v3. That was a really poor gank choice by No Name. Under-leveled Maokai, low-level Jarvan with a Thresh. Even if Rekkles wouldn't have flashed the knock-up, I still think they win that 2v3. Janna and Lucian pack such a punch right now, and LMQ made a mistake in trying to fight the strongest point of Fnatic when they have so many other weaknesses.
Can't necessarily hold this tower very well either there, with Jarvan taking the blast from Reckless. He's calling. So obviously he was just at the end of that last fight. There's Cyanide. Said it before, disastrous start for him, but on the second spawn of his red buff, he will be picking up his first one of the game.
I actually feel like LMQ should be forced to respect Reckless right now and do a lane swap, but a fight in mid.
Oh, he actually misses the Trickster on the way down. Peke's free to move around on this one. Chum the Waters comes out.
Ooh.
He ignites down. It's going to take a few more times. Already drinking on that consumable right now, and they push Xiao out of mid lane. Not going to help there, and Fnatic doing a great job at calculating their aggression and not trying to go too hard off of what they thought First Blood was going to be big.
Yeah, real big props to Fnatic for not completely going overboard after losing that initial red buff and playing to their strengths. It's going to work for now, but it won't last forever. This is actually how Fnatic won their game against Blue in a sense. They tunneled and channeled all their farm into Peke and Reckless.
Oh.
Not a bad choice when Reckless is this strong on Lucian. BF sword and 2 long swords this early. He's a scary dude.
Where's the culling from Reckless? There is the dash in. One more will do it. He finishes off in style with the culling. You do not want to get Reckless going. Oh, let Reckless get going. It's 2-0 now. BF sword, double longsword.
You don't want to let him get going, but it's a little too late for that.
Yeah.
Yes.
He shopped and he came right back off, being miles ahead of the game to just get another kill. Fnatic doing work here. Vasily needs to go meet up with that, but even he is behind in items.
Oh, Xiao starts to come out, and not sure that hook would have gone in their favor, to be honest. And Xiao once again forced out of lane. This Lissandra pick coming up big so far for Peke. Yeah. He's got a huge CS lead. It's going to be about 30 by the time this wave is all finished off. Vasily has, in the meantime, come down to this bottom lane, so that means that Ackerman gets a bit of spare time on his own on the top side of the map. More trying his best to hold on to this tower, but I think it might be going.
And it's really just an awesome counter pick from Peke in the mid lane with Lissandra. Not something many people would have expected, but he is really punishing Xiao every time he jumps up on Playful Trickster and rooting him afterwards for an easy-to-land Q. And even in the all-ins, if Peke does get caught out off guard, he can just ult himself to avoid a lot of the damage here. So he really holds all the cards in this matchup, and you're seeing that with lane pressure and Xiao being so far behind the front.
And watching Peke right now, you were kind of like, whoa, the Lissandra pick, it's from way back, but it looks like he's riding a bike on this one. Easy peasy, remembers how to do everything. 31 CS up in the lane, and it doesn't look like he's going to give up that advantage anytime soon. Controls Xiao for now. The AD carries keeping themselves well up there in the CS version, but Reckless can still bring that damage to the lane right now.
Right, so LMQ swap back because they have to, which does some very good things for Fnatic. Not only does it put Reckless into an advantageous matchup because Lucian will beat Trist at this point of the game, it also saves Soaz's skin because he is now in a position where he can farm against a Maokai who is a little bit behind in experience since they were trying to babysit him with a support Thresh.
Reckless sat at 2-0. Brutalizer was finished off after those 2 longswords were picked up with his BF sword. Gonna come back into lane and maybe some trouble as we are gonna see Xiao diving towards Peke. Gets locked up, Cyanide there, follows through afterwards with the Q, and Peke gets the kill.
Xiao has not played against Lissandra of Peke's caliber, I do not think, because he is getting toyed with in that mid lane. Peke's Lissandra is destroying the Fizz turret after the kill.
Already 11 minutes in, they drop the first one, the big turret as well, and you already see Fnatic trying to control the buffs. This is going to be a big fight. The teleport coming in from Soaz. Equalizer getting laid down very nicely. LMQ's able to get out of that danger, but there's still more to be had. No Name going to try to come over the wall. Ackerman now back into the fight, laying down the Vengeful Maelstrom to try and soak up damage. Peke gets hit up once. Ackerman now the focus of the fight. He's been behind a little bit. Now he gets taken down. Reckless trying to pick up that kill, and actually Ackerman lives on that one somehow.
Nobody on LMQ died there. I thought the Maokai was dead, but he actually flashed over the wall defensively to save himself from Reckless. And at that point, Fnatic didn't necessarily respect their cooldowns. Peke had burned almost everything on Xiao, and then LMQ was able to collapse to find just the right fight. I mean, obviously No Name lands everything. Flash has to be burned defensively, then Cyanide's trapped inside. Peke commits really hard at that point and loses all his mobility. Obviously, Equalizer from Soaz was actually pretty on point, but it's just such a scattered fight at this point. Reckless was late to the fight. I think that was the main decider. And what an aggressive move there by No Name to, instead of going over the wall towards his red buff, he goes for Peke and ends up getting them another kill. And a last second flash by Ackerman.
Crazy little fight. Fanatic here though have come back, diverged themselves in towards that dragon area, and will be picking up the first of the game. That puts them 2,000 gold in the lead here over LMQ. Meanwhile, Peke continues to just rack up the farm, causing Xiao to leave that lane again. Fanatic also getting in some good deep wards. Meanwhile, Ackerman between towers at this point, getting himself some farm because that turret is going solo. Will actually end up getting finished off here, which will be LMQ's first of the game.
So as we put any pressure here onto Ackerman, looks like it'll just be back and forth as he shows him this flame spitter. 3-3 on the board. Not too much of a gold lead in favor of Fnatic here, but it is enough for them to start getting some wards down defensively. They feel like LMQ is going to be trying to make some moves still, as they are a team to try and get themselves back in the game. It doesn't matter if they're down in gold or not, they'll try to make plays.
They definitely do not sit on deficits. When they lost to Samsung Blue, they lost really, really badly. It's because as soon as they start falling behind, they'll just force fights again and again, hoping that something goes right. The last fight actually kind of went right for LMQ. At this point as well, they have a slight calm before the storm. Reckless is sitting on close to 2,000 gold. He's hoping to get enough for his Infinity Edge, I think, before going back to base, because as of now, he's actually getting out-itemized by Vasily, which is allowing Vasily a little bit of farming. It's much needed time for Trist before Reckless gets even larger.
Speaking of out-farm, Peke all going in one direction this lane. 150 to 100 CS, a massive lead for Expect. You see, it amounts to basically 1,000 gold between those two mid laners. They're currently sat on 1,500 gold. Vasily will be given that red buff, which is going to help him push out those lanes. Obviously, Reckless did shove it all the way up to get that farm so that he could pick up that Infinity Edge, which he just did on the back. And actually, they're going to close in on the wall towards Ackerman.
Kick up to the brush. They get a nice Sonic Wave, though, to keep the vision in the brush. Oh, they're just going to burn this one down, turn Ackerman into ashes in the end. And they are going to be able to take him down once again. That one going over to Cyanide, making plays on a Lee Sin that was hurt quite early in the early game.
I'm really surprised Cyanide secured that kill. They knew Ackerman's flash was down and the backup wasn't close. I guess they were afraid of a Thresh Lantern saving, but it would have been very nice to get that kill onto Soaz to boost him back in the game. That being said, though, he could finish his Leandries, and this blue invade is very real.
And it's going to be taken away. Peke will get that one. Leaves Xiao with even less to work with. Does have a DNC large rod now there, but Reckless is tearing through his outer top turret. That's going to go down before Vasily and No Name can get anywhere near it.
Doing a great job this game. Reckless definitely clearing his mind. The whole entire team clearing their mind. They seem to be playing very well together right now. No thoughts about that last loss. Reckless coming out big, 2-0-0. That's the Vasily 0-0-2. So facing up, Reckless is definitely going to be putting up some good damage with that Brutalizer on the backside.
Yeah.
Soaz now all by himself to the bottom lane to try and get back in this one. Just hitting 9. Doing well for himself, as he also had a pretty rough early game.
And we talk so much about Soaz's rough early game, but the rough early game exists for Ackerman as well. Still no Rod of Ages, 16.5 minutes into the game. But like we saw, a pylon gank in the top lane, Soaz is in danger of the same thing happening to him here down bottom, except No Name actually feigned away when I thought he was going to go for it. Soaz did a nice job of hiding in the brush there to not let LMQ know of his presence, and therefore they didn't have time to set up the gank. Now they're coming, though.
Yeah, Fnatic going to start squeezing here a little bit. Yellowstar actually going to face check in. There is the hook landing, but where's the damage out of LMQ? Cyanide's going to come around. Monsoon was used by Yellowstar. Exhaust goes on to Ackerman. Can they keep him alive? No, they can't. But Reckless will reply with his third kill of the game. And Cyanide's not done. Here comes Peke. Where's the claw? He's not coming out.
Oh. They were afraid of diving because Xiao would be bearing down behind them. However, they do have quite an edge here. LMQ took a lot of damage from that entire engagement. Saw is actually going back to base. He does have teleport if he needs it. And Fnatic actually calls off the push.
That was quite a bit used just for Yellow Star in that engagement. Fnatic felt like they could keep going, realizing the cooldown of the fight's a little bit more than the windows of opportunity that they have. A teleport in from Ackerman on Boots 1. Brown bags on the feet, not moving too quick.
We talked about Soaz potentially going on tilt and playing poorly. What about Ackerman? Because his Rumble game yesterday was 0-7-0, right? This is 2 games in a row where he's had a big struggle to get going. Yes, he's picked up 2 kills in this one, but he is under the same stress of all of the top laners who get trapped in these lane swaps, under farm, but still trying to make plays.
Oh, Ackerman once again in a bad spot, and chat, that tilt is a very real thing. We saw it against Team Solo Mid at the regionals.
I don't even know what he was doing there. I mean, the Lantern was down to try and get him out, but he ends up getting locked up. Then Acid Twisted advance onto one man to try and escape, and it just means another kill goes over to Fnatic. Reckless 4-0-0. If there's ever a time that Reckless is going to carry you to victory, this is it.
Yeah.
Well, he needs to. Obviously, Fnatic still needs help in this group if they're able to close down LMQ. They have beaten Samsung Blue before. They would have to play them tomorrow and beat them. They'd have to go 2-0 against Samsung Blue in the group if they want to make it out of group stage. But that sometimes is the way Group of Death works. Let's take a look at this, though. So he was rooted, then he was stunned, and then he twisted advanced away. So you can't click the Lantern while you're rooted or stunned. So it seemed like he should have clicked the Lantern, but he didn't necessarily have the windows to, since it wasn't right on top of him, basically. Tricky little situation there, Ackerman. Now 5 deaths.
One of the things we've seen over and over, just a story that keeps repeating itself, is people getting caught out because they're not moving the vision with the team or clearing vision with the team. Just keep getting picked out, and there's no way to move that up. Now, really being a pain in the butt to Ackerman. 2-5-1. Hopefully for the team who can stop this tilted play. 20 minutes on the clock, and Fnatic is really starting to tighten down on their hold here. Looking at the bottom lane, because right now they don't have to worry about the Baron. They don't have to worry at all. Ackerman's forced to back without a teleport, so Fnatic gets some free time with this turret. 3v3.
And Fnatic here, I mean, Peke, if you look at him, Zhonya's can obviously use his ultimate on himself for that mini Zhonya's effect as well if needed. He's pretty hard to kill off.
Absolutely core on Lissandra, and we don't see so much Lissandra play, so we don't necessarily know too much about her late game scaling, but let me tell you, it's really, really good, especially with Zhonya's getting the potential for a double invulnerability, but more so, the ability to claw into a fight, ult an enemy, and still Zhonya's yourself, and then get another cycle of damage out post Zhonya's. It is ridiculously hard to deal with the Fed Lissandra, which Peke has become.
Fnatic reading the plays that Moore wants to make. They pretty much have LMQ figured out right now. Trying to give each other a little bit of assistance, but it takes the whole team now. Fnatic dictating and in the driver's seat. The bottom turret very prepped to be taken down. It doesn't look like they're leaving until they get it, and they're just starting to go around the horn here. Turret goes down. Peke will not answer it and accept the claw as it goes the distance. Fnatic backing out now. Very comfortable in this game, but that's also what can get you in trouble. Can't get too comfortable. Gotta keep the pressure on.
And that's what they're doing so well here. And I mean, if you can close out a lead against Samsung Blue, then you should be able to do the same in theory on paper against LMQ as well. But we've seen stranger turnarounds. Well, let's be honest, we've seen strange things today. Game number 1 was definitely something that you want to be watching. If you didn't see that game, if you just joined it, just woken up or whatever,
go watch game 1.
Go back and watch game 1 later on in the day once these games are finished, because that was an absolute monster of a match. Fnatic, though, seem to be bouncing back well from that one. You can see the Infinity Edge Ghost Blade now done for Reckless. He's slightly unstoppable at this point. They're going to have to all in him.
And this is the point where Fnatic seems so comfortable. We keep talking about how Ackerman's getting caught out, but Fnatic, they catch people. That's what they do. This time, though, Xiao almost explodes Reckless, but he instantly flashed because he knew what danger he was under as soon as he saw that shark.
More and more of those from the behind plays trying to come out of LMQ. Very fast fingers by Reckless to flash out of that one. We'll see if they can keep it up. Fnatic, as we were saying, they seem to be at their peak when they're pushed to the end of their measuring stick. Now almost playing what would be the time of 3 games today, a 70-minute first game, and then coming into this. You usually see 35-minute games, so they are definitely being tested on the physical measure here as they come into this game versus LMQ. Doing a great job.
Yeah, and I think that's one thing that we sometimes underestimate. You know, we talk about the emotional pressure after losing that kind of game, but concentrating for 70 minutes and, you know, how that game went, physically drains these guys. Like, they've not got a lot of energy left after a match like that, and Fnatic picking themselves up here, have close to a 6,000 gold lead over LMQ. Who themselves, you know, they've had a bit of a roller coaster ride. Brilliant start, but have slightly slipped away and looking like they could be sat on 2-2 after this game.
I know. After starting 2-0, if you're LMQ, you're on top of the world. But remember, we kept saying it. It's the first day of groups. These groups are so competitive, things are going to change drastically. And they have. Fnatic beat Blue, LMQ at danger of falling to 2-2 after looking invincible, basically, after their 2 decisive wins on day 1. And there's still huge possibilities of tiebreakers in this Group C.
Fnatic pushing their wards up. The pink wards are moving with them now, except for that one. They may not be able to guard it too much. Nice safeguard Bright out of the Cataclysm. Trade for ults on both sides, however. FLICKR trying to get a little bit more harassed down. Vengeful Maelstrom now out for Ackerman as well. And Fnatic is just getting all these little bits out of LMQ, making their movements safer. 24 minutes on the clock. We do have a minute for Dragon. That side of the map is quite dark. See some teams getting some wards on that. So as it's a bit of a final push on that lane, but it doesn't feel too safe about it.
What have LMQ got up their sleeves? I mean, they're going to wait here. Maokai obviously going to be getting beefier and beefier. Vasily at the point now where that Infinity Edge and Static shivering, so he's definitely hurting. We saw a couple of big crits in that mid lane, which will cause problems for Fnatic, but the problem is keeping him safe. Yes, he's got big range, as, you know, as we go later on into the game, but fact is that FLICKR's got a, I don't want to say a risk-free dive into the team, but a relatively safe path in there.
Risk diminished for sure when you add to the fact that they can maybe lock somebody down on top of an equalizer. It's really ridiculous amounts of diving. And it's not like LMQ built the composition for protection. They have some decent protection with Thresh, but they're mainly looking to initiate against a team that is pretty far ahead. So they really do have to hope to get a catch right now against Fnatic and control vision. That's pretty much the only way they can come back here.
Fnatic been using those pretty much as tells where to put all of this AoE damage. Right now, actually, it's going to be on to Soaz. Does he throw down the equalizer? The team is there. He knows he doesn't need it just yet. Scrap shields and shields alike coming in from Yellowstar. Keeps him alive for now. There's the Claw going into the fight. What a twisted advance. He gets pulled all the way in. The equalizer shutting down the rest of LMQ from getting in. They do take down Yellowstar, but Ackerman has already fallen in the fight. Peke's to focus. Goes for the double Zanya mode. Is they? Oh my gosh! The triple kill coming in from Reckless. They just clean up the fight completely with a bit of shock and awe.
And it was so close to being death, but that's that double invulnerability. Yes, Reckless picked up the kills because he is so fed. But Peke created that opportunity, getting the cycles of his spells out in between his invulnerabilities, absolutely destroyed LMQ, and Fnatic has a huge lead.
And feel for Ackerman though, taking the twisted advantage just at the perfect time, or at the perfectly wrong time, I guess you should really call it, to follow Peke all the way in. Started off well for Xiao onto Soaz though.
Xiao was a monster in starting this fight, and then even forcing Cyanide to flash over the wall, which is why LMQ felt so confident. This was their chance to make it back in. Ackerman follows all the way, which actually wasn't the worst thing, but then they pile in a little bit on top of Equalizer. Ackerman was way ahead of his team, and honestly, Peke, you think he's gonna die here, but it's invulnerability into a whole bunch of burst damage, and Reckless finishes them all off.
And that leaves Reckless at 7-0-2. Went back home, said, yes, okay, a Last Whisper I think would fit nicely. Yeah, you know, and a Vamp Scepter, and I think I'll have a Nail Thron Cloak as well. So, good bit of item coming in there for Reckless just to make him even stronger. But I mean, that's the kind of thing that you expect out of LMQ, right? They're behind. They feel like that they've got a slight edge for that fight. They go all in, and it is really all or nothing.
Yeah, and Reckless could finish those items all before Xiao has a Lich Bane. So the chances of him pulling off those assassinations were just diminished greatly.
These games leave everything up in the air.
Oh, that's really bad news for Xiao. Going off to the side, the Howling Gale does connect. There's the kickback into Reckless, who says hello, dashes over the wall, dodges out away from Jobin's knockoff. They're going to get both of these, and it's both of them that go to Reckless, and they're not done yet. More gets locked up. There's one for Cyanide.
And that's the way LMQ plays when they're behind. It leads to things like this. Fnatic just completely punishes LMQ's over-aggression there. Some unlucky dancing from Xiao, pulls him into the rest of the team, and Fnatic flanks, kills him, takes Baron.
As we were saying, we saw a little bit of this, mostly from Ackerman in the playoffs versus Team Solo Mid. Dyrus was able to take a hold of that top lane, but it just seems like everybody is going for broke right now on LMQ, and it's only digging them a deeper hole here.
Yeah, Ackerman not having a good couple of games, to be honest. He himself seems to be having a few problems. 2-6-2 he is this time around with Maokai. I mean, compare Mr. James Bond, Soaz over the other side at 0-0-7 with, you know, 2 full items in there and a blasting one on top. Not really much that can be done between them. There is another tower going over for Fnatic. Leaves them 6-1 up in turrets and a whopping 14,000 gold lead.
And also, we were questioning what else is Soaz going to bring out. The claimed Lulu that he plays actually. Xiao once again getting dangerous. Soaz going hard. He has this Rumble now. Definitely a pick that he can come out on. We saw him very low in the early game, but he's played it to get to this point and really assist the team throughout the entire thing. Whole team right now doing great.
I wonder if Fnatic is going to try and keep the pressure up or just let off the gas for a split second to go and buy items, because we see a 15,000 gold lead, but you count that gold from the inventories and they're sitting on about 8,000 of that. So it's actually very smart now for Fnatic to let off the gas briefly, finish those really important items. Obviously, QSS, Fura Boost completed for Reckless. You get a needlessly large rod on Peke when he decides to go back. Just good stuff across the board.
And the danger I think that LMQ now have is, yes, they're going to try and sit on those inhibitor turrets and try and get involved. Xiao and Soaz going to go head to head. And there is the equalizer coming down, and Soaz says, you know what, I kind of fancy this one. He's going to get the Sonya in the last second, but there is a Flame Spitter to come out and get him the 1 versus 1 kill. That is how far ahead they are.
You don't mess with 007, that's for sure. He's now 1-0-7 and
got the promotion.
Some nice Flame Spitter time, good Zhonya's timing, and it just kind of goes to show, even though Fizz got the jump on him, Xiao is just completely under-itemed. He can't solo without his Lich Bane, and it showed there.
And we'll probably have Soaz approaching this soon as well. There's a ward right in the brush. His teleport's up. Fnatic feeling quite confident about hanging out in the base right now. They don't have too many sideways pushed up, so it looks like they're going to start working on that nicely. See, Baron has about just over 90 seconds left here for Fnatic, so they got some time to work with.
And I was going to make the point of, you know, when you're trying to defend those inhibitor turrets against Alessandro, who can just dive straight underneath, make that, and, you know, just get in there with the claw for the easy start to it. But they've pushed down and they've already killed off that first inhibitor, so that will make it even more tricky. Reckless has stood on a ward, and that's a very useful sapling, actually, to come through just to make sure that that brush was empty before they tried to hunt down Reckless. Fnatic also pushing this bottom wave out and the top wave, so going to be pressure from both sides.
Right now, LMQ playing item catch-up, that's for sure. All the Zhonya's being finished, adding power plus the utility of safety for Fnatic is just leaps and bounds above the fight capabilities of LMQ. We've seen LMQ try to force the fights, and it's not working in their favor.
And teams don't last long against a Fed Lissandra in these turtling situations, which I think we'll see fairly clearly here. Soaz is working up the minions on that bottom side, which could prompt LMQ into a bit of a hasty dive. However, Soaz still has teleport. We've seen the counter initiation, the initiation prevention, all those things from Fnatic. It looks like LMQ is pretty much out of options.
Honk not landing there onto Peke, and he just steps up along with Reckless, and they can chunk these towers down without any problem whatsoever. If any CC lands onto Reckless, he'll just QSS that straight off. And so, as I said before, taking a while to push this wave down, but he's knocking on that top inhibitor turret. And at some point, yeah, we see Ackerman actually moving over now towards that bottom side of the map. But a big calling onto Moore, almost taking him out in one swift move. Meanwhile, Soaz watching, taking down the top turret. Actually, Fanatic going to get engaged upon here. No Name dives in there. Look at that top tower. It's going down.
Fnatic playing this one well. Fancy relentless pursuit there to get out of Moore's hook. Kept Reckless completely safe. And like you said, Soaz just having his way with the top lane right now. It's going to have to call pressure off of this bottom turret for LMQ. Fnatic's loving it right now, and they are really looking to seal the deal. They don't want another 70-minute game whatsoever. Top inhibitor turret is going to be going down, going for broke. Xiao's in with Ackerman in the twisted advance. Reckless with the peel for himself with a bit of cyanide cripple on the end. Fnatic Peke will go down, but he's already delivered so much damage. The team's going to come in. They got the janitorial duty to clean this one up. Ackerman's going to be going down, not before he gets his own retribution kill over towards Soaz, and Fnatic to run amok in the base.
Whoa! Vasily actually has a few other things to say. He doesn't want this game to be over yet. Despite the nice fight from Fnatic, Vasily keeps it going.
Just about holding on to the base there. However, the minions are doing the work here. So that's one opening him on the bottom lane. Top lane in a similar position as well. Fnatic just going to back away here, get themselves an extra little boost of gold, which they are sat on quite a lot. But here's that fight once again.
Yeah, we can take a look here. Obviously, Soaz took his time getting down here, which is one of the reasons this fight took so long. Peke also goes really hard on Vasily, but gets knocked into the turret a little bit by Maokai and Thresh, which is why he couldn't keep his sustained damage up. Reckless peeled so far back thanks to Xiao. It was a really one-sided fight, obviously, for Fnatic, but because they couldn't quite finish off Vasily, he's able to at least prevent the Nexus turrets from falling.
4 of 4 Dragons, 1 of 1 Barons. Going over. Next Baron about to be up in 50 seconds. Probably going to be Fnatic's as well. Not necessarily need it with all the minions flying in, but it'll definitely be something they can put in their pocket to make it that much safer. Good items coming out. Peke, we see him finishing up his Rabadons now, able to put out a huge amount of power. Even going down in that fight, got out so much damage that it still went in their favor with the rest of the team.
Yeah. That's
Reckless,
how strong Reckless is.
He is terrifyingly fed right now. 13-0-4, very near to max items. Not even a Frozen Heart completed for Ackerman. Plus, you add to that the extra AD the Jana Shield adds to him. Yeah.
Oh, he's managed to just hop away, but the Q lands, and that is good night. Xiao Peke picking that one up, and 2 men down. Fnatic going to start pushing through, get those super minions moving back into the base.
So, Fnatic pressuring one last time is what it looks like it's going to take. The inhibitor now going down as Reckless approaches from the top lane with the minion wave here on his backside, and they are looking for Nexus turrets. Yeah, Ackerman's up in 6, Xiao in 24, but they are making sure it's every last bit of the base turned to shambles here before they head towards the Nexus turrets. They're going to have to wait on some minions, actually. Took a little time to take out those inhibitors.
But what a bounce-back performance from Fnatic. After looking at their faces after the OMG defeat, they have really come out this game and played extraordinarily. Despite losing that buff at level 1, they just controlled the lanes in so many ways. Reckless and Peke played out of their minds, and Soaz, despite being completely obliterated in the early game, has played really well for the rest of this game. So I think for Fnatic, the model they have to go with is it's not over yet, because they'll be 2 and 3 after this, and they've already beaten Samsung.
Uh-oh, Death Brush. Who's going to be the first target? Ackerman actually diving to the backside, but he's going to be going down quickly. Yellow Star actually focused by Vasily, trying to get the resets. There's the equalizer. They've got to walk back over it. Double kill for Reckless. Can he get any more here? He will get more. And now they're on towards No Name. Are they trying to give a pentakill over to Reckless? They are. There's the Quadra. Can he get himself the pentakill? Cyanide and Peke both closing in. There's the slow. Xiao goes over the wall. Reckless comes in and gets the pentakill.
What a fight there for Fnatic. Yes, they had the huge lead, but if you need a mental pick-me-up after a devastating defeat, it's that. 18 kills for Reckless. That's absolutely absolutely absurd without dying. That is how you pick yourself up off the ground, and Fnatic is going to take down LMQ.
From tears to cheers, Reckless comes up with a pentakill at 18:04. 37 minutes on the clock. Not a 70-minute game this time. They put the nail in the coffin. They put the nail in LMQ. Fnatic comes up with the win.
Yeah, and after a performance like that, there is hope yet for Fnatic. We need to start talking about tiebreaker scenarios here for them. And for OMG, we need to start talking about whether or not it's cause for concern. Right. Because they're now 2-2 on the group and could very well be involved in one of those tiebreakers.
It's very difficult to look at this group and wonder what could have been, not just for Fnatic, for LMQ as well, starting off perfectly now, sat at 2-2. Samsung Blue, of course, at 2-1. OMG 2-2, Fnatic 2-3. So,
yep,
it's ridiculously close, and anything can still happen in theory.
OMG's been looking pretty good. So two things can happen. We can have a four-way tie at 3-3. That could still happen. No one's at 4 losses yet, and no one's at 4 wins yet. You can also get a tie in the middle of the standings with Fnatic. This is just from Fnatic's point of view. The two tiebreakers that could work for them. If they tie with LMQ 3-3, Samsung Blue is 4-2, and OMG is 2-4. That's the second way they can get a tiebreaker. But I mean, they just have to sit and wait and prepare for the monsters of the group, Samsung Blue.
Absolutely ridiculous. I think you hit the nail on the head, Jat, when you said for Fnatic, the motto is it's not over yet. They got to keep rolling with that, but that kind of applies to everybody now, as we just said. The group still open and still very scary as a group of death.
And Fnatic have already beaten Blue, right? Which makes this group even more interesting, because you then look at it and say, well, can OMG beat Blue later on today?
They look
much
better than they did
Why
earlier.
not? Fnatic have beaten them. OMG have beaten Fnatic. You know how that whole system works. You guys, I know, love to utilize that system to rate teams for a long time.
It's the linear title belt. As soon as you beat someone, well, you're better than everyone they've ever beaten, clearly.
Don't have to play anymore. We're good. Just go.
And then, you know, Fnatic, as you said, they've got to kind of hope and pray that a few things do go their way, and they've got to beat Blue. That's the thing. And, well, I guess if you're kind of going to go down to it, if you're going to qualify for the next phase at Worlds, for the quarterfinals, I guess there's no better way to do it than beating Samsung Blue.
One big thing that really amazed me here coming from Fnatic, the ability to change emotions like that.
Yeah.
And also bringing out the Rumble for Soaz and the Lissandra in the mid lane for Peke as new picks here at Worlds, and they shined on those picks.
And Janna, right?
Yeah, Janna, Yellow Stars too. Can't forget about him.
They're able to break out. Maybe you break it out before you're at 3 losses, but these things were super good, and a lot of them were counter picks. So the Lissandra was just waiting for someone to play Fizz.
Oh, and Reckless finished 18-0-4.
There's that too,
including the pentakill. Definitely a big turnaround game for Fnatic, and if you want to highlight any of those huge moments, make sure you share with us on Twitter. Of course, you can use the hashtag WorldsBigPlays, name them at LOL Esports. Now, though, we're going to join Shox, who's on stage with Fnatic's pentakill master, Reckless.
Thank you very much, guys. Reckless, you guys are still in it, yet the emotion compared to yesterday is completely different. Tell us how you were able to pick yourselves back up to get into this game.
After the OMG game, I was really depressed, actually. And unfortunately, I had some tears after the game. But in the end, you know, standing up and showing your teammates that you want to give your best is really important. So I tried to pull myself together after the OMG game and do my best in this game. And as you said, we're still in the run, and hopefully we make it tomorrow.
Talk to me about this game specifically and how you guys did that to get back in there. A lot of different picks coming in. And I thought you guys were sad off the player camps, but it seemed like you were just playing freed.
Basically what Peke suggested before the game was just to play for fun. And that's basically the whole idea behind this game. Since the mood in the team was really bad after the OMG game, so playing for fun seemed to help a lot. People just picked the champions they're most comfortable on, and then we ended up winning in the end, so it felt okay.
18 kills is pretty fun, I would say. Now, of course, turning your attention to tomorrow, it's not for fun anymore because it's all on the line and it's completely your own fate that you can decide.
So yeah, facing Blue again will be really exciting and interesting in a way because I think they will be out for blood this time in comparison to for last time. So it will not be an easy game at all. But this game is all or nothing basically. So I don't think we will give up without fighting.
Not giving up without fighting. That's what shapes a champion. Thank you very much. Congratulations. And as for us, we're going to break things down over at the desk.
Thank you very much, Shocks. And you just heard the voices of the audience there. Reckless, reckless indeed. What a fantastic game. Let's start. Let's go back to picks and bans.
No. Hang on, Jared. Predictions.
Now, I could not possibly have foreseen.
Carly, thank you. Thank you for sabotaging
I'm
Crumbs.
Split between being happy for taking down the Prophet and also kind of sad that I'm so awful
Professor
at predictions.
Crumbledore, you started out really well, but then towards the end of the predictions, it's kind of going downhill. It reminds me of a certain season that you may have played in this season.
I'm almost certain that Reckles received a hug from Deft. Just like Deft received a hug from Rebels.
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
Right, get a hug from Crumbs, you could predict a little bit better, maybe?
Not anymore. The false prophet.
Can I get away
has
from
The
him?
Prophet has fallen.
Let's get back to serious business. Game started off chaotically. Fnatic got 3 buffed and gave up first blood. They ran Lissandra into Fizz. Casters were talking about it being a counter pick. Reckless just went ham on Lucian. Let's talk picks and bans, team compositions, what you liked and didn't like, Prolly.
I actually loved Lissandra, specifically because I didn't even remember she was a champion until this game, because that's kind of like how far out of the meta I thought she was. But looking at the team comp, they have Rumble, Lee, Lucian, Janna, and then Lissandra fills it out really well because LMQ's team comp is all about diving in. And with Lissandra, you get an insane amount of CC. Janna is, Peel Master. And then you have Rumble, who's really good at kiting back because the enemy team's just going to have to run through that equalizer. And then on top of the team comp, the lane, they're talking about it being a counter pick, and you saw it be a counter pick. Fizz got that first blood and was down, 20 CS by the first buy. And that lane gets really bad because the only way Fizz can come back in that lane is if he all-ins. And the only way he can all-in is if he knows where the enemy jungler is or if he has his own jungler. And the time he does go all in, he gets killed. Cyanide's there and kills him. That's what happens.
Very fitting a name.
Now, I actually have to disagree a little bit with you on that because I think that Maokai single-handedly can dismantle a double AP comp that isn't necessarily very high damage, especially against a non-hyper carry, short-range AD like Lucian. Now what happened, Ackerman decides to go on a feeding frenzy, and then the game kind of starts getting lost from there. And I love the Lissandra counter pick against Fizz, especially since Cyanide controlled the vision early with an early side zone, making sure that he knows where Jarvan is and that Fizz does not know where Lee Sin is.
We spoke a little bit about tilting and just the mental aspect of this game, and we spoke about top laner and we spoke about SOAS, but actually this game it was Ackerman that was tilting, and I think we found the reason why and how that started. So I think we have a replay ready. I'm going to pray this works. So the replay on your screen, it does indeed. And basically, this is... The gank is coming in.
Get replays.
Exactly. Yeah. Get rewarded at the desk. Pavlov.
Good job.
Anyways, so Reckless is really hard to gank here because he's a mobile AD carry with a Janna that has a lot of peel. This gank could have worked a little earlier, but they're going to try again. If we roll the clip right now, what's going to happen is it's 3 people with relatively low damage, but a lot of crowd control. But look at Ackerman, he's already really low, gets cancelled by Tornado. There's no hook coming on Reckless because he's going to flash that really well. Combo misses, and right now, look at him. He's trying to click that. He's trying to click that lantern, but the reason that doesn't work is because Jarvan's flag is right on top of it. And if any object with a model is on top of the lantern, you can't click it. Or that's why Orianna Ball makes it so hard to last hit sometimes as well. And basically, that kind of put him on tilt, I think. He went to top lane, he was behind, SOAS was suddenly ahead of him again, even after the disastrous level 1. And yeah, the feeding frenzy started.
Yeah, the moment for me that showed that he was not feeling it was when he was level 4 and Reckless walks into lane and he just says like, "Oh, you're in lane. Don't worry about it. I'm gonna be in lane here too." And then Reckless just runs him down the lane, gets a kill, and gets going.
We need to roll this on just a little bit. I want to highlight a point about Fnatic's team composition. It definitely had an early to mid game power spike that they executed well, much like the way they beat Samsung Blue. They didn't go for the super late game scaling. Freak, I want to call up the second replay right now and just kick this one off. I know you in particular were fighting quite a lot for this. Let's roll the clip immediately, and you're going to notice SOAS getting chunked out. And, let's just talk through the awesomeness that happens.
Right, so no Lich Bane, but a Zhonya's means he doesn't do enough damage to kill SOAS there. The Flash Shield, the Exhaust as well saves his life because it lowers the damage on the Trident, the passive damage. But basically, Fnatic has a great counter-engage comp. So when these guys dive in, first of all, Janna splits the Maokai for everyone else, so he actually doesn't reduce anyone else's damage, and the entire team funnels through an equalizer, including Fizz, who could have looped around the right-hand side instead. So Maokai dies first, not very tanky. Now the team's here. This is just sexy. This is just a sick Zhonya's. And of course, it's, again, this low-damage Fizz who's already popped his Zhonya's trying to dive in and make things happen. And then it's Dangerous Game being sexy and everything else happening. And I want to kind of tie this all together because you talked about a team composition that wasn't really built for late game that much. And I remember yesterday we had a game, it was Alliance, and people were talking about like, oh, why not have this all-in early game build, Bloodthirster Triforce Lucian, and try to win the game in 25 minutes because you're going to lose late anyway. Well, the thing is, if you hold a gold lead by having a mid-game comp, Lucian continues to outscale Tristana because rapid fire is nice, but an extra item is better. And so you had this Lucian who's supposed to fall off against Trist, but building properly stayed more relevant the entire time, and you saw that pay off.
And although like Lissandra's damage doesn't scale that well, like you said, Crumbs, she scales really well if her AD is huge. And Reckless got gigantic, so it didn't matter if she didn't do any damage. She's keeping everyone away from hitting Reckless.
All right, so with that win, Fnatic does keep their hopes alive. We're at the midway point into today's games. Holy crap, they've been incredible. The standings, Samsung White 2-1, LMQ 2-2, OMG 2-2, Fnatic 2-3. So they do have that additional loss with that additional game played. They play Samsung Blue tomorrow. The other side, Group D, Najee White Shield, 3-0, Alliance, Cloud9, Kaboom. Let's quickly talk about Najee White Shield as their match is coming up next. Freak, I know I asked you to do numbers. I'm going to ask you to do it again.
Yep.
What are their chances if they win? Do they guarantee a quarters?
So every single team right now has a chance to make it out into the playoffs or whatnot. If Najee White Shield wins, they can still go 4-2 along with Alliance and Cloud9. Alliance and C9 can both beat Shield, beat Kaboom. Giant tiebreaker there. Alternatively, Kaboom wins here. They can do another tiebreaker with Alliance and Cloud9 at like 2 and 4, something similar to that. Giant three-way tie at the bottom side. So honestly, even this game, I don't think guarantees anything for sure.
Yeah, mathematically, a lot of options still viable. I do want to quickly mention in Group C for Fnatic, while yes, it is a must-win game tomorrow, they're also looking for some help to increase their chances of quarterfinals if other teams take losses. We're going to step away for just a moment, but don't go anywhere because the World Championship will continue with Kaboom Esports versus Najee White Shield. The teams are taking to the stage. We'll be right back.
Has already fallen in the fight. Peke's to focus, goes for the double Zanya mode. Is they? Oh my gosh! The triple kill coming in from Reckless.
The kickback into Reckless, who says hello, dashes over the wall, dodges out away from Jarvan's knockup. They're going to get both of these.
Going for broke. Xiao's in with Ackerman in the twisted advance. Reckless with the peel for himself with a bit of Cyanide cripple on the end.
There's the Quadra. Can he get himself the pentakill? Cyanide and Peke both closing in. There's the slow. Xiao goes over the wall. Reckless comes in and gets the pentakill.
the World Championship, ladies and gentlemen. As you have noticed, we've swapped out Crepo for Monte Cristo and his rose-colored glasses, along with upgrading to double lift from the false prophet Crumbs for our next 3 games. Let's take a look at our next matchup. It is Brazil's Kaboom Esports versus Korea's Najin White Shield. Najin are looking to secure a spot in the quarterfinals. With a win here, it will get them 1 step closer to doing so, but it's not a mathematical guaranteed yet. Let's talk about Kaboom. They're the guys with the uphill struggle. 0-3 in groups. I think they've impressed in some ways, but they just have been strategically outclassed by many of their opponents.
Yeah, I've actually been pretty impressed with Tinones. Like, he's a pretty strong mid laner, and especially his Syndra I thought was like pretty notable. But the one sore thumb I guess I would have to say about Kaboom is Lep. Like, every time he's playing these kind of like mage tops, he's played Rumble, Lulu, and Kayle so far. They all seem kind of like not his style, or he just can't really respond well to ganks. They're all no escapes, and once he dies one time in the lane, the team capitalizes on that, and they just camp the hell out of him.
I actually completely agree. Actually, Lep's old screen name back in Brazil was literally the name Aurelia. He actually played that in the wild card, did well with that. Like, just follow Wicked's footsteps and just play the champion you're best at. I also want to give props to an individual player in Minerva. So I have a stat line for you guys. Let's rank the 80 carries at Worlds in CS differential at 10. Number 1, Imp. Number 2, Deft. Number 3, Reckless. Number 4, Uzi. Number 5, Name. Number 6, Minerva. He is next in that list of laning prowess. Like, he's doing quite well. This team is full of individually good players. They just can't put it together, and that's just so unfortunate to see.
Yeah, exactly. And I think it was impressive to see that he was doing well against Sneaky. He was doing well against Tabs. I mean, that's definitely, that says a lot, actually.
It is impressive. On the other side of the rift, it is Najin Shield, who are, of course, looking to get 1 step closer to that guaranteed spot in the quarterfinals. A win here helps them along that path. Going 4-0 in groups is a definite strong start. Freak, you're my numbers, man.
Yeah.
How important is this to them?
So if they win here, the worst they can do is a 3-way tie for first. That's if they lose to Cloud9. Am I doing the teams right?
Cloud9 and Alliance.
Yeah, there we go. Sorry, I keep getting C and D backwards because both groups are so awesome and everyone's so good there. Yeah, the worst they can do is a 3-way tie for first if Najin Shield wins here. Kaboom, on the same side, if they lose, they can still 3-way tie for second, theoretically, but they'd have to win out at that point. But yes, right? At the very worst, forcing a tiebreaker is a great way to start for Shield.
Yeah, I completely agree. Now, for Shield, we'll see what they can do. They're playing Alliance later today, so we'll see how focused they are for this matchup. We're about to head off to the casters to get us into the game, but first, we're going to hear Najin White Shield and their opponents talk about how the team is performing.
White Shield just ripping through both Cloud9 and their base here.
And they take command of their group now.
I think Najin White Shield's one of the best teams here. I think they have opportunity to the finals.
네, 상대를 무시하는 건 아니지만 조금 쉽게 할 수 있을 것 같아요, 경기를.
They pick high pressure champions, mainly from the mid lane and the jungle, something that is really fast at doing objectives, really good at vision control.
Flash down on Froggen with vision control. It will be very hard for Alliance to stop this bear.
They have a good game plan. They go into the game wanting to do X, Y, and Z. They went into the game against Alliance with a plan of countering mid-zillion, but Alliance didn't play mid-zillion, so then they weren't ready.
카붐과 C9이랑 할 때는 저희 생각대로 좀 된 것 같고 얼라이언스 팀과 할 때는 초반에 너무 게임이 약간 좀 기울고 시작해서 힘든 면이 있었는데
They slow down what? There is Froggen able to pick up first blood, shotgun and dive in with the ultimate going. So goes the Gorilla. It's a double kill for Froggen.
There's definitely some mistakes they're making, and if we can keep capitalizing on them, we should be able to win.
실수가 좀 많았어요. 3경기 동안은 실수가 좀 많았고 지금부터 남은 경기들은 조금 더 저희 팀 색깔을 보여줄 수 있었으면 좋겠어요.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We just heard it there from Najin Shield. Not going to make the mistakes like they did against Alliance. And I'm pretty sure this game they are going to be on a mission because that could almost, as Trevor said, secure them in that top spot.
Well, we've got 2 games from them, and the second one is going to be that rematch with Alliance, so they have another chance to
it's going
make
to be
a more clean game.
Big day for them, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, if you have just joined us, I am Lee Dearman Smith, and I'm joined by Martin DeVicio Linger and Sam Kobe Hartman Kensler as we do head into the next 3 matches.
And, I mean, we have had some insane games today. Kaboom now here, can they make the upset against Najin White Shield? It's going to be tough, but if they manage to do it, that's going to be another epic game.
It's been a pretty wild day, so who knows what could happen. Let's take a look at the starting lineups for this matchup, though. Starting out on the blue side from Brazil, it is Kaboom Esports. That means in the top lane is Lep, Danagorn in the jungle, Tinones in the mid lane, Minerva as AD carry, and Dans on support.
And on the red side, it's Najin White Shield from Korea. Up top is Save. In the jungle, Watch. Mid, Goong. AD carry Zephyr and support Gorilla.
So I'm looking at this pick and ban phase for these two teams. Last time Gorilla, he got his Thresh and he was an absolute beast. He landed so many hooks.
All 3 games so far.
Actually, yeah.
I mean,
he's been insane.
Ban.
He's been insane. You have to ban it if you are Kaboom here.
My favorite part is he got the blue elixir after he got mobility boots, so he could just go throw that many more hooks.
Yeah, it's going to be a problem, and also possibly looking towards maybe the top lane. You know, Save on Rise was an absolute beast last time against Cloud9.
Well, talking about champion select here, I mean, last time they played Kaboom, they got a lot of their favorite champions. The Zed for Goong, the Rise that you mentioned for Save, performed very, very well.
I feel like, though, if they want to target a player, it actually has to be Watch. Because in the game against Alliance from Najin White Shield, he was very aggressive. Alliance managed to counter gank him a few times. Danagorn, if he's in the right position, he might be able to do the same here.
But how do you target a man that's played already 3 different champions, 3 different games?
I mean, don't target in champ select, but in the game itself.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, let's stick to pick and bans first. Let's not get ahead of ourselves
there's
just
the Thresh
yet.
ban.
There is the Thresh ban and the Zed ban, of course. We've seen Goong playing that in 2 games so far, despite supposedly not being a Zed player. Maokai and Alistair targeted. We have seen Alistair sneak through a few times for the first time in this tournament today. And Janna also being taken away. So Gorilla really being focused for this matchup.
Yeah, and we can definitely kill the rumor of Goong not playing Zed. I mean, it's one of his main champions in Korea.
I know, right?
Absolutely insane on it. He has a small champion pool, but the few champions he does play, he plays them absolutely top class.
All right, so Zed is banned out. So now, Ari and Orianna, the next top 2 for him.
Zillion has snuck through the cracks, and that surely gives Tinones a sneaky peek. We'll see how that one works out for him. That's been a great champion so far, although actually had a couple of losses today.
Well, again, we have some crazy games where the Zillion, obviously, when you go full late game, the Zillion will kind of fall off in terms of damage, but he's going to bring a lot of utility. What I actually do like for Kaboom is the fact they love the laning phase, and it's where they have to win the game. Now you get the extra experience from a Zillion to maybe get a little advantage and try and snowball.
That would be great for them. Experience boost in the laning phase is very, very good. That is one of the few global passives still in the game. Zillion just holding on to his for as long as he can, but there it is again. Rise up top for Save. Lot of carry potential coming from that top lane.
Yeah, that's going to be a real problem. Of course, Nami also locked in for Gorilla, so they are leaving the AD carry choice over to Kaboom. That means that Zephyr will have the choice to go with something to maybe counter it alongside that Nami. We'll see whether he goes with Lucian or Tristan, or even at maybe a Twitch. These obviously played so well throughout those regional qualifiers.
Zephyr is fantastic on Twitch, and he has a bit of a special playstyle, but we can talk about it if he actually picks it.
I mean, the big champion for him this tournament's been Corki. That's the one he's been
we saw Deft as well with Corki yesterday. I mean, these mid-game power spike AD carries have been really popular. We see Lucian as well winning a lot of games because teams manage to snowball in the mid-game and just keep the lead and close out the game.
Speaking of Lucian, though, that has been a big champion for Minerva, already hovering over Tristo. So heading more towards that late game insurance policy here.
I would have loved a Lucian for him again, but maybe because Dance couldn't actually get his Thresh this time, which they've used together to really dominate the bottom lanes, they decided to go for the Tristana and go for focus more towards the late game.
Well, there's been a lot of pressure on Danagorn throughout this tournament. Obviously, back home, not getting quite the support because he hasn't been performing to his max. He was pressured and pulled from pillar to post, honestly, by Alliance the other day. They were camping out in that top lane on Lep, and every time he came there, it was just a little bit too late.
He seems to just kind of be lacking the overview of where the enemy jungler is or where he wants to gank, which means Danagorn is... It seems like he's always late. to the counter gank. And we saw in the first game actually between these two teams, he was just sitting in the top lane waiting for Watch, but he never showed up, so it didn't actually work for him.
So what he's doing is a lot of guesswork as a
Yes.
jungler, and he's trying to predict where the routes of his enemies are just based on where they've started, but they do need more information for him to work with. They have to get some sort of, you know, deep wards to actually see where the enemy jungler has been making their movements.
And that's where Lee Sin can be a great pick here. He's stronger than the Kha'Zix in the early game. He can go in himself once he gets the side stone, play some deep wards and try and spot where Watch is moving, and then be ready for this counter game, because Watch is a very aggressive jungler. He wants to be in your face as much as possible.
So third game for Zephyr to be on that Corki. It's worked so well for him. Got some massive scores the other day. It does leave a couple of things open. And Freak called this one out. Lep used to be known as Aurelia. That was his name. And finally, he's actually going to play a champion that he's comfy on instead of that Rumble in the top that he's been effectively forced onto, I feel, due to the popularity in this tournament.
Yeah, we've been waiting for this Aurelia from Bleb all tournament long, waiting for him to go back to his namesake. Here they do have it, so this is going to be a good chance for Kaboom. You know, this would be a remarkable upset. If they're able to pull this off, that would even top the craziness of the beginning of the day, and that is saying something.
That would be insane, and they have a great setup here. We have seen this before where you have Aurelia in the top lane, and it's very easy to set up ganks because people now max your E, so you get the longest stun duration. Lee Sin can then come in and you can actually kill the Ryze. It's a matchup we saw Alliance play earlier, but Wicked was the Aurelia, and obviously he got really far ahead compared to Balls, who had to just leave the lane in the end.
Right, she's got this reliable gap closer, and Ryze is always vulnerable to top laners that have enough damage in a reliable gap closer, especially compared or comboed with a jungler like Lee Sin.
I do worry about this bottom lane setup from Kaboom. They shouldn't be able to dominate the lane the same way they've been doing on the Lucian and Thresh we have seen from Dance and Minerva the last few games.
Well, of course, we had the Lulu as the final lock-in as well for Goong in the mid lane, so we'll see how that will work out. I think it's the first Lulu in the mid lane we've seen throughout this tournament.
He played it when they had Riven top lane as well, against Alliance, actually.
He did. And that didn't work out so well at the start, so we'll see whether this time around Tinones can get a bit of an advantage over the top of him. How do we count these two? How do we see this going? I mean, clearly coming into this one, Najin Whiteshield, obviously massive favourites, but we've seen upsets already today.
We have, but for me, it's all about this top lane here. Can you get Lep going on Aurelia so he can take over the game? Then you have a chance, because the bottom lane should be fairly passive in itself.
Yeah, I mean, he's just had, as we've said, such a hard group stage so far. That would just do wonders for him mentally.
Well, as the teams do get ready to face off against one another, we want you guys at home to tweet us #KaboomWin or #NWSWin. And don't forget to tweet at LOL Esports in there. Otherwise, we won't even see the damn thing. So we'll be checking your responses as soon as this game gets underway. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 4 here in Singapore on day 3. The groups have been blown wide open this morning. And we'll see whether that trend continues as Kaboom start out on the blue team up against the Korean dominance of Najin Whiteshield.
All right, so we talked about this, top lane matchup and how there is kill pressure on this Ryze, especially when you combat with Lee Sin. But if there's no jungler intervention early, Ryze bullies Aurelia really hard. So he can push up, and as long as they have backing from Watch or some ward coverage, then don't expect Lep to jump out to an early lead or anything.
It's going to be all about Danagon and where he decides to put his focus. I mean, last time they played each other as well, it was when Danagon was just sitting top lane. He kept running top lane over and over. He can do the same here with the Aurelia pick. And I feel like he has to do it, but he needs to be careful it doesn't become too predictable for both Save and, of course, Watch, and they're ready to turn the gank around.
Well, of course, I'm sure they have a ton of other champions up their sleeves, but why show anything when you don't need to in the groups? When you're already 3-0 up, it's down to the other teams to put the pressure on you, of course. As you mentioned, we will see Alliance facing off against Najin Whiteshield, the final game of today, and then Cloud9 have to face them tomorrow. But with both of those teams now at 2 apiece, that game will be very important for Alliance. But right here, Kaboom, can they get that first victory on the board? Started out 0-3, not the best, but they are, again, very tough group. I mean, if you look at everything that's out there, effectively the #1 team for Europe, and some would still consider the #1 team for America despite their playoffs.
Well, their lane swap is revealed by that Najin shield late ward that they put here. So lane swap and red steel should be pretty even here. Najin, white shield. Since Kaboom have actually started their own red with Danagorn, they might pull off a 3 buff here on Watch, actually. Looks like they've got it pretty cleanly.
So Kaboom here, because again the bottom lane wasn't too strong for them, decided actually to swap it in top lane, so they won't have the kill pressure from the Aurelia. Instead, we have to see how White Shield wants to play this. Gorilla can recall and go top lane here to help save, because there's no freeze actually from Kaboom in this top side, because they're doing red buff.
So it's all in all, it's a good opening here from...
Now they've just pinged it. They've only just realized we've lost that red buff. This is going to cause a problem, and like you said, Watch is 3 buffed. We'll see how it works out. Save is now going with that buddy system, so he's going to work alongside him. We do see the support of Dan's. He's backing off, so we'll see if he decides to go down the bottom.
And honestly, we have to commend Kaboom for their opening this game.
Fantastic.
I mean, a lot of people have been talking about the laning phase for them and how they didn't really focus as much on the strategy, but they did a great lane swap. They get Trist out of this Corki lane, and they get Aurelia away from the early range advantage of Ryze. 3 buff start. Everything's coming up Kaboom early in the game. Only thing is, they are shoving up top, so no denial of experience. Whereas down bottom here, it looks like Zepha's got a pretty good handle on that bottom wave, and the wave is going to push towards Najin White Shield. So that's that denial of experience, and the whole wave actually going to go for Shield.
Yeah, that's a big problem for Kaboom here, because Save is going to get all the experience. He's going to get a lot of the farm up there in the top lane, while Lep is forced to stay in the jungle. And that's why when we see this fast push in top lane, teams move up 4 members to the top side and block away like Save and Gorilla in this situation and make sure they can get in and get all this farm.
Right, so what they have to do, since they did decide to go with this swap here and feed the red buff over to Trist for the solo lane, they need to help Aurelia shove this wave all the way into the turret to get it to bounce back and into the middle of the lane.
He's down there very early though, Lep, so he should actually be able to do it himself, or at least get some experience. Minerva though, trading with Save, and he has the red buff.
Dance comes back in, has roamed a heck of a lot in this opening start. Not going to throw anything out towards Gorilla and keep him pressured. Something we have noticed throughout so far, Kaboom's Minerva has actually traded and done very well in lane phases over the last few games.
I have to say though, down bottom, this is going to be a problem. They were not able to shove that wave into the turret, and Zepha's got complete control. We talked about the range advantage of Ryze. Corki is a mage AD carry as well, and he should have a pretty big upper hand over left down there, controlling this wave, keeping it just in front of his turret.
Yeah, both top laners do get a lot of experience here early on, which is the important part in these lane swaps, so none of them should be too unhappy. It's just the fact Save at his top lane, he got the first wave, he's managed to go back now, get his tier already and teleport back to lane, and nobody's denying him any farm. That is a big problem for Kaboom, and obviously one of the reasons the lane swap was to try and deny Save a lot of this farm here, but they should have been there with the jungler, with the top lane as well, and make sure they can zone Gorilla and Save away from this tower from the start.
Plus, Save is getting gold, not just experience here. Aurelia is having a hard time getting that gold as far as the CS is concerned. Once again though, they call Danagorn down bottom, trying to help out with the situation. Finally, it's pushing back towards left.
We'll see whether he comes across. Watch is there. It is only a level 4. He's just hit. Lep's still getting the experience though. He's not being completely kept away. He's going to pick himself up a gigantic wave here, so that should chain him up to 5. But Watch comes around, clears out the wave. He's going to get collapsed on here. Danagorn and Tinone's both coming towards him. Tinone speeds himself up, but doesn't choose to go for the kill.
So Watch actually moved down to this bottom lane because one maybe had an option to dive onto Lep and kill him and make him lose all the farm here, or he was just ready for a counter gank in case Danagorn was there, because Zeph had pushed the lane all the way up to the tower here. But because he didn't have any vision of the enemy jungler, decided to play it safe and just run straight up mid lane here and find the pink ward.
He had to abort that mission of killing the pink ward though, obviously because his mid laner is not there to support. Oh, tower down!
Oh, so he's in trouble. He could go down, and Minerva gets first blood. Tower hits are well controlled as well. Just like that, Kaboom in the lead.
Yeah, so instantly as Gorilla leaves this top lane here and just lets Save sit and farm alone. Nice binding from Dance, and boom, Minerva is there, picks up the first blood. Very good start.
Let's see if they can actually defend this though, because the 3 members looking for the dive. Danagorn in the area.
Oh, he's going to go in, gets the stun on Gorilla. Oh! In goes Danagorn. Have they got the hits? No, the tower's not trading. Safeguard comes across, tower hit goes and Watch. Zephyr going deep on this one. He's going to land one ulti shot. A second one will be off cooldown any second now. Doesn't land the first bomb. Black Shield from Dan saves the day.
Dance, you are a hero once again here. Now let's see. Down his bottom lane. Najin White Shield.
Look in the jungle. We're going to see in Tinones, he's going to find Goon, but I'm not too sure it's a trade he wants to get. Instead takes a Pix and Glitter Lance and will back off.
Let's take a look at this bottom turret. Looks like Zepha's got control of it, though. They don't want to go for that dragon. Took too much time tower diving past the turrets there. They can't overextend and get any objectives. Again, a good hold from Kaboom. Calling Danagorn there to try and defend it.
Oh, we're going to see him back away from that one. Dan's tried to creep around the side, but remember, it was a triple buff start, and Dan's is sneaking around to see if he can, Safe sneaking around to see if he can get a look. Has warded out that blue buff, so we may see an invade come out from Najin White Shield next time around.
Some very deep wards as well here for White Shield, so they're expecting Danagorn to look towards this top lane. Sadly for Kaboom and Leb, he couldn't actually afford a Sheen when he went back. They didn't get like the instant burst from the Sheen, and therefore it's going to be slightly weaker in this lane. And Safe should actually be able to pull him around a bit, which also explains why the deep wards are here for Danagorn.
And look at this. This is the prep that we're talking about for the junglers with the pink wards. Punch of pinks coming down from Najin White Shield over this blue. They had it pre-warded. They're planning on this, but no steal going to come in, no contest. They just got vision of Danagorn, and they can work around that information.
Was not a good trade for Minerva there. Zephyr landing everything he needed. The big bomb was ready as well. Gorilla going in once again. Aqua Prism used a moment ago. Will be off cooldown any second now. There's a Dark Binding though. Doesn't get baited into it this time. Minerva making sure he avoids the damage that Zephyr has already with that Sheen in lane.
Yeah, Dan's though saving actually Minerva a bit here in these trades because he's landing some very good bindings on the Zephyr, who doesn't have heal just yet. Minerva does, but he decided to go back to base anyway, and Dan's left alone down his bottom lane.
One of Corki's biggest points of power is right when he gets that level 6 and these missiles that he can fire out for the harass combined with his Sheen, he immediately chases Minerva out of the lane here, timed with the big wave. A little bit of it will go down to this turret, but it looks like they will be able to defend it. Once again, calling Danagorn over so they can safely get this wave.
Still taking a lot of damage on this tower here. Minerva could actually have stayed in lane, waited for Danagorn to arrive, and then he could have gone back after picking up all these minions here. Because that tower just took about 25% damage.
Yeah, that was a lot of burst damage on it. We'll see whether he holds on. Did have to go back though. Wasn't feeling too confident. Wasn't aware really of that watch dive that possibly could come around again, but he's in the top lane. They have swept the wards out, but Lep, he's gone back, trying to build up towards that 24, so we'll see how quickly he can get it, whether he can get going. One thing that is going on in this mid lane is Goom is started to bully Tinones a little bit here. Tinones keeping up in terms of farm. He is on a zillion after all, so not too hard, but every time he tries to get near one of those waves, we do see Glitterlance going straight towards him.
Yeah, and it's pretty much impossible for Cillian in the lane against a Lulu to actually kill him. So it's going to be a bit of a farm lane.
He got that level 6 with the Sheen completed for Lep. So even though he is down in CS, keeping up in experience because of the Zillion on his team helps him out a lot.
And this is really the power spike we see from Aurelia pretty much every single game. Get your level 6, get your Sheen, and then you can start all-laning the enemy top lane, and he has to back away. Let's see what happens in mid lane.
He's already used the safeguard, gets across, doesn't manage to land the kick because Goon quickly pops the wild growth, turns it back around. In comes Watch on towards him. Tinones, has he already used the Chrono Shift? He has. He used it on himself. No, he just
very low.
Bomb on Goon. Goon takes a tower hit as well, but risky play by Kaboom now.
Yeah, and because he only lives because Goom missed the first Glitter Lance after Danagorn jumped in. Very, very risky, but they get out with their lives. Only cost them one wave shoved into the turret.
They're collapsing down the bottom lane. Watch is going to get spotted out by that pink ward. Dance tries his best to defend it, takes a void spike hit, but it holds it for now, and that will slow the collapse down and forces him away for now.
And once again, Kaboom doing a very good job in the early game. In the laning phase, got a lot of farm, especially on your AD carry and your mid laner. Like we've seen before, only slightly behind compared to Najin White Shield, who, by the way, is a top 3 team in Korea. And Kaboom is doing well in this early game.
Absolutely representing Brazil right now. One of the few teams that didn't push towards picking up one of those Brazilian players. Of course, some of the top teams over there did. That's why they were held in such high regard when they qualified through.
Yeah, and the whole point of the wild card here, getting these teams exposure to these top Korean teams, you can see the evolution in their play just in this game throughout the group stages. after those first 3 losses.
Well, that's just it. I mean, outside of obviously the 6 group games that they're going to be playing, they've been practicing with these guys. They've been here in Singapore. They've been doing scrims with them. So it gives them so much experience, invaluable experience, honestly, that you're just not going to get sitting in your own region.
Of course not. I mean, they've been scrimming teams like Fanatic and Alliance, maybe even scrimming some of the Korean teams. Let's see Lebob in his top lane. He wants to all in again.
Oh, that didn't quite work out for him. He went straight into a room prison. And Save slowing that one down. Feeling very confident. We saw how strong Save can be on Rise already in this tournament. And it's something that I feel they're going to have to slow down.
And look at these pings on Lee Sin inside the jungle from Nanjing White Shield, constantly tracking Danagorn. This is why he's had a hard time on the world stage jungling.
He's just not really been able to have the impact he wants to in the early game in pretty much every single game we have seen. Only difference though for Kaboom now is Lev has actually been able to get a standard lane going where he didn't get ganked multiple times.
Oh, Lev's trying the trade once again with Save. Coming out just about equal, both popping their ultimate there. Lev doesn't want to get too close though. That room prison will back off cooldown. There's a dart binding thrown out. Watch getting caught out by that one. Dan's actually dodging out, using that black shield to prevent the aqua prison coming through. But nonetheless, the pink ward finally goes down. He's held on though well. He's had that down there for a good 5 minutes.
Yeah, and we see this fight for this pink ward pretty often, and as long as you push down the bottom lane first, so you force the enemy AD carry to stay at his own tower, you can walk in and you can clear this pink ward because you know the AD carry is stuck down farming minions.
Tino starting to feel pressure in this mid lane. Gung really putting it on him. Watch is coming around again, and he could be the difference in getting that first kill for Nanjing White Shield. But you see Danagorn, he's on the red buff. Watch is just going to simply ward him back away, I think.
He was patrolling there looking for the pink ward from Kaboom, trying to clear it out, but there was no pink ward in the back of the red. Circles back around the dragon, in time with taking the turret, and in time with the teleport now coming off a cooldown of Save. This is all time for White Shield. Ready for Save, but he has to back up from Aurelia.
Yeah, he's taking a lot of damage here also. Watch tanking the dragon. The rest of Kaboom is nearby. They're going in.
Danagorn's going in. He tries to catch on towards it. Goes in, gets the smite down. The hero of Brazil. Danagorn turns it around. Can they turn some of the kills around? Zephyr goes in with the bomb. That's not going to work out for him. Danagorn does finally go down. Tinners has to flash away from Gung. But nonetheless, a jungler going down for a Dragon Steel would be a great trade here. Gung is not giving up though. He's continued to follow through.
Nice
the binding lands on towards it. The bomb almost killed Gorilla as he walked in there.
Look at the mid lane though here. White Shield can push it down. It will go down for sure. They got every single member from Kaboom so low after the fight. So you're trading now a kill for Dragon and a tower.
Neither top laner got involved in that one. Nonetheless, not a bad trade for Kaboom overall. It could have been much, much worse. Lep versus Save, though, is starting to become a bit of a gulfing class, I feel. 113 CS to 64. Obviously, all developed from that very early play that Nanjing White Shield did to set him behind. But there really hasn't been much jungle presence in his top lane. They've let him go towards it. Lep is just really fighting a massive losing battle right now.
Yeah, Watches kept track of Danagorn pretty much the whole game, and they had some very deep wards early on in that side of the jungle as well to make sure Save scaled up well. Now he's got his rod and his tier fully stacking. It's going to get worse for them from here on out because Corky is going to be able to help them ride straight on through with that Trinity Force. Hashtag Kaboom win, still going strong.
Absolutely. Big support for Kaboom here, as we often do see for the rank underdogs. But sadly for them, they are in a very tough group. They're going for Save. In comes Danagorn. Can they 2v1 him? Or is he too strong at this point? They've got a lot of damage down on him. And Danagorn picks up the kill.
Nice setup here. Lip jumping in. He gets the stun onto Save. He did have flash, but he couldn't react in time. Kaboom getting a kill.
Their ward coverage lapses, and Danagorn gets in for the kill. Nice pull-off, but that's just a single kill for Kaboom. Looks like he's going to shove it into the lane at least and get some damage onto the top turret. He hasn't gotten to put much work into it, though, so it's going to be a while before he's able to take it. Save does still have teleport, remember.
Watches roam around the jungle. Tower goes down. Nice work from Lep there. Of course, teleport was up for Save, but he just didn't get out that death timer quick enough. Minerva trying to trade with Zephyr once again. Danagorn now back down this bottom lane. Watch and Gung, though, just above on the screen here. This could well be a 4-man dive from Najin Whiteshield. They're going to play it right, though. With Tinones there, they've got that chrono shift to help them out. And wisely, Najin Whiteshield step away.
It would have been an extremely risky dive from Najin Whiteshield. There's teleport on both top laners as well to join in. But decides to play it safe and back away. And it's often the story for the teams actually facing Kaboom here at the World Championship. They play it very safe in the early game. Don't really want to go too aggressive against Kaboom because they actually respect the fact they can take a lead and snowball.
I mean, that being said, we are seeing the improvements here from Kaboom. The first first time that they played Najin Whiteshield, the game was over in 26 minutes, 39 seconds. But they've kept it even here all the way up till 17:30. So, well on their way to a better mark.
This Ryze, however, is still going to be very scary in the top lane. I mean, it does take a bit of time to scale up, but once he gets to this point, Save can pretty much carry the entire game.
We'll see how it works out. Of course, we've seen overconfidence before from some of these teams. Save, can I come around? I think he's going to ward and spot Dan straight away on top of his head. And Dan's and Dan are gone. Dan was not spotted, Dan's was. So they know that there's a support here, but they don't realize it's a 3v2. And that may well be Lep trying to bait them in. In come the rest of the team. Gorilla comes around the side. They're not expecting the Dance to come around, though. Doesn't get close enough to get one of those dark bindings on them. And it will be simply a case of who's got the biggest ulti to wipe the wave out.
So as soon as Kaboom actually saw Gorilla in the top lane, they probably expected Zephyr to be there as well, and instantly just backed away because they didn't actually know where he was on the map. And normally he would follow his support when they want to switch up to the top side and you have already killed the bot tower.
So look at Watch. He's been left alone down that bottom lane to get a wave while the AD carry himself, Zephyr, comes around. So looks like they're going to be using him to split push for a while, at least hold that lane steady. Now Minerva's in there, but it does, of course, give Najin Whiteshield a lot of time. Lep goes a bit deep on that one. Dodges out of the Aqua Prison. Tinones goes in, takes a blast from Save. And everybody holds onto the turret for now. Najin Whiteshield again backing away from this one. They don't want to risk a tower dive.
Yep, Kaboom hold top, and again, they've got Minerva down bottom answering the wave shove from Watch, so they get more money funneled into their Tristana. You mentioned Najin Whiteshield, they've got the late game Rise, but Kaboom are all about funneling as much money as they can into Minerva. He's already got the Infinity Edge, a couple more items on top of that. Oh no!
He sees him, he's going for it. Can he get down Goong? There's a lot of damage going his way. I think that's more than he wished for. Tries to jump away. Rocket jumps out to safety. Fancied the trade though, Minerva. Yeah. He was the one that managed to put the Scrying Orb down and spot him out.
I mean, he wanted to fight. He spotted him out and he stayed there and wanted to fight. Didn't just jump away from the start.
I feel like that's a preview of things to come here. Minerva showing that he is not afraid to fight early, and we may see a Tristana hopping into fights here.
Well, he does have the Zillion, so he can be a bit aggressive, but he's still going to need a bit of time before he can take on Goong one-on-one.
Something that may be the saving grace for Kaboom, because they're effectively fighting a 6v5. May well just be enough. Lep goes deep once again, goes aggressive onto Save, backs away, doesn't really have the minion wave to get that lifesteal down, and Save pops his ultimate and blasts him away. Dark Binding doesn't land, and Najin Whiteshield sets up for the Dragon.
Let's see here, Kaboom, 4 members down here. Top laners does have teleport. No ulti for Lep, of course. Save should be up fairly soon. But now Whiteshield just keeping the vision control around this Dragon and want Kaboom to try and face check them.
And mid-game vision control has been one of the biggest strengths of Najin Whiteshield in pretty much all of their wins. They've had so many more pink wards and so many more wards cleared than all of the teams that they've been facing.
Yeah, and also one of the reasons they really like this Corki pick is because you are so strong in the mid game. You can take these Dragons in the start, get the goal lead you need, and then use that once you get into late game when you have a carry like Ryze in the top lane, get all this global gold in his pockets, and let him just control the game from there.
Blue buff going across the Tinones, finally the bomb goes off. And that will keep him ticking over nicely. Fell behind a little bit, of course, because he went for that tier. It will take a while to stack out for him. Meanwhile, Canty, of course, going. Goom, sorry. Get the right team, the right country would help. Right lane as well. It's all over the place. He's going for the Rabadon's Death Cap, I feel.
And while again Kaboom is doing a great job actually keeping up in this early game, or early to mid game, Najin Whiteshield is a team who is known for the late game power, and they're also known for taking it fairly easy in the early stages of the game and prefer farming and out-rotating the enemy team instead of just straight up kill them in early 5 versus 5s.
Whipping out the wards. This is the time, really, where Kaboom have to be decisive, and where Najim Whiteshield have absolutely took control over every single team they've faced, including Alliance when they had that 7,000 gold lead. Najim Whiteshield absolutely knew what to do at this point. You can see Save all in his own down the bottom. Danagorn, oh, that was a Hail Mary of a Sonic Wave thrown out there to try and land on towards Zephyr. Wasn't going to happen though.
Who is going to come down here and answer Save? Because that is a very dangerous prospect right now. Level 13. Highest level here for Najin Whiteshield. Well, just tied with the other solo laner. No biggie.
And it's going to be Minerva for now. He's happy to have those waves pushed into him, I feel. He's just going to get himself that free farm. He's keeping up with Zephyr so far. Save, though, lingering off of the side there. Got to be careful.
Oh, Minerva.
Just a cheeky bounce.
Hashtag Kaboom win.
Well, he's getting all the free farm down his bottom lane. As long as he stays under his own tower, he shouldn't actually die.
No, Danagorn doesn't get the reset, doesn't get the hit on it. Had to back away. Tinon's thought about going aggressive there, but comes back around and keeps him away.
Yeah, this is really where Najin's biggest advantage is. You can see they're constantly trying to push the borders of their vision control into Kaboom's jungle, whereas Kaboom have had a really hard time even getting back up to the river. So that means pretty much all of the objectives are in shield territory, and they've been able to control the easy gold flow of the mid-map objectives.
And it's a scary thing. Every single team so far who faced Najin Whiteshield had to realize they will take over your jungle. Top lane, everyone else from Kaboom just backed away, don't want to risk anything up here. Easy tower for Whiteshield.
Save's going down to block off as well. Minerva in the bottom lane. He has got the support this time with Dance. So we'll see whether Dance can sneak him in. Minerva's going to try and bait him, I think. We'll see whether it works out. The top wave, of course, is being pushed in. Najin Whiteshield will take down that turret. Minerva just trying to take a couple more tower hits. Here comes Save on towards him. Black Shield quickly answers. Save doesn't want any of it just yet.
All right, outer turrets traded. Looks like both teams happy with their late game carries here. Minerva versus Save.
And on paper, that's a pretty unfair matchup. But Minerva has really been stepping up during this World Championship here. And the Analyst desk was talking about it. We have talked about it in every single game. Him and Dance together in this bottom lane has been looking very, very solid.
Plus, if we do get super late game and Triss can get up to that level 18, the extra range is going to do wonders for Kaboom versus this Najin Whiteshield team. And it will have to be some flashes in from Save to try and create something. That being said, Save is definitely known for his ability to flank around you and pull off one of those engagements because Najin Whiteshield control the wards so well.
Cool. And Co are heading down towards the bottom. They're taking control of the lower half of the jungle. Whoa, Minerva out of position a little bit there. Go takes himself a tower hit, quickly shields that off and blocks all of the damage. But Najin Whiteshield, I think they've finally realized this is our time to shine. Oh, Tin Owens goes through deep, got in the Aqua Prison. Is he going to get the Chrono Shift down in time? Oh, got it! About comes out of the picks in time to get that down. He must have been hammering that arcing.
So much CC from Whiteshield. The bubble first into the Whimsy. Tidal Wave wasn't used by Gorilla here, so saved one of them at least in case there will be a fight. But once again, Whiteshield can take the red buff. It is their jungle here. Kaboom only controls their own lanes.
Minerva keeps them away from the tower for now, but it may well be the middle. They're going to rotate through. Goom once again. Oh, they're all out of position here. No Chrono Shift this time around. He's going to get locked up. Is it going to be enough to heal him out there? Can't show shield through that one. Danagorns go deep on it. Oh my lord, he shouldn't be jumping in that strong when your mid laner has just dropped down. And Kaboom, well, they keep them away for now. There's no minion wave, so they're trying to tank it out. Here comes the conga line. Minerva has to clear this one out as quick as possible. He's got himself the static shift, so he should be able to wipe the wave out quickly. Could we see a tower hit towards Zephyr? Left thought about it for a moment, goes in. Goom just ballsily teleports away and Save. Well, he's getting all the free time in the world on this bottom lane.
Ooh, they are going to collapse down through the jungle, but there's plenty of wards that Shield set up previously, so Save has an exit route. Another minion wave crashes into the turret too, so slowly but surely, Shield chipping away at these turrets, middle and bottom.
Alright, let's see it again. So Tinnos, he doesn't actually have an ulti here, and he decides to run into Goom, so he's in a terrible situation from the start, and very last hit will actually take him down.
Then we have the Danagorn engage, trying to get in there. I believe he was trying to drag kick back, if he still had it. But once again. Flash away. Save him. Here's those river objectives that we were talking about. Covered by the vision from Shield. Another easy pickup.
And we just have to notice how White Shield plays with the lead. They will always start slow pushing one lane, and then they will have save in the other side lane, and then in the mid lane they can have the 4 members. And it simply means every single lane is pushing down. It means you have vision in every single lane as well, and you can just rotate between these towers easily to take them if Kaboom is not ready to defend in time.
No, Minerva. Are they going to stick around? They are going to keep pushing. Zephyr's gone up to meet him. Not sure if they realize Dan's is off to the side because there is no vision this time around. Are they going to hang around? Are they going to hope? But look at Gung, he's collapsing in towards him. Uh-oh, this spells trouble for Minerva. Is he going to back away in time? I think he has. He's got back to base.
Long
was
gone.
Close.
Long gone here. I like how Dance is just following Minerva around here. You have this back up Morgana every time.
That just drew 3 members of Najim White Shield straight towards the top, which has given a bit of free time down the bottom. And look at Danagon sneaking in towards that. Gung also coming around. They're going to try and chase on Tinones. They're drawing him away. 2 members though down in this bottom push. They're going to jump on Save. Is it going to be enough in a 2v1? Has Save powered up enough? That's the question. Danagon taken low. They don't want to get too near it. They realize the rest of Najim Shield, they're coming down the river. Tinones comes to join them, but Kaboom have to back away from this one. In goes Watch on towards Left. Left tries to turn it back around. They get the Chrono Shift on towards him. Save locks on. That's going to be Danagon going down, and Najim White Shield claps perfectly to close out the kill.
So you said they were going down for this sneaky gank bottom, but look at this cheeky ward in the little bush up by the secondary turret from Shield. They saw him going to the lane.
Oh, Dans cannot get away from that one. Zephyr comes around the side, picks himself up. Another kill, or the first one on the board for him. And now they also have a wave to take down the turret. So not only do they get the 2 kills, they get themselves a big, juicy inner tower.
Yeah, we see the death timers already being about the 30-second mark, because we're actually 29 minutes into the game. Not been a lot of action, but just been a lot of objectives taken by a Shield, and Kaboom as well trying to respond with towers every single time they had the chance. Instantly though, 2 towers fall in favor of White Shield.
That's the problem. Once they do fall, they're set up like dominoes, and just Najim White Shield tumble them across the board. They're all going to go back, got themselves a chunk of gold, to get themselves that step ahead in items with that 6,500 gold lead.
And that is just the hard part again. When you're playing against Shield, if you lose one fight, you know every single lane is going to be pushed up to your tower. So you saw them take this bot lane tower, instantly the new mid lane was open, just walk straight in there, kill another tower, and they punish you so hard if you get caught out of position and lose a team fight.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for Kaboom right now. They're losing so much map control. That they do have a Morgana on their team, and when we saw upset, a lot of them were off of support plays, a thresh hook, catching a key member of the opposing team off guard. If Kaboom get some sort of strong roam with the numbers advantage, and they hit one of these key bindings, there is still that hope that they can catch somebody, kill a carry, and come back into the game.
I mean, they have some good single target bursts. You have Aurelia, you have Tristana here. You can take down a target very, very fast. And Dance has been pretty on point with his binding so far. Just not been able to do it in terms of a team fight. It's been more just him and Minerva running together.
Yeah, and as we've been over several times, Dance, you know, that shot caller, moving from AD carry down to support. If they are going to group up and try and make a play off one of these bindings, he's the one to make the call.
Saw Frozen Heart being stacked up by Save. Dan's being chased on. Glitterlands, they're going to try and turn this one around. Gung's the focus. Have they got enough? Danagon just locked up there.
Uh-oh, here
Chrono
comes
Shift is going to come out, but I'm not too sure he can safeguard to anyone. He tries desperately to come on the wave. Flash, the wave catches 3 members of Kaboom. Zephyr comes around the side, gets 1, gets 2, tries to chase on towards the 3rd, on towards Dance. Dance taken so low, he maybe get dropped here. One more shot, there's the triple. He continues through, gets himself the quadra kill. A great style for Zephyr.
Yep, and that is going to be an inhibitor turret and the inhibitor here for Najin White Shield. Najin White Shield, they get into the base, doors wide open.
Maybe even more here. I mean, can they take a Nexus turret as well? There's still 20 seconds for Kaboom here. Otherwise, we can see White Shield just go straight for Baron.
Well, they've got the big wave. They are going to back away. It is going to be the Baron, it seems, as they run straight towards there. Everybody's pretty much topped off in health, and of course, a whole stack of ultimates left, because it was Zephyr that just single-handedly ran through the team.
Yeah, Gorilla with a huge Nami wave. 3 knockups interrupting 2 jumps. Great catch there for Shield.
So Baron goes down. Najin White Shield turn on the power. And this has been their power really. That once they hit that 20-25 minute mark, they just take control of the map. And it seems teams are helpless. Danagon once again out of position this time. He's in trouble. Save, gets kicked, tries to no! One last save will take him down.
Fancy moves though by Danagon here. White Shield. Should probably just go back and spend all the gold they have. I mean, they got some towers, they got the Baron, they won the last team fight. There's some very, very fit members on this White Shield team.
All right, let's take another look at this. They had Goong in what they thought was a good position here, but 4 members. And because they focus all this onto Danagorn and they get the Zillion ult out, by the time Zephyr arrives, it's pretty much cleanup duty here. This time around, it's Zephyr flanking and not Save. And he actually is the one diving forward to pick up an extra kill with that red buff. Oh, there it is.
That's a flash for it. But that wave was absolutely impeccable by Gorilla. The fact that he was around the side as well, he wasn't even close to being involved in the fight, just knew the length that ultimate would run, and just saw the devastation that it would pull on towards them. Kaboom, they can't defend this turret, they have to back away because Gorilla and Watch are flanking around the sides.
Yeah, I think Gorilla definitely deserves that Medjai after that play. Ooh, whoa, he's done.
Oh, he's gone. Oh, the shield. Oh, still not enough. Zephyr just burns through him there. That red buff doing work. Zephyr honestly has been impeccable in this group. We saw yesterday, of course, he picked up their 6 kills. He's going in once again. Soul Shackles from Dance. He doesn't care about that one. Forces them away from the inhibitor turret. And that is the second one that will tumble. And Najin White Shield now, they are just driving through Kaboom's base.
It's just like what you guessed yesterday on Corki as well. I mean, you can almost 1v5 the game when you become so fit on Corki. Let's see what he can do. Down to this bottom lane. Save might want to join the party.
Absolutely. That's going to be the 3rd inhibitor turret of the game. I think right now Kaboom are simply spectators in this game. Just figuring out how exactly it all went wrong, because at the 17.5 minute mark, he said it was just 100 gold differential between the two, but just the teams know exactly what to do at that moment. We talked about the power spike from Save as well. That was imminent danger for Kaboom. With these Nexus turrets and super minions coming on through, it seems that Najin White Shield, with the wave rolling on through, will close out this game. The Nexus is the final thing to fall. Kaboom forced onto the fountain. They are being driven away by the Korean powerhouse. The number 3 seed, Najin White Shield, are looking incredible in the group phase.
Oh yeah, they deserve to be at the top of the table in this group. Still haven't dropped a game here. And we got to see, us and Kaboom, firsthand, the impeccable ward coverage from that mid-game, how they push it up step by step, take objective after objective, switching between outer turrets whenever there's an opening.
It's all about their slow pushing of the minions, and every single time you push in one lane, you know you can quickly go to the next lane, you take the minions, go straight to the tower, and it is so hard to play against for every single team right here. It's not just Kaboom. I mean, Alliance have lost to White Shield, Cloud9 lost to White Shield as well. They are just a great team, and once they get the lead, they won't let go.
Problem is, who do you ban? Because they went for Thresh, they went to the Janna like, Gorilla, we're going to take you out of this game. But no, 0-0-10 Nami, excellent wave control, brilliant ultimate, non-stop, and the rest of the team, you know, you look towards Save in the top lane. We always knew he was going to be powering up on that Rise. He's shown once again, that's the 3rd victory on Rise now in the group stage, but he's got so many champions to fall back on as well. It's a really tricky decision to find those 3 bans. You kind of want 10.
Well, if we had 10 bans, it would be quite a boring game at least.
I could open things up, who knows?
I mean, there would be some new picks.
We've got plenty of champions.
Heimerdinger would.
Don't worry, we've got plenty of champions.
For sure. I do miss the Donger, I have to admit it.
So what do we make of these? I mean, Najin White Shield, they're looking unstoppable right now, but Cloud9 and Alliance have to face them. Alliance will be against them in the final game of the day, and really, they need to pick up a win there. Is it possible?
Yeah, I mean, Alliance, they have a lot of things to look at from the first match with Shield because, honestly, that was one of the closest games. They pushed Shield the furthest of any of the teams in this group. They had a good mid-game push. They had an opening there, but there were a couple key mistakes that Alliance needed to improve on, which, of course, were those mid-game vision control where they got caught out a couple times and they gave some kills over to the late-game Tristana. But, honestly, that is a repairable matchup for Alliance, I think.
And sticking with that vein, we just saw Kaboom getting up towards the 18-19 minute mark and staying pretty even in gold with Najin White Shield. Is this really going to be a potential banana skin for Cloud9 or Alliance?
I feel like, again, you have to win the early game, as we saw Alliance do, and then you just have to keep your wards down, like Kobe just pointed out, and that's how you can take the game against White Shield. If you let them get the lead, if you let them get the pick...
Kaboom.
Oh, against Kaboom, sorry.
Against Kaboom, because Kaboom just traded pretty evenly for 20 minutes there. And we've seen teams slip up when they get to that stage.
Yeah, that's why teams play so safe in the early game against Kaboom, because they don't want to risk falling behind in the laning phase, because they have shown they are solid laners. They have some good mechanics on their players, and if you play over-aggressive, it might bite you.
Yeah, it's what we've heard from Froggen from the last time they played them. Is like, just play it safe, guys, play it safe. That's all we've got to do. For now, though, we're going to get over towards the analyst desk for more insight into Najin White Shield's victory.
Thank you very much, D-Man. I must admit, I love the banana peel reference. However, it would have to be a King Kong-sized banana for Shield to slip on that one. Yes, I do think Kaboom have got strong laners. We are beating a dead horse whenever we say this. Mid lane, AD carry support, they do well. Lep fell behind, unfortunately, and the lane swap right at the beginning didn't help them, Monty.
No, I think that was a very favorable lane swap situation. When you get the Ryze Nami lane together, a Ryze with a range support, and then you have Corki as well, who's going to be really just scaling very well on levels alone. And even though they got that early advantage, Nami left too early, died. And then the most puzzling thing about that game for me, and Probably and I were raging about this a little, was that Shield... Basically, they got a Trinity Force power spike onto Corki. They had this level advantage, and then they kept sending Save into the top lane instead of just letting him farm at bottom lane and just pushing the tower. It was kind of dumb.
The Trinity Force power spike was so Corki could just run around the map faster.
Right.
Yeah. That had to be it. I think we
more playmaking on the AD carry.
Well, talking about the AD carry, we actually have a fantastic replay that really just summarizes the game. I feel like Shield were playing potion, playing low risk. Roll this clip out and then probably talk us through, what Zephyr was doing that stood out in Gorilla as well.
Well, Goon's already starting this out right now, and at this point, they're just trying to pick and kill someone. Nami gets a really, really sick wave, and if you see Corki starting to come in from the side, and he has all of Lulu's skills to use at his disposal, so he's about to just run in there and start cleaning up the fight now that Zilean ult's down, and now it's kind of up to him to, land his ults, which are gigantic at this point, and then, be a man and flash for that kill.
Gorilla ended up getting, I think, a 4-man knockup with that wave.
Yeah.
Really picking the angle correctly on the retreat from Kaboom.
Well, not only that, but predicting that the W would be off cooldown in that time frame as well when the Lee Sin revived, and then also knocking Tristana out of Rocket Jump. It was just an incredibly good wave.
So double lift after the quadra kill, AD carry, Shield. What's your take on the game?
I just thought maybe the game would have been different if Kaboom hadn't picked Lee Sin, because Danagorn's mechanics, honestly, that game were not up to standard. And Lee Sin's a very mechanic-focused jungler, alongside like Thresh as support. If you're not like on top of your game and you can't get those insects, then there's really no point to pick Lee Sin. And you saw that quad kill was really started because Danagorn was so out of position that they had to blow Zilean ulti on him, and he still died after. So it was just, I feel like if you're not on top of your mechanic game, you shouldn't be picking champions like Lee Sin.
Yeah, it didn't work out for them. All right, let's quickly take a look at the standings before we move on to the last two games of the day, because they will be particularly telling. Freak, we've been running the numbers. Najin Shield now one step closer. We've got two very, very big games coming up. OMG versus Samsung Blue, as well as Alliance versus Najin Shield. If Najin Shield win that game, they're guaranteed a spot in quarters.
Yeah, as soon as Najin Shield gets a 5th win, they are guaranteed first place as well. But basically, both Alliance and Cloud9, they're basically just going to be playing Kaboom and Najin White Shield, my understanding. So you still have that potential 2-4, 2-4, 2-4, or Alliance and Cloud9 going 4-2, 4-2, 4-2 against Najin White Shield.
Going to be very, very interesting. Samsung Blue, of course, coming up against OMG. OMG going to have to figure out a few things to get right. Before we talk about that game, let's check in with our Twitter question of the day. Earlier, we asked you guys which player has been the biggest star in the Singapore group stage. It's an impossible question, and why? Here's what you've had to say. First one is from okay, I'm going to try this. Striker Eureka. The highest star can only be high. Great CS and holding his own against the best. Massive improvement. Prolly, you're the mid laner. Yes or no?
Yeah, I think High stepped up a lot. The only thing that I would say is the only weak point of High is his champion pool, but his play is pretty stellar.
Next up, we have from @Dirian Archer. I feel Gorilla has done remarkably well for Najin White Shield so far. Crims is 100% right. His Thresh is absolutely bananas. That's the banana that D-Man was talking about, Monty.
Ding, ding, ding. We have a winner. If we want to talk about the player who's been consistent throughout all of these games, even when we saw Shield get behind against Alliance, it was his picks, his hooks that got them back in the game. He's just been the most consistent player so far, and his team is 4-0 because of it.
I completely agree. I think he's phenomenal. Next one from @ForestForest4. Control feed that one. Reckless is really making a name for himself by not showing any fear against the biggest of names. And Doublelift, Reckless has really stepped up.
Yeah, Reckless has been playing fantastic. He actually only had one game where I felt like he might have been able to do better. His first game against OMG, but after that, he did really well against Deft. Over 100 CS against considered possibly tied for best AD carry in Korea, along with Imp. He went over 100 CS ahead. So this guy's amazing. He got a pentakill earlier today. He's just on top of his game.
Yeah, we'll have to see how he performs tomorrow. And finally from @ScottPantera. My mom, because she lets me stay up late to watch World's Freak. You're the only one that hasn't chimed in about Pantera's mom. Do you know if she's OP?
That's a weird question to ask me. I was debating whether to make any mom jokes or not, and now you just set them up for me. She seems wonderful. I mean, if you get to stay up and watch League, it's wonderful. I believe it's hard. It is Saturday now, so at the very least, you probably don't have anything you have to like get up for in the morning. So big props to everyone who's using their Saturday to watch
She's a nice
League.
lady.
I have to apologize to Freak. That was my bad. I didn't need to set you up that way.
I had no idea where to go with that.
Actually, thank you to all the moms and dads who are letting their kids watch, and thank you for everyone tuning in. Right, thank you for sending your tweets to us. Remember, you can stay in the conversation throughout the World Championship by sending tweets to @LOL Esports. Use the hashtag Worlds, and we'll be talking about your mom on air. We're going to rebel off the riff for a moment, and when we drop back, China's OMG will face Samsung Blue. Don't miss it.
Tries to catch on towards it, goes in, gets the smite down! Very tough group, they're going for save. In comes Danagon, can they 2v1 him? Or is he too strong at this point? They've got a lot of damage down on him. Dan's taken so low, he maybe get dropped here. One more shot, there's the triple. He continues through, gets himself the quadra kill.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Let's set the stage for our next match, where China's OMG will be facing off against Korea's Samsung Blue. Let's start with OMG. They have to be ecstatic over that ridiculously late game win against Fnatic earlier today, but I think they need to fix a lot of the mistakes that they had in-game against Fnatic, because it will be punished against Samsung Blue.
I don't really know if they were ecstatic about winning that game. Usually, as a pro team, when you win a game like that, you still feel pretty bad. Right, Double Lift?
Oh, yeah, you feel terrible. You're like, we won the game, but we were one auto attack on our Nexus from losing.
Probably, how do you feel about those games? I figure you just enjoy the 70-minute ones.
Yeah, the 71-minute ones just feel really nice for me. But the faults that OMG had, where they kind of were going for kills over objectives and kind of chasing, I don't know if they can fix that in a day kind of thing.
No, that's like 3 years of League of Legends for them. If like you just chase the kills no matter what, that's Chinese law.
Well, let's talk about one player who, okay, I'm going to say it, who was flawless in that game. Going 5-0-15 on that Rise. I think he had a phenomenal performance. Muncie, you're shaking your head. What is it you didn't like?
I didn't like, he didn't maximize his advantage in the lane swap that I showed, so he did get a small advantage out of it. He was great in the late game, though. He also made some mistakes with teleport, overcommitting to kills, but it shows you don't want to let this guy have Rise. Pretty much everybody in China knows that. Maybe someone will learn it today.
Yeah, but at the same time, Acorn had a really, really good game against Ackerman last time. He played Maokai into Rumble, which many consider Rumble to be a really good answer to Maokai, and he did super well against Ackerman. So Acorn's kind of on an upswing. Gogoing's on an upswing. I'm curious to see what will happen top lane.
I'm happy you actually mentioned that. Let's talk a little bit about Samsung Blue. Last time they played, it was a fairly convincing win against OMG. If we look at the objective control, and I'm just reading over my notes of how the game played out, and it's mostly just Samsung Blue did this right, Samsung Blue did this right. What do they need to do, considering this is their first game of the day and they're coming in cold after seeing OMG win that game earlier today? Anything special, Double Lift?
I think they just have to understand OMG has a lot of weaknesses to, as you saw against Fnatic, split pushing. The rotations are very, I guess OMG only rotated one time really well that game, in my opinion, when they 5-man bottom lane. So I think Samsung Blue should be more rotation focused, try to avoid team fights, and split push.
I also think it might be worth them just sort of, I'm trying to think of the right term for it, but basically picking a little bit more for lane than maybe they normally would, just because we've seen games already, like, you know, Peke practically hard carrying the game against LMQ by crushing that mid lane so darn hard with Lysandre versus Fizz. And all the points of power of OMG are basically those solo lanes. Just get some lane matchups that aren't going to, like, hard lose the matchup. Like, don't give OMG the chance to carry from individual play. And then you can just be like, well, even if our comp's a little bit worse than 35 minutes, we're just going to play the map better than you, so it's okay.
Well, let's take a look. We've heard a little bit of opinions on the teams. Let's see where your predictions lie and see who you're actually picking in to win this game. Double Lift, first game on the desk here with a prediction. Who is it going to be, OMG or Samsung Blue?
I think Samsung Blue. Even though they're coming in cold and OMG has played a game earlier today, Samsung Blues just seems so strong. They only had one really horrible loss to Fnatic, and after that, they seemed really good.
Prolly?
Yeah, I think Blue's just a really calculated and accurate team, and I think OMG's strength is capitalizing on mistakes, and I don't think Blue's going to make many this game.
Next in line, Monte Cristo.
Trevor. Knock, knock.
Yeah, Samsung Blue's there, I assume. Right.
Oh, you just ruined my jokes, man. Wow. Well, you're not a bro anymore.
I found the banana peel that Monte Cristo slips on. It's a knock-knock joke. Yeah. Right, Freak.
I'm going to go with the color of most of our shirts and ties here and go Samsung Blue. They're the clear favorite of the group. They still are. They're just a freaking great.
My tie is black.
Well, there is
shirt's blue.
There is something I do want to talk about before we head over to the game. Samsung Blue, of course, they're in a game. They're in a group where if they concede more losses, it opens up potentials for tiebreakers. LMQ's hoping for it. Fnatic's hoping for it, especially after the results earlier today. Monty, you've got a very sheepish grin. Are they going to concede more losses? Do you even see it being a possibility, considering they do play Fnatic again tomorrow and LMQ, if memory serves?
I think it is a possibility in these groups, sure. I mean, I thought coming in that Blue would lose one game in the group stages, but they looked a lot better after that one loss. It seems like they've gotten it together and are playing with a little more fire right now, so...
Well, what was it about the loss that actually... Or what was it in the game that cost? Is it just Fnatic completely outplayed them? Do you think there was an element of cockiness? I mean, the sister team had that last year.
I do think there was an element of cockiness in that, and the way that they played out those lanes was a little haphazard, and we saw much cleaner play, much more conservative play in the next game.
So let's take a step back, look at OMG. If memory serves, they're 2-2 in the groups. I'm going to get my little match prediction and see who they're playing tomorrow. They've got to play LMQ at the end of the day tomorrow. If they lose this game, it'll be 2-3, potentially 2-4. Freak, you've been running all of the numbers here. What is the likelihood that these guys even stand a chance if they lose this game?
Low. I kept thinking about it, and I'm pretty sure, regardless of the result, each team still has a chance, and neither team are actually locked in for a guarantee. Because no matter what, the teams are all bouncing around 3-3, and so there's always this chance for like a 3-way tiebreaker, a 2-way tiebreaker, maybe even a 4-way tiebreaker. Still, it just means winning is obviously better, and you have higher chances.
So next question, 2 players on the desk. Players are getting set up on stage, guys. We'll be moving to that in a moment or two. How do Fnatic approach this game? I mean, this is a game where, you know, they lost.
OMG?
So Fnatic lost to OMG earlier today. How do Fnatic sit on the sidelines and watch this game, knowing that they have to play Samsung Blue? How do you look for stuff to play against this tomorrow? If you were doing it, if you had to sit and you knew you were playing Dade tomorrow,
I would always
what would you be looking at? What would you be looking at if you knew you were coming up against Deft and Heart?
I would always look at my roles matchup. So, you know, if I'm Reckless, then I'm looking at Deft and I'm seeing how does he envision this matchup? So, Kog'Maw versus Lucian, how does he play it out? When does he base? When does he go ward? What items is he going to go? So, I think everyone's just looking on an individual level, and then you can kind of dial back afterwards and say, oh, they won because they're out-rotated, but I'm really confident in my matchup.
Yeah.
Question for Dade.
For Dade, if I had to play against him, it would obviously highly depend on the matchup, but he's probably going to play a melee champion because we've been seeing that more and more with like the Yasuo and the Zed. I think baiting him into one of those picks and then, you know, having a pocket fizz or something like that, or some kind of pocket counter, and then by pulling the lane and calling jungle pressure, it kind of stops Dade from his playstyle of farming up and fighting by denying the farm and like extending the laning phase.
You know, I'd really look at the pick order here and see exactly where you can, like, because oftentimes Samsung Blue will pick early mids, you know, stuff like that. So that's very important in how you actually counter this, because if they start changing their pick order and Dade starts actually counter picking, then we may see things like Ziggs, we may see things like Twisted Fate.
So, we do have the standings graphic up. The players are taking to the stage, so sorry about the delay. This is just to help with some of the numbers that we were talking about. Samsung Blue, they're 2-1 at the top of the group. This will get them one step closer to their guaranteed quarterfinal spot. I think the interesting story is obviously how the bottom half of this table is going to react, with OMG sitting there 2-2. With a theoretical loss, as our analysts have all predicted, they'll be tied with Fnatic. Look at the other side of the group. Let's talk a little bit about Group D, as we do have some time to kill, and we will be looking at Alliance versus Najin Shield later today. Freak, what's your take on that matchup and some of the chances that Alliance has maybe coming in?
So every single game here, especially with these two teams who tend to be more, the Korean teams here. We're talking about the favorites of the groups, right? You can see they're combined 6-1. We always know the Koreans are favorites coming in. Both these two teams tend to have their biggest weaknesses being the early game. They're very map focused, they're very sort of team fight rotational focused, and when we saw, for example, Samsung Blue lose, it was to the individual playmaking of people like Xpeke and the rest of Fnatic. And so when you look to attack these teams, Double, if you started talking about, I want to look at my individual matchup, I agree with you, that's where the teams need to look at, is how do I outplay my opponents, because we have seen time and again that the individual skill, especially mechanically, is close for most of these roles down the line across the various teams. So when you're looking to attack those guys, you've got to look at, okay, how do I beat those guys? Now, Alliance, we saw the very same thing when they played White Shield. They had an early game lead. They made some really good plays. Reckless tried to hard carry. All these kinds of fun things happened. And then they're getting outplayed on the map. And I think you continue to play these 35-minute, then peter out compositions and do everything you can in that time to get a 10,000 gold lead.
And just like you said, I feel like Shield versus Alliance is a really interesting matchup, because all Alliance has to do, in my opinion, is use their superstar players like Froggen. Wicked's been doing really well, and just kind of pull the trigger early game like they did. They had a 7-0 lead versus Shield, and they just couldn't close it out. And I feel like if they can just recreate that, replicate it, not even a 7-0 lead, maybe just a 3-0 lead, maybe Froggen just gets a double kill randomly, because they're just willing to pull that trigger, then they can snowball from there.
I mean, I think you're really discounting the power of these two teams in the late game. It's easy to say that, but Samsung Blue has lost very few games this year, and Fnatic did a very good job of that, but really nobody else has been able to convert, especially in a longer series, besides the KT Arrows, who are that kind of aggressive team, but even then it took them to 5 games.
I think it's a matter of, I think, teams finding an identity they want to play for. The two teams I know that have really strong identities, thinking back to old school LoL as well, because a lot of people don't tend to watch Korean teams as much as they show these sometimes as well. Think back to old Moscow 5 when they were known as that. Aggressive, 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 pick lane bullies, win the game in 30 minutes. You think back to old CLG EU, passive, 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 Kog'Maw and Nivea, win the game in 60 minutes. And they would just play for that style. I haven't seen a lot of teams embrace that sort of style, especially in the Western world, where it's like, we're always going to go for Lucian and Corki or Caitlyn. We're always going to go for lane bullies. And we're going to know how to push an inhibitor down 30 minutes in, because at that point, you have 90% chance of winning once you crack that wall. Be a team that learns that kind of tactic. There's champion pools wide enough you can pick those most games and just rehearse that. And I think you can totally do that.
I love that idea, and that is how Fnatic won. Land every single skill shot if you can. Pick other champions if they get picked or banned away. Right, I'm going to bring us back on topic. We will be jumping into game as OMG will be taking on Samsung Blue in just a few moments' time. And to get us back on topic, let's see how you guys at home have been voting to see who's going to win. According to LOLesports.com, you're giving the edge to Samsung Blue with a mere 79% of the vote. Thank you for voting. Thank you for tuning in. We're going to throw over to the Shoutcaster desk. But before we do, we caught up with OMG to share how they strengthened the team and bond while still under the pressure of making it through to the quarterfinals.
我们 OMG 战队是一个比较注重团队理念和团队建设的队伍。
我们对团队建设的话，应该比别的队要多一点吧。
团队的话，就是一起出去看电影吧，然后吃饭吃的比较多。
几乎我们参加那些活动都是一起。
就上一次我们录他的一个 MV， 还唱了一些歌，跳舞状态或者勾引唱的，他们两个就是唱的很好。
我感觉我唱的应该最好听了。
他们觉得我唱的好一点，我也觉得可能是好一点吧。
冲进无限的星球，永不放弃的战斗，这是勇敢和自由，送给你我的朋友。
就是说各有各的味道吧，有些人就富有激情一点。 其实我觉得这个歌就是比较，我觉得挺好听的，比较活泼，然后比较励志的那种。
他这首歌的寓意就是带给我们出灯的一些力量吧，给自己一些信心。其实我们除了训练之外的业余生活还是挺丰富的，这样也能促进我们大家的感情交流。
我觉得我们 OMG 像一个就大家庭一样，我们每个人的关系都非常好。
最激情的应该是无状态和灵耀吧。
老状态有时候看着灵耀在前面，他就走过去抱着他，这样感觉他们两个很有可能在搞基。
无状态的船除了灵耀能上，其他人都不给上。
我们私下会经常一起去吃饭、看电影，
就是让我们更团结一些，一起做更多的事情吧，让我们有一种家的感觉。
Unfortunately, we do have a technical issue that we are working through with OMG. It's related to one of the chat boxes on the player's PC. So while the QC guys are busy working with that and trying to resolve it, we're going to keep you entertained a little bit. Production had said to me after running that video feature, I should find out who the best singer on the Analyst desk is, but I don't want to put any of you through that torture, so we're not going to. I do want to talk about the Singapore stage. I want to talk about Worlds. I think, Taipei set a hell of a standard to follow. We were all a little bit worried after the SK news about the two groups being a little lopsided, but it came down to all 6 games on the last day. We had a tiebreaker. Singapore happens. Every single day has been ridiculous. Let's talk about some of the matches, some of the standout moments or players or things like that. Freak, what's shining in your mind?
I mean, I can keep repeating everyone saying Gorilla because, I mean, he's still my individual player here. I also do... I actually like the interview we had with Reckless where he said, we came into this game and said, let's just have fun, basically. He's like, the team had a meeting, said, just play the game for fun, try a little bit less hard. And that I think to me was actually why Fnatic did so well. Like that just seems like what that team is best at is just sort of loosening up and making their individual plays. Like it's very weird, but I'm like trying to piece it together. They don't seem like they're that much of a strategic team. They just seem like an X Factor team where they just come up with these plays out of nowhere. You know, the random Fnatic brush camping. Like these aren't these like heavily rehearsed strategies. They're just really good at adapting with the flow of a game. And Fnatic taking that step back and just sort of relaxing and just playing the normal game, I think that is how Fnatic best plays, and it was good of them to sort of relax and play that style.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much for that. This is a segment that we've called Storytime with Freak, and luckily I'm hearing that we are going to send it over to the casters to get us back into the game. So thank you very much, guys.
Thank you very much, Quickshot. The teams are very much ready to go. And let's check out the starting lineups for the first match. So it is going to be the blue side for China's LPL. That is going to be OMG. I should start there. Get that all over the place there. Top lane is going. Loveling in the jungle. Cool in the mid lane. San as the AD carry. And Dada 777 on support.
And on the red side, it's Samsung Blue from Korea, of course. We have Akon in the top lane. Spirit as the jungler. Dade in the mid lane. Deft as the AD carry. And Hart is his trustworthy support.
So where do we go with this one? This is a big, big game for OMG. They got a massive result against Fnatic earlier on today. This could actually, if I have a quick glance, take them top of the table if they were to win here.
And remember, in the first matchup here, the first day of group stages, OMG, that's where they lost all their games. It was the first time, you know, coming up here in the group stage. Maybe it was first day nerves, but since then, they have improved, and they just came off that very close win, like you said. So some people, that gets them amped up, and they want to play in the next game more cleanly. Yeah. We'll have to see how it turns out here versus Blue, though.
Cool, he did say in the interview with Shocks that there was nerves on the first day. Everyone was a bit nervous. We saw San as well in Champs League was almost sleeping on the keyboard because he was trying to control his nerves. So it seems like they're playing better, but still the game against Fnatic. I mean, there was a lot of mistakes. They could have finished the game earlier as well. They almost lost the game. One auto attack from Sana, and it would have killed the Nexus.
I know that was crushing you inside.
It did crush me.
A lot of things could happen, a lot of different plays. So we're about to get underway. Of course, we're talking about OMG. They face Fnatic. And Samsung Blue Wall not coming in completely cold because, of course, they are scrimming with their Korean friends here, Najin White Shield. So not a bad practice partner to have when they are topping Group D. Alistair banned out first off, as well as Zillion for Samsung Blue. Remember, OMG, they do have all of the bans this time.
Yeah, this is actually the first time Samsung Blue won't have to ban Alistar, because they've banned it in every single game on blue side so far, and they played all the games on blue side, so the remaining will of course be on red side for them. Don't have to worry about the Alistar. Lee Sin, I wonder if they're going to ban it. They first picked it in the last game against OMG, and it's been one of the main champions of Loveling back in LPL.
Another thing that Blue and LMQ both used on the first day when teams were getting wins against OMG was Rumble. So that might be a big deal here as well. They had a hard time sort of working around that mid-game team fight.
I mean, we have seen a few counters to Rumble now with the lane swaps where you deny him all the farm in the start, you deny his experience, and you shut him down by doing this. OMG, again, I haven't actually seen them play Rumble, what I remember at least, and obviously we have seen Akon already play it. So it could be a last ban here, otherwise they're going to have to risk it and maybe get a Ryze first pick. If it's going to be left over by Samsung Blue, we know Going, he loves to play Ryze.
Final ban coming in for OMG. Will they go for one? It's going to be Ryze. Yeah, they ban it themselves. So
must be Lee Sin then.
I mean, you've still got to take it away from Acorn as well. I don't know any Korean top laner that can't play Ryze, let's face it.
I mean, this Ryze ban really tells us that OMG has a very specific first pick in mind. Otherwise, Ryze would have been a perfect option. Zillion is banned, Alistar and Maokai. Some of the typical first picks are already gone. I'm looking at this Lee Sin pick, but I might tunnel on it a bit too hard. Let's wait and see.
Final ban coming through. Samsung Blue, what will it be? Will it be a mid laner? It will be Zed. Yes, it will. Target on Cool. So 2 bans towards him.
Oh.
Bang. Instant locks. Lee Sin.
First time Loveling gets his Lee Sin here. I mean, it's been banned a few times. It's been first picked by the other teams a few times. They've done everything they could to keep him away from Lee Sin. Finally gets it. He's so good on Lee Sin, and he's a big playmaker.
All right, mousing over the Shaco here, but of course a Kha'Zix is much more likely. Maybe we even finally get to see that Spirit Rengar come out from Samsung Blue. But honestly, they don't have to take the jungle early. The mid lane was our featured matchup last time around, and already banning out Zed Dade versus Cool. A lot of people have mentioned how Dade would early pick mid lanes before. Not going to do it this time around, and they do have the guaranteed counter pick, so they can save that for this Cool versus Dade matchup if they need to go with counter pick this time around.
Yeah, they're going to actually have extra counter picks because now they can pick their jungle and they can see the AD carry. OMG wants to log in, which we expect to come in the next rotation for them. And the Janna pickup, we've seen it a few times against Lee Sin. You can stop him from ever engaging onto your team because again, you have the Monsoon, you have your Howling Gale to simply knock him up when he tries to go onto your team.
And we've seen how good she is in team fights where Blue will excel. If you rush that captain's upgrade for your boots, so much mobility, and Blue are definitely the type of team that will take advantage of that very early on in things like dragon fights, especially with assassins like Kha'Zix.
They already have a lot of kiting options just with the Kha'Zix and the Janna, and disengage potential for protect the AD carry comp and a siege comp, which they love to run.
Well, something Going absolutely loves is that Aurelia, and with Loveling on the Lee Sin, we could see a heavy focus on Acorn in that top lane.
Pretty good Bash Bros combo right here. That's a very, very dangerous duo.
We have seen this combo already a few times today, and it's always the same deal. Where's Aurelia? Okay, let's go and gank for her. She's maxing her E, longer stun, and we will kill whatever top laner she's against. And it should also mean the Rumble pickup, if Samsung Blue wanted to play Rumble, is going to be very risky now against an Aurelia who can really shut him down.
Yeah, Going has had a lot of success with this Aurelia in the past.
We're waiting to see what Deft is going to choose, rotating through just about every AD carry in the book, but we'll see which one he decides to finally end on. Of course, had some fantastic performances on Corki yesterday. Expecting that maybe where it will end up. Jinx currently hovered over for a while though.
I mean, Corki would work because they already have Janna and Kha'Zix for a very, very strong siege comp here, especially in the mid game. Get your Trinity Force completed, get your Magic Pen on the boots, and then you can start sieging up on towers. That would work with the first few picks. Otherwise, we have seen Deft in the OGN play Twitch a few times, and he's playing it a little bit different from what we see other Twitch players do. He's often very focused on engaging team fights actually, 5 versus 5 here, and because he has Janna and because he has the KO, he can pop out as the guy in the front and just hammer away for these 7 seconds with his ulti and without taking any damage.
Right, he can get several members low at once, and then Spirit can clean up. This is a lot how Blue operate in these team fights here. Spirit comes to clean up a lot of these kills, and they have the option of using that intervention either on Kha'Zix for when he dies in, or if Janna is not enough to keep Deft safe. I was also wondering if Deft was going to have the confidence to go with one of these AD carries without his own escape built in after what happened to him on Kog'Maw versus Fnatic. You know, his next game he pulled out the Corki and he had a really good game. Maybe that gave him again the confidence in his positioning once again, and he's not facing quite the crazy pick comp that he was last time.
And a bit more protection as well,
there
especially the Janna pick is going to help him a lot in these fights to get with the Kale ulti.
Well, the Kale will take a while to get going, but we know Samsung Blue like that late game. What I'm seeing from OMG here, though, with that Tristana, with that Yasuo locked in, it is all armor. There is no magic on that side.
Which simply means if OMG goes to late game, it becomes very, very hard for them to kill targets because Samsung Blue can stack so much armor on their side.
Thing is, Blue don't really have tanky members, so not a lot of people that would stack armor on this Blue team. A very offensive-oriented team where they rely on precision timing to pull off this team comp, and it's all about the right timing for Janna and the right timing for Kale.
And Dade here actually finally getting to last pick and counter pick his mid lane. Normally he's very confident, he will blind pick his own mid laner and the rest of Samsung Blue will then wait for their picks. This time around he's actually getting to get a counter pick against the Yasuo in the mid lane. Obviously a champion, he's playing a lot, he knows every single matchup there. And OMG's side, I mean this is the comp we see from OMG so often. It's just full on brawling, team fight, we have a lot of bruisers in there, we want to contest every single objective possible and they have the comp to do it, especially with the Aurelia from mid-game power spike.
Orianna locked in. Lots and lots of protection for Deft in this matchup, no doubt about it. OMG though, do they have it in and they have the comp to get rolling in that mid game? Can they get themselves ahead of Samsung Blue and work a big advantage from it?
Yeah, plus, talking about that early and mid-game stages, I mean, Lee Sin combos extremely well with Yasuo as well. We already mentioned the Lee Sin plus Aurelia combos with Going, but really, both solo laners, the highlight players for OMG, both work extremely well with Lee Sin. Leveling here has the opportunity to make some early plays.
Yeah, they have a great and safe bottom lane here. You have Nami Tristana, it's a strong lane. Twitch and Janna shouldn't really be able to punish them, and then it's all about Loveling, looking at these two solo laners and just snowball them as hard as you can to take the win.
Let's see how this one goes, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be a tense battle, that's for sure. Samsung Blue, top of the table currently with 2 wins and 1 loss. But OMG, they took down Fanatic earlier on, and they are at 2-2. So whoever wins this matchup will be top in the group by the end of the game.
Yeah, Fnatic gave both of these teams quite a lot of trouble. Just very small margins, meaning the differences between wins and loss for both.
Well, with the lineups locked in, which team do you guys at home think will take victory in this matchup? Tweet us at LOL Esports with the hashtag OMG win or the hashtag SSB win for Samsung Blue. And we'll let you know who you think this voting's going to go after the absolutely epic match between OMG and Fnatic. What do they have left in reserve? Because that may well have taken a lot out of them.
All right, let's see here too, because it's going to be a lot of pressure on Heart. The dive potential with Yasuo plus Aurelia is very, very scary for him. I have to see about the timing for this blue team. Looks like they are not getting any deep wards yet to look at those lanes.
It's going to be hard again. We talk about Deft and his Twitch play here, how he normally doesn't go for these one-on-one solo kills like we see a player like Imp do a lot. And it's also going to be hard if he tries on something like a Tristana who can shoot him away with her ulti and jump away herself, so she's fairly safe in these one-on-ones against him.
Oh,
all about team fights, and that's an early one.
OMG tried to collapse, but instead it's Samsung Blue that have come around on towards them. Data 777. Are they going to be forced to flash away? Data may well be. He's gone! Flash just stood around, didn't flash instead. Here's first blood to Deft.
So I'm not sure here if Dada was like, okay, I'm gonna die no matter what because Deft is gonna flash after me anyway, and he had 6 poison stacks on him already. But OMG just blindly walking up the blue buff. You have no idea who's actually behind this.
This is a very, very bad sign for OMG. You know, they're a team that sometimes they show up really, really strong, but also sometimes they play extremely overly aggressive, chasing into the fog of war. This time they were blind, go so far deep. Not a lot of reason to go for that chase. It's such a risky play, but they charge straight across the river.
And that was a very standard level 1 from Samsung Blue. Just spread out all across so you can see every entrance into your own jungle. And obviously they just walk up behind OMG. Pick up the first blood for Deft here on Twitch. What a great start. He is going to be swapping to the top lane. We talked about how the bottom lane matchup was in favor of OMG. And obviously also you want to shut down this Aurelia early on.
Yeah, especially if you are trying to get this Twitch to that early Blade of the Ruin King. He's already got the first blood. Now he's going to freeze up on the top side.
OMG were not ready for this lane switch at all, because you can see Samsung Blue, they started out buddy system, no problem. Akon following Spirit around in that jungle, whereas Gogoin was up in the top lane, and suddenly they appeared. And he's like, guys, anyone going to help me? I need to protect this blue buff now because Samsung Blue are on the invade.
They're really, really aggressive early on here. Gogoin staying around is the only member so far. Rest of OMG wants to join.
This is very hard for OMG to secure. It looks like they're gonna get 3 buffed here. Everybody collapsing for blue. They haven't called Deft yet.
It's a 4-man pile on right now. OMG, it's going to be a smite fight, and I think it's Spirit that will take this one. Lovelink tries to stick around the side. There it is. It's a 3-buff start.
Yeah, this is great play by Samsung Blue because they know they have the AD carry on the top side. They know down this bottom side, San is sitting on Tristana. So there's 5 members from Samsung Blue on the top side of the map. Therefore, they can take control of it, secure the blue buff. The 4 members from OMG couldn't stop them. And if they stay around now, they can also go towards the top side and force OMG away from this top lane.
Yeah, a little bit lazy for OMG to start on their own red buff like that. Definitely is going to cost them early here as they try to fend this turret. At least they do have an extra lane of experience. Tristana's now trying to shove the lane into that turret down bottom. No, he's got it pushing back against him.
So while we had the fight at the blue buff here, Akon couldn't actually teleport down to this bottom lane, which meant he didn't get to pick up the farm. San had pushed into the tower first because he didn't manage to get the freeze, and he actually managed to bounce it on the tower here. So he can now start freezing, which Akon.
He just leveled. That was an explosive shot explosion right there. So he's leveled explosive shot.
Why would he do that?
So he won't be able to freeze it for long. He's got a really big wave pushing towards him though, so it's not going to be an immediate push, but
that must have been a mistake.
He won't be able to freeze it past this wave. What? This is the last time he'll be able to keep it on his side.
Yeah, why would he go with that one? Maybe he just did it from level 1, who knows?
Wouldn't matter anyway, they come to shove it.
Yep, they're going to shove it down, and now San will clear it out on towards that tower. So, Not a great start, honestly, for OMG here. We'll see how it continues. San should be able to pick up the majority of this wave. We'll miss that last shot there. Spirit hovering around and moving in towards there. Double buffed up, coming around the backside of Cool, who himself has been obviously keeping the pressure on Def, but he's got to be careful. He should be able to slide through on Spirit. Counter gang comes in. Going to draw them in though. Cool taken very low. Has to throw out that wind wall, and that's going to force him back to base.
Forcing him back to base here, and down this bottom lane, we can see Data7 actually recall from the top lane. He's going to try and be on the bottom side of the map now to help San. Otherwise, they're not going to be able to deny any farm from Akon. They might not be able to do it anyway because of the explosive shots from San.
Look at the control from Blue. They didn't have to bring Heart down to the Dragon to defend it at all. Spirit did a good job controlling that bottom side of the jungle. In the early gank mid, they got control. So now after they call back, they have plenty of time to bring Heart down, and there's not going to be much of a rebuttal from OMG.
All this sweet XP for Akon here. And also because OMG had sent so many members to the top side of the map, Samsung Blue didn't have to worry about an early Dragon at all. They could go back to their own jungle and farm a little bit, and Akon could just walk down to this bottom lane. So we have to keep an eye on the CS and the level between these two top laners.
But you've got to wonder, Def, is he going to be able to trade with GoGoing if he starts to get those levels on him? They've got to be careful he doesn't stick around a little bit too long in this 1v1 lane. He will instead. There's 2 levels over him right now, so no harm on him whatsoever, but they've got to keep an eye on Lovely.
Well, right now it looks like Heart is taking this opportunity to get a bit deeper ward coverage in the blue side jungle to protect Deft up in this top side. So they will be able to keep track of Lovely fairly easily as he makes his way up onto this blue side of the jungle. Meanwhile, down here, Dada77 has just been sitting in the lane. And it's been up to Cool, actually. Cool had to go roam and place the deep ward for OMG.
And we actually often see OMG place these very deep wards early on to try and spot the junglers. They don't just ward around their own lane. They want to get into the jungle, put on the camps, see where Spirit is moving around. And obviously, we often talk about Spirit, how he's a bit more of a passive jungler who focuses on counter ganking and then team fighting. But it's simply also because his laners are very strong and somewhat passive as well. They like to just sit back and farm. They don't necessarily need a lot of action early, which opens up for Spirit to just farm and become very, very strong for the team fights, which we will get in the future.
Leaving the straight up duel. GoGoing caught out here. Does get the stun down on Def, but he's going to turn a big chunk of damage. Didn't get the expunge at the end there.
Came back with his Cutlass ready to roll and immediately forces GoGoing out of lane with a huge wave here. That's going to be a teleport discrepancy. He has to teleport back to, or he's going to lose it. Well, he would get dove.
This one. Samsung Blue can drive.
They can dive him.
TPing in as well. He cancelled instantly.
He cancelled it, yeah.
Double cancel, so the entire wave here lost from GoGoing. The tower will go down as well. Samsung Blue can then swap down to this bottom lane, and GoGoing, he lost a lot of experience and CS right here.
I think that Blue could have waited on that teleport for GoGoing's teleport to completely finish, and then trap him there and make him run all the way back. But they scared him off, and it's going to be the entire wave denied. They get the turret very, very low. They can take it whenever they want. OMG can also answer, though, because they've got that explosive shot Tristana been shoving the entire time.
Exactly. Akon was forced away from this one, so he's also losing out in this bottom wave as well. We'll see whether Sandis decide to finish the turret off. Wouldn't be surprised. You can see Loveling is waiting just off at the side, expecting some sort of counter, but it hasn't come. Top tower also did not go down, by the way. GoGoing. Shockwave pulled on towards Cool. Flash goes in. Windwall. Is it enough? I'm not sure. One more basic attack. There's the ignite. Dade takes down Cool in a 1v1.
Yeah, not the first time we have seen Cool dying 1v1 in this tournament here. It's honestly been a sloppy performance from him. If you look at all the games played by OMG, he had a good game against Fanatic where he managed to kill FLICKR 1 versus 1, but that's actually been about it for Cool. He's not been performing as we expected.
And look at what that gives Blue. Immediately, the entire team floods into this side of the jungle. They take mid, and they're going to dive.
Oh, and the tower's going to drop as well. They're going to dive around the side. GoGoing's got nowhere to hide here, and that's going to be one more hit. That will go to Spirit.
The mid goes down and the floodgates open. Blue just jump on that, taking the entire side of the map. They had already pre-warded it. They knew this was a very easy move up to the top, tower down, and now they've got complete control. Is that wave bounced back too? They've even got the wave up top pushing back against them. They can even freeze this. So much control for Blue right now.
And we always see this pre-planning from Samsung Blue. Place the wards to make sure we can go for the dive on top lane. We're not gonna get surprised by OMG. They are starting the dragon down here. Only hard is actually nearby. This should be a dragon boost.
Yeah, they should get a take in, so that's a good counter. It does keep them within gold reaches because objectives were starting to fall across the map for OMG.
The problem still stands, though. That top wave right there is going to be in front of the turret, right where Acorn wants it. There's nothing on the bottom side of the map to draw Blue away from that. So as long as they are able to protect him up there, he should be able to keep it. Oh, it runs all the way into the turret.
Well, still, he's going to get all the farm. He's going to get all the XP here. And Going is not level 6 yet. On his Aurelia, he's going towards the Phage, actually delaying, getting a Sheen as well, so he won't have the instant burst from it. Right now, he is pretty far behind, and they actually decide to send him down this bottom lane just to try and get some farm one-on-one against Def.
So OMG's point of view right now is that they need to shove this top side. They need to get that thing down. They don't want to let Acorn grow big in the top side. Send 2 members up there right now. They might even send Lee Sin up there to make sure. But bottom side, it's the exact same mirror answer here for Blue.
How confident is Deft feeling? Well, it doesn't matter because Watch is coming out to join him. It's a 3v1 dive and going. He's starting to back away. He's starting to sniff something's up, but he's too late, I think. Spirit will catch on. There's the slow from Heart. The ultimate is running. It should just give him enough lifesteal, and he hangs on for now. The top turret also, though, OMG, they will collapse on this one. San is going to take it.
Yeah, mirror plays.
But this trade is in favor of Samsung Blue because if you look at the top laners, Kale, while you of course want to get strong for the late game, if you want to kill people, you don't have to because of your ulti. You have utility for your team, even if you are behind and have 0 items. You provide as such a strong ulti. Aurelia, she needs to get going. She needs to get a Trinity Force, otherwise she's not going to do anything in team fights.
Loveland feeling the pressure in his own jungle as well. Spirit's in around there. Samuel finally claps down that top turret. So even in turrets right now, but that middle turret, it's a desperate move with Samsung Blue. They're going to move in. Cool has to back off. It's just going to take one swing of the sword, and that will go down.
They're also setting up a pick here. You see Deft and Heart were waiting in that bush to see if someone would come by.
It's a 5-man
sitting on a ward. 5 men in mid. This is a Twitch tower siege at 11.5 minutes.
Just look at the wards also around this mid lane here. Everything was pre-warded. They know we can just rotate from bottom lane straight to mid lane. The tower was already low because Cool died one-on-one earlier. And Samsung Blue getting the lead and been able to shut down this Aurelia early on.
One thing that was just shown that will slow them down on these tower sieges is that wind wall. Once Tristana gets fed enough and gets those items on, they will be able to clear those waves off. So Samsung Blue need to keep their maneuvering going, but as of yet, it is all working out so well for them from that very first level 1 kill.
Yeah, Twitch is not the greatest AD carry at actually sieging a tower, but he has the Janna shield to help him. You even have Dade there with his own shield and intervention if needed. There's a lot of protection for him if he wants to go in and hit these towers, and there's not a lot of instant wave difficulty.
It's a trap.
I mean, OMG, this is the second time he's making a very offensive move with no ward coverage here for OMG. This is a completely risky play from Cool. If he shows himself, he's toast, but he holds on to it.
They saw him down here in this ward. Look at down in this bottom lane. There's a ward from Samsung Blue. They saw Cool run from the base. Also managed to spot Loveling here and decided to just back away. Don't actually want to deal with all these members from OMG.
Yeah, they were waiting for him to jump on that. But he doesn't quite take the bait.
Yeah, it's a tense move because the pressure they are under, the fact that they had that great victory early on, the adrenaline must have been absolutely pumping through their veins. And they do hold on. Dada will clear out that pink ward. Give them a little bit of vision, but instantly you see Heart replace another ward down the bottom and clear out the pink that OMG just placed.
And OMG, because again they're running these items. Oh, Heart. Let's see if he actually wants to place the ward.
Oh,
he is safe.
Not even close.
He is safe, but because OMG once again is running these fight comps, you cannot afford to fall behind, because if you cannot engage in a straight up team fight, you're just going to watch all your towers die, you're going to watch all objectives go over to the enemy team, and then the game is over. You need to be able to engage and win fights.
You can see Acorn making a move. He's heading down towards the mid lane. That's freeing up going in the top lane, but it does mean that Samsung Blue are starting to collapse in and around that mid. They're going to back off. They're buying. It's free time for going, of course, because the wave was shoved in by Acorn, so he couldn't really go any further. But it does give OMG a little bit of a respite.
The thing is, here goes Deft. Looks like he might be looking for somebody out of position. Again, that's Tristana.
Oh, he's going.
Has a knockaway. He should be fine.
Yeah. Quick rocky jump away. The HP's
whoa.
San, he's going for it. San having to use the heal there, so Summoner Spell had to be burnt in the end.
He didn't use his ulti before Rocket jumping away, so he does have to burn a Summoner Spell. But again, let's take a look at those team fights, because OMG, well, it looks like they do have a pretty good team fight comp. There's so many answers from Blue. If the Janna Tornado can push back the initial charge from OMG's Aurelia and Yasuo, they've got this intervention for the Yasuo ultimate. If he even gets that knockup off on Twitch, the ultimate there from Kale is going to be key. So really it's going to be about how many members can get CC'd at once from Blue. If Blue spread out appropriately, they shouldn't lose that team fight because they have so many answers. The exhaust, the Janna, and the intervention. There's just too many things for them to deal with. So OMG got to kind of get it spread out. Whoop!
Oh, they're going to go straight on Donna. He should be in trouble. One more hit. There it is. Sand gets the kill. They finally get themselves on the board. And now, just in time with 12 seconds before the Dragon.
Yeah, OMG, they do have the pick potential here with the Tristana and the Yasuo to set it up, or the Lee Sin to set it up. Very important pick here. They should be able to take the Dragon as well.
One of my favorite things to see is not having to rely on the Lee Sin plus Yasuo. Like Complexity, they go for the Tristana knockback plus Yasuo, and that pick does award them control over Dragon. They've got teleport on Aurelia, so it would be very hard for Blue to actually take this fight. The pieces of Blue are so important. They need everybody to pull this team fight off.
Yeah, they have to be as a team if their comp wants to counter OMG. If they stay just 1v1, 2v2, then OMG is looking really, really strong with all their bruises. Let's see what Data7 can do.
They're going for it. Data having to flash out of that one. He may get locked in. Spirit jumps on him. There's one kill go down. Lovely with a good kick forces them away. The top lane was shoved in. That's why Acorn's going to teleport. He's going to get himself a big chunk of experience once again and gold as these waves crash against the tower.
That's going to be a big level 10 for him, closing in on that level 2 ultimate fairly soon. Much needed pick there for Blue. Let's see how much ward coverage they can get after the pick. Trying to clean out this red side.
Well, at the moment, OMG slow to respond. Ultimate coming out from Coco will get interrupted by that Howling Gale, but waves will get cleared. Deft once again stealthing in, looking to pop up on someone. Didn't have Play the Rune King ready though, so it was a risky maneuver. They're sticking around. He's on top of a ward. Have they swept it? Now they will. Now they realize it.
Remember, Acorn has no teleport. He's up in his top lane pushing here. Every other member on the map was around this mid lane. Deft and Hard going down to this bottom. They don't actually want to fight right now, Samsung Blue. They're probably still looking just to scale up here. They want to have the Ghost Blade on your Twitch as well, so you have this fantastic like 6-7 seconds where you have the Ghost Blade, where you have your ulti as well to just destroy people if you pop out in a good position.
Yeah, I mean, people always mention the late game scaling of Tristana, but Twitch is a massive, massive AD carry in team fights in the late game.
Yeah. Twitch is all about this burst you can do during your ulti, during your Ghost Blade, and when you pop out of stealth with your Q, which is why these Twitch players on the professional level, if your positioning is not perfect, when you pop up in a team fight, then you get punished.
And it comes back to the importance of that precision timing for Blue to pull this team off. Because if one of those pieces is not there, if that intervention is not in range, if the Janna knockback is not on time, then everything will collapse very quickly. All the members individually are squishy. So if OMG get that split-second opening, then they can knock them over like dominoes.
Deft playing it safe, had that pink ward in the bush, so didn't push any further. Aqua Prism so close to catching on Heart there. The Snake Wave absolutely miles wide. He will back away. Blue buff to Dade there. He's going to pick that one up and keep himself clean. There's not really been any invade, honestly, from OMG to put any pressure on any of the buffs right now. It was all about Samsung Blue getting that triple buff start that's worked so well for them, and they've kept that small gold lead ever since then.
Yeah, OMG's mid-game has been slowed down quite a lot because Going was so far behind after this lane swap here. And now they obviously hit the point where they want to wait for Cool and Sand to be stronger before they really want to fight. Deft always sneaking in here, just poking a little bit, but you need your Tristana now to get past the mid-game point, and you need these two crucial items on your Yasuo before you can really start looking for more team fights.
Teleport not available here. Cool is pushing on this tower. He's going to get a lot of damage on this one. You can see Acorns in the top. They were trying to set up a gank of their own. Gogoan was across there. Heart tries to come across. Loveling does block him away, and they will back off. Wasn't too big a threat on them, honestly, but that's again, lack of vision. They didn't really know what was coming.
There's a big chance we're just going to see OMG continue this 1-3-1 split push they've been doing, where you have Go going in the top lane, you have Cool down the bottom lane, and then obviously Sam sitting in the mid lane with his static shift. Once he completes it, and just wave clears on Tristana, and that way you spread out Samsung Blue. As you talked about, Kobe, if Samsung Blue is not together as a unit, they will die. They are very squishy. They cannot defend themselves then. And suddenly OMG could actually control the game.
And we gotta give, props to Deft. We were wondering about what his confidence level was gonna be like today. On Twitch, he has been going for those assassinations. He's been sneaking up for the ambushes.
Lovely. Waiting. I've been noticing Loveland and Cool very much working as a team, working as that buddy system, trying to come around, trying to put some pressure on towards this mid turret. But again, Samsung Blue read that situation. 5 members quickly there to defend it, while the red buff goes across to Deft.
And we did just hear about the synergy between Loveling and Cool in his mid lane, of course, outside of the game. Very, very good friends. Maybe too good friends, we don't really know, judging from the video. Seemed like at least they enjoy each other's company.
I don't know where you're going with that one, that's for sure.
Oh, that is great fun.
I dare not.
Me and Kobe are good friends too.
For Samsung Blue at the top lane. We do see Acorn shoving that wave out once again. Deft was sticking around nearby, wasn't sure if they were going to find anyone to push in. Lack of ward coverage, honestly, coming out from OMG. They don't really have the vision requirements to make any plays on Samsung Blue. They're just playing this one safe.
Speaking of that vision, I mean, look how close the vision war is right now.
Yeah.
It's right down the river. Both teams know that if they get caught off guard, that split-second opening, the damage is there. The pick potential is there. I mean, we've seen bubbles dodged by a hair, making the difference between life and death. Now, with Dragon coming up, we do get to see Blue grouping up. They want to make use of all of these little pieces of their team comp in unison. See if we can actually get a picture.
But remember, OMG are putting pressure on towards the middle turret. We do see Dade going to kind of cut across. Here comes Deft. Can he start something off here? Stealths in towards them. Going is ready and waiting to strike. Windwall will block off a lot of the damage. Ratatat is running and pounding down on towards OMG. They are forced away from this one. They cannot get close or involved in the next Dragon.
And that's really the power here of Samsung Blue and their comp. When you have an 80k like that, this might not be over yet. You're chasing for Loveling.
Loveling doesn't want to use that kick, but he may well have to. Force his spirit into the Dragon. He's like, all right, I'll start it off. No problem.
That probably should be the Dragon too, because that assassination attempt from Deft was all about getting damage down and forcing OMG off of this objective. He had the confidence to go straight up to the front line of OMG.
Why did they re-engage? I do not know. But they're going to try and turn it around. The fact that Ratatat is not available. Intervention being used very early on Deft there. Lovely. Tries to safeguard. Oh, he missed it. Oh, Shockwave doesn't land either. Skill shots are flying left and right, but nothing is landing. Samsung Blue are going to force OMG away. The wind wall once again blocking off. And this is a risky play.
Oh, Deft not done.
Time around. He tries to get on towards Cool. Lot of damage coming through. This time they will find their target and they get themselves a kill.
And you can see Deft has the confidence because there's intervention at his back. Monsoon still holding on to that one for Blue. He can go straight up to the front line, open up, because he knows he has the rest of the team there at his back, ready.
And OMG at this point, they shouldn't be looking for these big team fights. They can give up this Dragon because we see Samsung Blue, when there are 5 people together, how confident they are, how they can start fights, and OMG had to run away instantly as his Twitch pops out. Because they know if we jump him, well, there's going to be a Shockwave in our face, he's going to get the ulti from Kill as well, and we won't be able to kill him. So 5 versus 5, heavily in favor of Samsung Blue at the moment.
Alright, so fighting over the wards here. They again jump right into the front line. Yes, intervention is down, but again, they're still holding on to that one card. Shockwave completely misses, doesn't matter. OMG can't re-engage on this. They just stick around here without much that they can gain. And then Deft comes in from the side. Cool trying to clean up that minion wave.
Just a little bit of greed at the end there, but OMG, you can't help but notice they came from 3 different directions.
There he is again!
So tricky. That is dead. I don't think he's going to get away. There they go on towards Harko, going baited into it. I think he's going to go down. Shockwave flashed away, but Spirit goes deep on this one with the intervention on him. The tower hits will be cancelled out, but OMG go down one more man again, and that's going to open up this middle turret. for Samsung Blue.
It's all about this one pick from Samsung Blue every single time. Deft is the guy sneaking in the front line as the AD carry, get the kill, and just start pushing down these towers. It's going to be another one.
They have so much push potential.
Loveling going incredibly deep, picks out Deft for the ultimate of cool, but he just does next to no damage. The exhaust instantaneously down. Dade gets himself a double. They can keep on pushing through the base. OMG are just going at them, bouncing off them like flies on a wall. And Samsung Blue take themselves an easy inhibitor.
Yeah, that was only a 2-man attempt on a 5-man Samsung Blue team there. Even if you do get that combo, not going to be much cleanup power here. Tristana finally at 2 items, but in a big hole here for OMG.
Yeah, and Monsoon is still ready from hard. I don't think we've seen him use it yet because he didn't have to. I mean, Def was perfectly fine.
Exactly.
Before.
They're playing so well with just the intervention being burned. They get so much damage down in the window that they have with that intervention up that there's no chance for OMG to turn around. They've already sustained too many casualties.
But OMG, again, they had the option to avoid the team fights, split push on the map with their Aurelia, with the Yasuo. They did the same against Fnatic when they had Zed. They kept walking into 5 versus 5 team fights, which actually went in favor of Fnatic, which was one of the reasons this game lasted so long as well, because Fnatic got the lead going. OMG, I know, in China, in LPL, you don't see a lot of split pushing because teams are so good at forcing team fights and kind of remove you from the split pushing part. But in this game, it's the way to win for OMG. They have to split push. They can't go in 5 versus 5. They can never kill them.
They get a 5-man push in mid lane. Take a couple of tower hits. Will Samsung Blue react quick enough, or will his tower finally fall? They've been trying hard on it. There's a lot of hit points on it. Samsung Blue are starting to collapse. The shield goes down there, and I'm not sure they've got enough to take it in this wave. They have 4 members bearing down on them. Deft trying to flank around the side once again. What's all happening? Akon, of course, is continuing to keep that bottom wave pressure on them. And again, forced away from the mid turret.
Uh-oh, vision control over Baron. That is a very, very bad thing for OMG. There's so much damage on this blue team. They can take that very quickly. And if you go into Fog of War versus this team, a shockwave on one of these jungle pathways, your whole team will be dead in an instant.
Going just teleported back. I think he's going to teleport on towards this ward at the side. They have vision. There's going to scry an orb. They can see them on it right now, but that Baron's going down so quickly. I think Samsung Blue will take it before they get close enough. And OMG have to back away. Loveling caught out. He's got no one to safeguard to. They just left him on his own. And that was a simple pick off. And Samsung Blue, they may just ram this straight down OMG's throat. Keep pointing. Sam's going to get caught out. Rat-a-tat-tat from range. One more shot. There it is. Contaminate pulled the trigger. And Def gets himself another.
What a beautiful quadra threat team from Blue. And they're going to march it on. That is the game.
27 minutes gone in this game. And Samsung Blue going to keep on pushing it. Taking down the first Nexus turret, the second one. Will they push on? They've got super minions with them. Why the hell not? They have full control with that Baron bomb. Def goes sneaking in, gets that attack speed bonus, and takes down another Nexus turret. This is full control from a very strong team. Cool tries what he can. Shockwave pull too late. He was already dead. It didn't matter. They're going to get themselves a Nexus and a strong, strong victory for Samsung Blue against OMG.
Yeah, really great comp here from Samsung Blue. Comp we have seen before as well. You have Spirit playing their team fighting junglers like Kha'Zix, where he can clean up fights. He loves to do it. But I have to say, OMG, they're really showing they only have one playstyle, which is just 5 versus 5 team fights. I mean, they had the option to split push. We've seen it before, and they refused to do it. Maybe because they don't feel confident in their split pushing abilities. I don't know what it is.
I mean, they had that one moment where they got to pick mid, and that's about it. This was a scary, scary game from Blue. Very impressive.
And again, I mean, Samsung Blue, they get the perfect game for them. They want to have these team fights, and OMG playing straight into it. They say, okay, let's keep team fighting, let's keep team fighting. We are weaker, but we're going to keep trying. We lost, we want to contest every single objective. We always talk about it with OMG. And then it just gave Samsung Blue a fairly easy win, to be honest.
I mean, this is why Acorn has had such success on Kale. This team, they're so confident in their timing, and they trust each other so much in these team fights. Def constantly right in their faces on the front line because he's ready with all of the defensive abilities.
Exactly. I mean, he just basically gave one of the best AD carries in the world all the confidence he needed to go aggressive. He just walks in there, goes 4-0-5 in the end. Fantastic performance. When you can go in, you know you've got a defensive ball from Dade if he's not going aggressive himself, which he kind of did. He went 5-on-4. You've got the shield, of course, from Janna and that intervention, which was used so many times on him. Just pure confidence, and you saw in Def's play how aggressive he was being. He was just like, I'm going to walk into this team. I don't care if there's a Yasuo in my face. I can deal with him.
Even worse for OMG, if they collapse onto Def and like, yeah, we can kill you now. Multiple members, well, Shockwave from Dade is going to be pretty easy to land then and just get all of them, kill them. He didn't even have to do anything in this game other than kill cool one-on-one in the mid lane, because teamfights was all about Def just doing all the damage and all the protection from everyone else in the fights here.
Oh, well, of course, while the game is still fresh in your heads, share your highlights by tweeting us at LOE Esports and using the hashtag #WorldsBigPlays. And, of course, to take us through that victory for Samsung Blue, we're going to go over towards the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, guys. Another pretty clean win for Samsung Blue. I think some credit has to be given to OMG for at least remaining relevant as far as CS is concerned up till the 20-minute mark. But then I think just a whole bunch of brain farts. I can't understand some of the decision-making. Before we get to that, let's talk about the lane swap. Monty, I know you quite liked the lane swap early on and some of Blue's plays around the map.
Yeah, I know. I was like flipping out here for that first teleport play that we saw on the desk. I was so excited to see that because I've never seen it before. And when I talk about Acorn, I like to describe him as a player, a top laner that's like death by 1,000 cuts. He's not the guy who's going to get the big haymaker play, but he is the guy who's going to outsmart you in very, very small ways and then get a massive advantage over a long period of time. And in that situation, what we saw was he had successfully pushed in the lane swap. He was bottom on Kayle, pushed the lane into the turret. Meanwhile, the Deft was freezing in top lane, had piled a big wave. Now, Deft comes back into the lane with his Cutlass, doesn't use it, but still chunks going out of lane. Now, both top laners are heading back, but Kayle has a long time to walk into the lane without losing any CS. Going starts to teleport top. However, Twitch had just hit 6, and then also still had the Cutlass active up, and then Acorn decides to teleport as well. They both cancel because otherwise Going would have just died to a dive, and he lost the entire minion wave, and then Acorn could just safely walk back in and get all of that experience, and their teleports were still synced up. I've never seen anybody do that before. It just goes to show how well these guys play across the map as a team. It was pretty incredible.
Yeah, all I can really say is absolutely great play by him. Acorn did do really well. Basically, sorry, I had like a random point stuck in my head. 30 points offense masteries, by the way, just for what that one's worth. I just started like looking at his builds, and I got like distracted. You started talking about Acorn some more. I was like, hey, it's on my screen still. So yeah, but that was kind of all I wanted to bring up as far as related to that point.
So let's talk a little bit more about Samsung Blue in that win. As I said, as we got more and more into the game, they roamed around the map, they pushed the towers. They didn't get a big lead by any stretch of the imagination, but the aggressive play that D-Man was talking about, Deft would get in everybody's face, put down the spray and pray, and then Cool would just decide to pick up 4 minions and then die anyway. I can't understand some of the decisions that OMG were making, especially after the 20-minute mark.
Yeah, and it's not like OMG was outcomped in any way either, because when I think of Twitch, I think of the most annoying champions to play Twitch against. That is Yasuo, who is incredibly good at taking down non-mobility AD carries. Wind Wall is also probably the biggest counter in the game to spray and pray, so all you have to do is wait for him to initiate, put down your Wind Wall, spray and pray is useless, or rat-a-tat-tat. Also, Tristana, really hard champion to pick, right? Normally AD carries, Twitch is looking to kill the enemy AD carry, but Tristana is incredibly safe. So Deft was down 50 CS in the mid-game, but he still was able to make plays and make that team comp work, which props to him and props to Samsung Blue. They played their team comp really well.
I mean, we're knocking OMG a lot, which I think is warranted, but the one thing they did do well this time, which is different from the last time they played Yasuo, is they did split push for about, like, 90 seconds. They sent Lee Sin in the jungle on the bot side and had Yasuo split to tier 2, and then they go, wait, why are we doing this? Let's go fight or something. They recalled and they went to fight. So they had glimpses of the value of split pushing, but I don't think they really grasped that that's what they needed to do with that Yasuo.
It's definitely something that the shoutcasters are talking about consistently. So Samsung Blue, again, showing their prowess on the map. Tomorrow they play 2 games, one against LMQ, one against Fanatic. I asked both of you guys before the game, what do you do if you are Fnatic? What do you do if you are LMQ watching that game? What would your advice be to those players, considering it is LCS squads going up against the #1 seed from Korea?
Well, just looking at that comp, that was a very Twitch-centric comp. You know, they had Ori, Kayle, and Janna to kind of beef up the Twitch. If you if they're so confident to run that comp, even into champions like Yasuo and Tristana, like I said, those are probably the biggest counters to Twitch, then Fnatic just has to play, I think, the same style that OMG did, the same team comps, but better. Just execute it better.
We'll have to see if they can do that. Let's take a quick look at the standings before we head into that final game of the day. We'll be keeping you up to date with the results as and when they come in. So there you go, Samsung Blue 3-1. We've got a couple of games buffer between Fnatic and OMG at the bottom of the table. We're just about to watch Alliance taking on Najin Shield in a moment or two. So we'll see how that game pans out. And a lot of pressure on Alliance's shoulders, I feel, probably as they are preparing for this game after you've seen them win earlier today. What are they thinking about as they are getting set up on stage?
I think they need to just remind themselves what their strengths are as a team. Like, you know, they have really strong solo laners, and I think they just need to get it in their head that they can win laning phase if they try hard, if they get the champions they want, and they need to just put that in their head. This is our game plan. This is how we need to win.
All right, we'll see if they can. They did win early game last time against Najin Shield. So we are going to take that quick break, and the world's action will continue shortly when Europe's Alliance takes on Korea's Najin White Shield. Guys, don't go anywhere.
Going for it, Dada having to flash out of that one. He may get locked in. Spirit Chops on him. There's one kill go down, and this is a risky play.
Oh,
He comes back this time around. He tries to get on towards Cole. Lot of damage coming through. They have so much push potential. Lovely going incredibly deep. Picks out death for the ultimate of Cole, but he just does next to no damage.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as I am joined here by Kaboom's Minerva, has been putting up a great performance. First up, Minerva, first Brazilian team to be at Worlds. Tell me, what have the past couple of days been like for you?
Pela primeira vez um time brasileiro está participando do Mundial. Como esses últimos 2 dias têm sido para você?
Para mim, esses 2 dias têm sido muito incríveis. Não só pelo Mundial, de estar aqui dando essa entrevista para mim. Isso é muita coisa para mim, não só para mim, como no Brasil. Então, está sendo tudo muito incrível.
Everything's been amazing the last 2 days, all the games, and also being here, giving this interview. Everything's been amazing for me.
Well, your performance has also been amazing. You've been getting a lot of praise, keeping up with some of the best in the world. How much does that match your expectations coming up to this? Because it's the first time you get to play all these guys.
Então, não só as suas habilidades estão sendo muito boas, está sendo muito admirada por todo mundo e a bot lane está em parelha com os principais do mundo. Como você acha isso?
Isso para mim é muita coisa, porque eu tenho poucos jogos como a Day3. Esse reconhecimento é muito bom para mim. Ouvir isso não só dos comentaristas, como do Doublelift, que é a Day3, é muita coisa e valeu muito para mim.
So everything's been really good. Not only hearing that my abilities were good by the commentators, but also from players at Doublelift, because he's a AD carry as well. And for me, it's exceptional because I only had 12 games before coming here as AD carry. So.
Yeah, amazing performance. Well, you've definitely made a Kaboom fan out of me and a lot of people. Is there anything you want to say to the newfound fans and, of course, the Brazilian crowd watching at home?
Você gostaria de agradecer e falar alguma coisa para os fãs que você fez aqui e também para os fãs no Brasil?
Sim, com certeza. A plateia daqui de Singapura é incrível, todos eles torceram bastante para a gente, a cada objetivo nosso eles gritavam bastante. Isso para mim foi muito incrível, foi uma das melhores experiências que eu tive na vida. E para o pessoal do Brasil, que continuem assim, torcendo bastante. E é isso, obrigado por estar aqui.
So yes, thank you very much for the crowd here in Singapore, which is being amazing, shouting our names, every objective, every kill, everything that we did on the map. They were amazing, shouting our names. It was a very good experience, and the fans back in Brazil, which is keep shouting our names, keep cheering for us. We're gonna do our best, and it's a pleasure to be here.
Well, we're very happy to have you here. Obrigada. All right, now let's head back to the desk for our next game.
Thank you very much, Shucks and Minerva. And, you know, props to Kaboom. They really have impressed the world stage. Just very quickly, the 12 games as AD carry, Minerva was brought on board as a support before he was moved to ADC when they realized his mechanics were better than Dan's, and Dan's is the shot caller. Right, let's move on to the last game of the day as Alliance will be taking on Najin White Shield. Quickly to note, if Najin White Shield wins this match, they're not only guaranteed a spot in the quarterfinals, but they will also clinch the first place seed. In order to do that, they need to take down Alliance, and Alliance are coming into this game after beating Cloud9 earlier in the day. I would say it was a fairly convincing win. However, it did take a while for Alliance to grab control of the game. Freak, what would you say to that comment?
I would say that the top 3 teams in this group are all, I think, actually pretty darn good individually and also pretty smart as well. Like, these guys kept playing each other, Najin White Shield, Alliance, Cloud9. They would start trading games a lot back and forth. So saying, well, they had a close game against Cloud9, so they can't beat Shield, I think would be false. I think we saw Alliance playing against guys earlier, had a really good showing. So I think Alliance still definitely has what it takes. They're still smart players. They're still very good individual players. And again, we think back to last time Alliance played White Shield. Very large early game lead. No surprise, they actually picked a lot of good lane matchups. Just couldn't quite close it out from there. But again, those same tools still exist for this team.
Last time these two teams played, Shook didn't impress, gave up first blood on that Elise, if memory serves. Played Rammus earlier today, Monte Cristo. What was your take on his performance and if that's going to carry through against Shield today?
Interesting performance on Rammus. I really think that it was kind of misplayed by Cloud9. In my opinion, they had a composition that was really quite able to deal with the Rammus if they had just been able to kite it out. And as some of the casters were saying, the gank paths weren't awesome for his Rammus either. I guess I'm unconvinced. I think you can't jungle past a certain point. You just lack the damage, and then you lack damage as a team comp as well. So I'm not sold.
Yeah, and I feel like the story of that game, the tempo was really set by Wicked. He had such a huge lead on balls. I have never seen balls fall so far behind in a matchup that most people consider like a 50-50. It's Ryze versus Aurelia. So I feel like it would be really silly for Shield to give Wicked Aurelia. I mean, this guy is a monster on that champion.
Well, we'll see what he does. Picks and bans is going to be very important for both of these squads. Probably care to chime in on what some of the thought process might be going into this, or the strategy as these teams come into the game.
I'm really, really curious if they're going to leave up Zed and try to give it to Shield so Froggen can counterpick it. Something along those lines. I think Zed's going to either be banned, and they'll be sad, but hopefully it's picked, and then the other mid laner gets to counterpick it and just kind of show him up on it.
Closing thoughts, Freak, before predictions?
I want to jump back on the point that you talked about Double Lift here, where basically I think it was the Rammus. Like, Shook tower dived really well on a very good tower diving jungler. He made the plays. Like, Shook was the reason that team won, and if he keeps that performance up, Alliance could win.
Well, Freak, seeing as though you feel confident.
They could win. You're transitioning into predictions.
Who will win?
I can ruin your openings as well. So yeah, we're gonna start predictions, guys. We don't need quick shot here anymore. I actually do think though that Najin White Shield is going to win this game. They are 4-0, right? They beat Alliance last time despite a good early game lead. I think there's a chance. I'll say it's like a 60-40, but I'm going to go ahead and vote with the odds and say, yeah, Najin White Shield.
So Freak convinced me he was voting for Alliance before going for the hit and switch. Monte Cristo, who are you picking as your winner?
Well, Trevor, as you know, I don't always predict League games, but when I do, I prefer Koreans. Stay salty, my friends. I'm taking Shield.
That was better than expected. Right. Prolly, who are you predicting to win this game and why?
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Shield here. I think Alliance's best chance are getting those 1v1 kind of things and outplaying their opponents, but I think Shield's going to kind of play conservative and just outplay them in team fights.
Starting to see a trend here. 3 for Najin White Shield. Double Lift, you are the final prediction. Who will it be and why?
I actually think Alliance is going to win for the reason that I've just really not been convinced by Shield. I know that they are 4-0 in the group so far, but to me, their wins are more the enemy team making mistakes rather than... It was really just Gorilla making all the plays. If Alliance is any smart, they'll take away what Gorilla's playmaking champions, and I feel like Froggen and Wicked are playing really solid. They've been ramping up throughout the group stage.
Well, Double Lift, you do have the final word. We will find out if you are the weakest link in just a moment. The update from LOLesports.com to see if the fans agree with our analysts, and according to those numbers, 57% of you are on the side of Double Lift, saying that Alliance will pick up the win. The teams are ready, so let's head over to the caster desk to head into the game.
Thank you very much, Quickshot. It certainly has been an exciting day, full of absolutely amazing match, and it seems like absolutely ages since that crazy game one so long ago. We are on to Game 6, ladies and gentlemen. It's the final game of the day. Everyone here seems to be behind Alliance, so get this game underway. Starting out on that blue side is Team Alliance from the European LCS. That means starting out in the top lane is Wicked, the big Dane. Shook alongside him in the jungle, Froggen in the mid lane, Tabs as the AD carry, and Nif, of course, on support.
And on the red side is Najin White Shield. Up top is going to be Save in the jungle, Watch. Mid, Goom, AD carry Zephyr, and support Gorilla.
And we've just been looking at Gorilla. We keep talking about Gorilla. The analyst desk was saying you have to ban his playmaking support. Kaboom did it.
Who do you let him play? Kaboom banned 2 of the champions.
Did you see that Nami tidal wave?
I know, right? Exactly.
Triple Gorilla ban.
Triple Gorilla ban.
It's going to be a Thresh ban from Alliance, I believe. And I wonder if Aurelia is going to be banned by White Shield here against Wicked.
Not only did Alliance just focus their last strategy on Aurelia by feeding Wicked versus Cloud9, but also the last time they played Shield, he had Aurelia, and they had a good mid-game lead, which they gave up from warding, but still, they had a good mid-game lead.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Pick and bans underway for the final game of the day. It is a Nidalee ban for Alliance, something honestly we think they're going to have to do throughout this tournament. Oh, a Rammus ban on Shook.
And Watch is cracking up. Watch it.
Respect ban against Shook here with the Rammus. But Nidalee, obviously against Save, you have to ban it. He can play both AP Nidalee and he can also play the standard Bruiser one. Obviously Alliance don't want to deal with it, and they got Zillion.
I mean, Shield really didn't like Rammus. They even spelt out Ram. I don't know why they did that one. Threshold said also being taken away, but yes, Zillion threw straight away for, is it Froggen or is it Nif again? That's the question. But it does mean Rise once again could be the hands of Save.
So I gotta say, once again, in the last matchup, Alliance caught Shield off guard. They picked Zilean early. It was a flex pick. They even said after in the interview, they were confused by this. They thought that it was mid lane. Alliance made the switch to support. So once again, flex pick starting out, Alliance trying to play that mind game.
Yeah, but we have to say in the last game, where it was Nif playing the Zilean, it wasn't the greatest performance. His build was very questionable. His ultis in late game didn't pay off for Alliance at all. We're going to have to see if he's playing it again, if he's changing up the build path, and also if he can be more clutch in these late game fights.
Well, wherever it goes, it's going to give Alliance this experience bonus that they can make a mid-game push with. And Naj and Shield have already locked in super late game here. So there's an opening. They've got this slump in the middle where Alliance can make a push. They kind of just have to go through that window now.
White Shield is definitely expecting to be able to do the same as they did against Alliance last time, where they played, fall a little bit behind early game, but then come back through better vision control, getting the picks onto Alliance, and then get to late game where you have Tristana and Ryze, two of the best champions in the late game already, but they are going to be extremely weak in this mid game. Alliance can punish them. Aurelia was left open, the best mid-game top laner.
So this is what we were expecting from Alliance, and as you said, Shield are ready. They're just calling it. They're saying, okay, bring it at us one more time.
And what a shock. Shook goes for Lee Sin as well alongside him, so no surprises. The buddy system in action between Shook and Wicked. We'll see if it works out. I still really want to know. Is this Zilean, the fact that it snuck through is, I think it's really keeping Naj and White Shield guessing, but they are going to be able to have the chance to counter it.
Yeah, they've got the last pick this time around. They're not going to get fooled twice.
Yeah.
Not get fooled twice, but banning Rammus and give Sugar Lee Sin, that is very, very strange. You really respect this Rammus pick here from Sugar. It must be because they're not used to playing against it and just want to get it out of the way.
That's exactly it, yeah. I mean, if it's something you're just not used to, you've not practiced, you've never seen it in ages, then just take it out of the picture.
And Alliance right now, you're sitting on Aurelia for Wicked, comfort pick for multiple years, like ever since the guy became professional, and Lee Sin for Shook, his main champion as well. So you're giving some comfort picks over to Alliance here, who all are extremely strong in this mid game.
It honestly looks like...
Hey, got Janna!
Finally, Gorilla gets Janna. We'll see. He wanted to show this so long ago, bless him.
It honestly looks like Shield have something to prove here, and they're like, okay, you know, last time we made some mistakes, and we actually can play a much cleaner game against the same thing. So they let them have Aurelia again. They're letting them have Kog'Maw around here, another Trinity Force champion. So looks like they're going to try and weather that storm. And now, I do like Janna specifically against the Aurelia and the
love it.
So it's a really, really good counter pick. Plus, it is, like, finally we get to see the innovator, Gorilla, with the Janna.
It is going to be a support, it seems. Will we see the Ahri locked in? Ahri worked so well for Froggen, of course, earlier on against Samsung Blue yesterday. We'll see whether Froggen can make it work against them.
Again, this is all mid-game from Alliance. Yes, okay, you do have a hyper carry for the late game, but Ahri and Aurelia is all about mid-game. Zilean support here. I do actually wonder if White Shield wants to lane swap, just to try and to delay the items here from Alliance here, and also make sure Save can get shut down by Shook and Wicked together in the top lane. So I wouldn't be surprised to actually see White Shield go for the lane swap here and just try and delay this mid-game from Alliance.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that.
I was going to say, that would be the reset comp of all reset comps. Katarina, Kha'Zix, and Tristana.
It's got a possibility. Could work, but again, it does look like it's going to be Fizz. Still, a lot of thought on this one. They haven't locked it in yet.
So what we've seen in the first 4 picks from White Shield is a very, very standard White Shield comp. They love to have a lot of kiting potential, love to have a lot of disengage, and then what they do, we talked about it in the Kaboom game, they push every single lane, they got the minions going, and then they start rotating between these lanes here, and you have so much disengage, and you have so much sieging potential that you can take down these towers, move to the next one, and just, if Alliance wants to fight, Janna's gonna say nope, Monsoon, and you just run away, move to your next lane, move to your next lane.
And something we also saw was Froggen probably builds the most tankiest Ahri we've ever seen.
Apparently it's his trademark. Never going to die on Ahri here. A lot of resistance.
The same one in Ivia, actually.
It's very true.
I do like it again. It's going to go into double AP, so an early Abyssal Scepter is definitely going to pay dividends for him. I think the funniest thing, though, is this Goong sort of checklist of champions. Zed's banned, Ahri's taken away, so Orianna, there it is.
Again, we always talk about his small champion pool, but as long as one of them is open, he's going to perform. He's a great mid laner on these few champions he does play. Got the Orianna, one of his key
You know,
picks.
Yeah, plus they have got this Tristana, so Janna plus Orianna shields now for that late game. This is going to be
crazy strong fight.
This is such a scary, scary late game from Shield.
Yeah.
And again, it's all the shields that we just saw coming out for the AD carry. We just saw it with Samsung Blue, pretty similar. The only thing missing is the Kayle in the top lane, but who cares when Save gets on Rise? That's the greatest problem. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The game about to get underway. Alliance are 2 for 2 in the group. They really need a victory here over Najin White Shield, who themselves are sitting pretty at the top of that table with a 4-0 record. The question is, which team came out ahead in the picks and bans? For you guys at home, send your votes to @LOL Esports and use the hashtag AllWin for Alliance or NWSWin for Najin White Shield, and we'll see who you think has the stronger lineup as the game gets underway.
So, since we are seeing, similar power curves for the teams this time around, let's go back to last time and remember, in the mid game, Shield were so diligent keeping up their vision even when they were behind, and that's how they got picks to get back in this game. They got picks, and the kills went to Tristana, which fed their late game. Now, the specific players I have to call out here for Shield, it's not just their support and jungler doing this work. Save cleared the most wards of anybody in that game. Every 2 minutes and 37 seconds, he was killing wards. So this guy, he's a carry top laner. He kills wards not only to put pressure on his lane opponent and make them play more defensively, but also in the mid game, he clears out wards so that he can flank around behind your team and surprise you and force the fight.
Again, White Shield, they are known for their vision control, for all the wards they place down to, again, make these fast movements between the lanes like they want to do and always know where's the enemy team coming from, can we disengage, can we get out. In the last game, Watch was actually playing Lee Sin, and he plays a lot of wards compared to Shook, because Shook was on a Kha'Zix, if I remember correctly. Now, switch the roles here, so we're going to have the Sidestone for Shook, and we might see Alliance be able to have some better wards down, or more wards down compared to last time, where it was the reason they actually lost.
Alliance were keeping their eyes on Najin White Shield, making sure they are in this still 2v2 lane. No switch going around for them, but they've got to be careful because it is going to be a leash for Watch, so they do have their jungler nearby, and there's a lot of vision in that bottom lane, of course. Those 2 wards placed by White Shield.
Simply to try and spot where the Alliance dual lane is going, because you can see the AD carry walk into lane. Obviously, he wants to go in and either freeze the lane instantly or fast push it if they expect a 2v2 for the level 2. And that's why they have the ward in here. So they spot it, they can see, okay, we're going to have standard lanes. Obviously, we keep talking about also Ryze and Aurelia up in this top lane. Ryze straight up one-on-one, can bully the Aurelia, but then the jungler joins in, and it's so easy for Alliance to set up a gank onto Save.
Yeah, in this early game, let's see how Wicked plays this. He's going to have to be fairly defensively, jumping in to get the CS very quickly.
Well, you talked about this power that he could have on Ryze early on. Remember, Wicked has played this comp as a Save, no doubt, countless times in solo queue. Even over in Korea, we'll see how it develops. A lot of pressure early on from both solo lanes.
Yeah, and I want to talk about, in that top lane, how important it is for that side bush control for Save, because the Ryze in that matchup is trying to feed in auto attacks with his Q harass. That's why he also has warded this bush. He doesn't want Wicked to get control of those side bushes. Wicked doing a pretty good job, though. Takes that level 2 jump, shoves Save back, and has to retreat again to the bush that doesn't have the ward in it.
And he can keep playing very aggressive because he started Flask, he has the health potion, so he want to trade potions with Save here, make sure he runs out of them, and suddenly he's out of sustain, and that will force Save to play more defensive, but for now they still have potions left.
Thing is, because Wicked goes in for these trades and he puts pressure on Save, the minions start attacking him and his wave pushes forward. So it makes him extend. And one of the key things for this Shield team is also communicating trinket ward timers to your jungler. Now, Save saw Wicked go down to the river and place that ward. All you have to do, these are very short wards, wait 1 minute, return up top, this wave is already pushed up, Ryze can set up a gank. As long as they clear out the wave in time, Watch can control that top side.
Wicked needs to be careful up here because he had a lot of minions built up for Save already, and he's already behind in farm, so it's going to be a big lead for Save early on. And of course, as you just talked about, Wicked is very far in the lane. Seems like Watch. I'll look towards this mid lane here.
Gonna jump on him, instant flash, instant jump, and Frog and counteracted tower hit.
Look at Shook
through
though.
Watch as well. Shook is making his move in towards that top lane. Watch is heading up here as well. You just talked about how he knows that ward's going to be disappeared. But Shook is ready to pounce.
Right, so they're counting on this. They pinged him moving up. Perfect counter gank from Shook. He gets into position. Now, can Wicked bait this into the bush?
He's going to draw him in there. He knows he's going to get spotted. Here comes Watch. Oh, they're not falling for this one. Or are they? In comes Shook on towards Watch. Is going to be the focus target. Can they get the damage down?
What a bait.
It looks like they will.
Gonna get him. They got him.
There it is. First blood for Shook.
Such a nice play by Alliance here. You also see Shook. He connects his Sonic Wave onto Watch here, and then he waits for the flash before he activates it once again. Follow him and kill him.
This is why you never leave a lane after ganking it in vision of the minions. Watch, he brazenly ganks mid and then walks straight up the river. Alliance ping it out. It's so clear the route that he's taking for his next gank. Shook is there, perfectly set up counter gank.
And last game between these two teams was the exact same deal. Watch, he tried to gank, and Shook was there for the counter gank. Watch was 0-3-0 in that game in the start, where Shook got all the kills, he had all the pressure here. So once again, he's reading Watch like a book.
You need to pay attention of the enemy's vision, how you leave the lane. I talked about, you know, communicating where the trinket wards are. It's the same idea. Any sort of vision, you have to give away a false tell to the enemy. Act like you're heading out somewhere else.
And simply also just Shook realizing how obvious it is that there will be a gank in this top lane. He's up there once again, but there's a ward from Wicked this time around. So he's
exactly. And that opens up Shook again for another play.
Yes, indeed. In comes around. Gorilla gets caught out. The bomb on his head. Shook comes in, gets himself a second kill, forces Zephyr away. And this is all going well once again for Alliance at the start.
Yeah, and Shook is really using this power on Lee Sin early game to just constantly go for the ganks. He has the mobility, he has the damage. Even if Watch was down in this bottom lane, even if they didn't know he was there, they could have easily gone for this one. Got the easy kill. Nice slow onto Gorilla as well to set it up.
Watch was smiling in Champion Select during that Rammus ban, but he is not smiling any longer. You give away Lee Sin, Shook makes you pay for it.
So, good start for Alliance, but we've been here before. We've been 7-0 up with a 7,000 gold deficit. And it was Alliance that fell behind.
And look at this. The Lee Sin early mobility boots. This is complete snowball for your jungler. He wants to continue this ganking, continue to be everywhere on the map.
And we just noticed before here, he actually gave the Wraith Camp over to Froggen, who's slightly behind in the mid lane, had to use his flash, and Shook already picked up 2 early kills, so he doesn't really need the gold anymore. So give it straight over to Froggen, make sure he can catch up.
Exactly, he's trying to spread that money around because he got both of the last hits on the kills. He's trying to extend the sphere of influence, get that extra advantage from Alliance, spread it all over the map. He not only went top, but he went down bottom to help them out.
It's not done yet. Look up in his top lane here. Shook wants to go in again.
Mobility boots coming in hard.
Gets on towards him, saves in trouble. He's not getting out of this one. He'll go down. It's Shook once again.
And we've seen it so many times. Aurelia into Rice. You can set up these ganks so easy. Shook can just walk up there, lane gank it. You cannot ward against it at this time in the game. And once again, connect the Q, wait for the flash, and then you kill him.
I love these types of games. It's 100% jungler this time around, and Shook is destroying Watch.
No Amumu though this time around, sadly for you. It's the Rammus ban. Who would have thought that one? Crazy stuff. Froggen gets himself the blue on there. If anyone's unaware what the hell that means, it means Kobe did used to, of course, main the Amumu back in...
What a throwback.
Pre-season 1, in fact.
Pre-season 1, yeah.
Yeah, a long way back.
I was a huge fanboy of Kobe, man.
Yeah, when you were back in your diapers. Watch on the screen. Old man Kobe.
Div catching the bomb on Zephyr. Tabs is turning around the aggression. That's a lot of damage going down on him. The ultimate's coming out as well from Tabs. It's going to ping him very low, still at level 5.
I'm still not sure why White Shield wanted to have standard lanes here, because they knew Shook was going to be in this top lane. Try and punish save.
Oh,
down the bottom lane as well. Gorilla, he leaves and instantly Tabs just snipes Zephyr here. No heal used, no flash. I mean, right now, White Shield is losing both side lanes.
That was brazen from Zephyr to just stand there. He got flash, he got heal,
that was
and
terrible.
He just stood there under the tower, absolutely confident. And Tabs is just like, well, if you're going to gift it me on the plate, I will take it.
What is going on here for Shield? Because straight from Champion Select, you know, they're giving all these things away. It seemed like they had something to prove. They are not proving anything this game.
Not at all. And again, the fact you don't lane swap, you know Lee Sin is going to be active early on, you know he can set up the ganks easily. And also you want to have your Kha'Zix sitting and farming in the start. You don't want to go toe-to-toe with the Lee Sin. He could have gone toe-to-toe with Ramos, but that's a different story.
And now he's got that sight stone. Lee Sin is so far ahead right now. Shook is going to be able to control the entire map. Even though the wards right now are very sparse for Alliance, they have so much control. Shook can now start to extend that vision coverage.
Yeah, and again, the reason Alliance lost the last game was because they stopped warding properly. They kept losing it one by one. Gorilla, you might die.
Gorilla caught out. The bomb's on him. The Ignite's going to run. One more hit isn't enough. I don't think it is.
Oh. Will take him low. Didn't get followed through. They knew that Watch was coming down, so they couldn't chase.
What an epic crumble. Looks like Shook is going into the enemy jungle.
There's no Watch from Alliance in the river here. They need to be careful.
Yeah, Watch is going to come in. Zephyr's going to try and pounce. Could we see Najee White get themselves the first kill? Nip in trouble. Has got his ultimate available. Chrono Shift goes on. Gets just in tower range. That is going to work out well for them.
Meanwhile, though, Shook in this mid lane going for Goom.
Going in, Goom in trouble. Teleport goes down. He's already gone. Shook's going to try and run away. Save will give chase, but he is home free.
They've got to be careful. You do not want to keep taking
the teleport. The teleport is completely wasted by Xavier. He tried to save his mid laner, but the charm landed from Froggen, and then Shook came in, quick Q, kick, and Q once again to kill him.
That means free turret up top for Wicked here. He's going to clear this minion wave very quickly. He could even jump into the lane and cut off Save before he got to the turret.
And right now, Alliance, they can set up for Dragon as well if they want to. They have the teleport advantage. Save is stuck in the top lane right now. He's even delaying his Rod of Ages because he needs the early armor against Shook and Wicked.
They have every advantage in this game right now. Talk about an early game lead last time around. Alliance have such a clear path this time around. They gotta make use of this push.
And there's not the same pick potential for White Shield as they had in the last game. There's no thresh for Gorilla here to just constantly punish Alliance for walking in and clearing the wards alone.
Look at the difference, the confidence. Froggen, he's rushing a DFG, I think. I'm not too sure. We'll see where he goes with that one. He has got himself, obviously went with the double ring and ward, but straight back this time around goes towards Shook's fine, save. No ultimate to land the Sonic Wave. Well, he hasn't got Wicked with near him either. That's the problem. He hasn't got that ultimate, so didn't want to go in. But even that's just keeping Save on his toes. Save's going to back. Hasn't got teleport, so if he leaves this wave, Wicked's going to get free time in that top lane.
Shook's already heading down. They've got pink ward coverage here. They're making the call. He's going to go back and find it.
Well, as soon as they see Save in this top lane, Alliance can just start the Dragon. They want to wait to see if he's actually running all the way down to this Dragon, because then you just keep Wicked farming in the top lane and he can always teleport down. But Alliance, they know the late game scaling for White Shield is insane in this game here, so if it's an early DFG from Froggen, it's going to be great to keep snowballing your lead.
Alliance protecting a ward? What is going on? They really have stepped up that game in the last few days.
Yeah, we were talking with their coach, who was saying the reason we lost to White Shield was because we didn't bring a friend when we wanted to clear wards. We walked in alone. It simply meant White Shield could pick us off and get back in the game. This time around, Froggen instantly moved down to Shook, and now he's going up to top lane to his Danish buddy Wicked.
Friends forever.
Froggen coming round. Can he manage to land that charm? It's not going to quite go through. Hasn't used it yet. Spirit Rush will be back up in a moment. There goes out. Just try and throw the orb out, but that's going to buy time in the top lane, and that could well be a tower down. Najee White Shield trying to react here. They're going to try and draw the Dragon out.
No, that would be a very big no-no for Shield. There's a teleport for Wicked. That would be a big, big no-no.
Watch knows he's got the support this time with his mid laner. Shook is on his own. So, first turret goes down. Alliance in control, and Najee White Shield do go for the Dragon.
Yeah, Save is running from base here, but so is Froggen. And again, there's teleport on Wicked. It's going to be focused 4.
There it is.
Coming in. Watch the
teleport right in. Watch is going to be focused. Shook gets the spike down. They turn it off towards him. Gorilla's trying to run away. Shook comes in, gets him down. It's another kill for Shook. He's 4-0-1, and they get the Dragon. Everything is once again going Alliance's way.
No, 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 as Monty would say. Whoa, Shield run into that comp. That was a pure trap from Alliance. There was no way they were coming out with that one.
Again, why did he even start it? Save was running from base. He didn't have teleport, so he couldn't join in time. And they knew Wicked could always join in. Najee White Shield, you have to wake up.
They're going to take the middle turret. They may even take the bottom turret. Everything just crumbling right now. Alliance in full control. They have a 6,000 gold lead and a 6-0. It's one ahead in terms of gold of where they were before. Surely, to God, they can't throw this one away.
No, I mean, they must have learned from their mistakes last time around. Now, you have Sidestone on your jungle. Just spam wards now.
You say that, but look at the jungle. They don't have any deep wards here. The outer turrets are down. They don't have ward coverage over the blue side here. They even have an Ahri who's got a first blood here and is going towards that Deathfire grass. They have the ability to get picks inside the jungle, but the wards are in the river.
Right, so obviously we are still 14 minutes into the game.
Okay.
All the wards on the dragon here now. Go back, get some pig wards, and let's just see this fight again. Watch this tank and dragon taking a lot of damage.
Fight goes to...
We'll actually escape just in the very end here, but then Gorilla is just left for dead.
I mean, that Monsoon, if that not had gone off from Gorilla, that could have been a massacre. That could have been 3 or 4 kills there easily.
Save was still running from base. I mean, he wasn't even there.
I mean, yeah, they tried to do it because Froggen was back in base, but teleport discrepancy there, all in favor of Alliance. Tabs was coming back from base already, so he's there.
Mid-game.
I mean, they're running into the double Trinity Force comp.
Look at this. All the pink wards for Alliance. They are learning, they are watching, they are adapting. Can they make use of the vision? That's the question.
Yes, and can they avoid running into White Shield and get baited by their wards like they did last time and get picked off? Again though, there's not the same pick potential from White Shield here. They pretty much only have a flash Rune Prison from Save to start a fight if they want to catch off Alliance. So as long as they stay together, or don't at least face check into these wards, they have some deep wards in or place a ward before they want to clear the current ward from White Shield, they should be safe. Still though, we have seen them lose games where they were very far ahead. It didn't happen long ago.
Just 2 days ago, that's all that was. Alliance, though, they are continuing their lead. Triforce was completed by Wicked, which is why he's still feeling so confident. And again, look at this. Nif comes up, Shook comes up, Froggen comes up. 4 members all piling in towards this top lane. Save is going to be the focus target, but this time around, Najin White Shield do have friends themselves. The 280 carries, they're not involved in this. It's a 4v4 skirmish.
Right, Tabs is shoving up mid, so Alliance do get to swing from the top side. They can rotate a little bit quicker because they've got the inside lane here, and they can catch Shield off guard. Tabs getting some damage down on this turret. They're pulling sort of a shield move against shield, chipping off the top turret and then taking chips off the mid turret.
Yeah, they're fully focusing just on mid lane and top lane at the moment here, because down this bottom lane, Zephyr was pushing it before. He's actually staying. Once he shows himself, seems like Alliance though actually just want to back away because they know this bottom lane is pushing.
You know,
Taps,
Alliance can go for a dive. They have the Zillion and they have the burst.
They've left them. Look at this. 4 members of Alliance. They're going to pile on to Save. They've completely left them here. Alliance going to crumble straight around the side. Save actually focuses on Wicked, but he's just drawing him in. By time, the rest of Najin White Shield have all gone to the mid lane. Suddenly they realize that I think they're going to back away from this one.
They waited too long.
And that's why all these pig wards are so important for Alliance, because look how in the jungle of Najin White Shield, there's not a single ward for them, so they cannot see Alliance move between the lanes, and they walk down to mid lane, instantly turned around, went back up to top lane here, didn't actually manage to get the tower.
Really thought that they were just going to jump on that save and just everybody pile in to kill him instantly and then back out. But they waited a little bit long. They're playing it very safe. As we said, you know, Froggen, he was making the calls in that last game. They want to play safe. They don't want to make any mistakes this time around.
They've got to be careful they don't sit around and play too safe and let Save and go get going and get their items and start getting that power on. They need to make use of the advantage while they have it, because while it is a 6,000 gold lead, it can easily fall away, and the more gold that gets accumulated, the less that advantage becomes.
All right, let's take tally here. 2 Trinity Forces done, Deathfire Grasp is done. This should be the point where Alliance push in. They need to crack at least the secondary round of towers right now.
And that's why every single member has gone back, bought some new wards. You have 4 pink wards already. You have a few on the map, but they can just change them. Dragon coming up in 55 seconds. This should be Alliance's Dragon no matter what. Just walk down, set up. If Najin White Shield wants to fight, then Alliance can just engage onto them and should actually be able to kill them.
Wicked almost walking headlong into 4 members of Najin White Shield. And I don't care how far ahead you are, you don't walk back out of that one. There is, of course, always that danger when there's an Orianna on the field of landing that big shockwave that can turn everything around, and they do have to be aware of this one. They're collapsing once again. They're trying to focus on Wicked, but it is drawing the entire team away when there's 20 seconds on that Dragon. They want to make that pick.
Yeah, but there was a good ward from Alliance here, spotting White Shield moving to top lane, and they've obviously just put up all the defensive wards now. They know they're going to need them. As soon as the Dragon is dead, Alliance can then move into the jungle and place their own. And then It's all about the pink wards. Can they deny a lot of vision from White Shield? And I'm just looking at Zephyr right here. I would actually love to see him just go pickaxe or BF sword and then complete a static shift first, just for some more wave clear, because Alliance want to push up on these towers here, and he also has the Janna shield to get the extra AD.
Talking about the items, obviously the gold, the advantage that Shook has gained, being a 4-0 on Lee Sin, has he made use of the gold that he's earned in terms of items? Because you can see it's a, what, 15, well, it's a 2,000 gold lead now over his opposition watch.
Yes, obviously Lee Sin doesn't really scale well into late game, so what Shook is doing is basically just building full tank from the start. So he's very, very tanky for 20 minutes into the game, and he got the early sidestone.
Yeah, so we talked about him trying to spread his advantage for the rest of the team with his mobility boots and his sight zone. The next step in that is to get the magic resistance aura. You're against the double AP again, so he's got already the Negatron cloak, and he can work towards the Aegis.
See how it goes for him. We'll see whether he gets there. Who wants to see, of course, the ability power items coming out in if, so we'll see how he builds that one up early on. Bottom lane, actually, we do see Tabs and Zephyr pretty close. Looks like they've just had a trade. Tabs' Buster Shot was used by Zephyr. That's flowing back on towards it.
Oh, nice
catch! He catches on Watch. Pop goes to Watch, and he is down. And that's just the second kill of the game for Froggen now.
The thing is, Alliance just took everything on the map, all the neutral objectives. They took blue buff, they took red buff, they took dragon. So none of the waves are really shoved up to make use of this window where they got that pick. So even though Froggen got a kill on Watch, you know, Naj and White Shield, they're not panicking right now because they already had lost the entire map. All they're trying to do is wave clear and hold these turrets. Alliance, now there's nothing left on the map to distract them. They're shoving up towards the turret.
But they're gonna need to pick more because everyone else was also back in base.
Yeah, everybody's back up now.
So now, kind of reset it. We need the ult to be ready for Froggen once again. And I just talked about Zephyr's items just before. We discussed Nif's item on Zillion the last time these two teams played each other. I'm still not convinced. I mean, I would actually love as well, and Mikhail's in this situation because Rise with Flash Blueprint.
Oh, no, there's another pick though!
Gorilla caught out with a charm. He will get away though. The defensive ball from Goom comes out just in time. They don't go too heavy on this one. We are at that magical mark again. 7 kills, 7,000 gold. This is where Alliance started to wander aimlessly through the jungle into the arms of Najin White Shield. This time around, Wicked going in on save. He may well have the damage to take him down. Save's going to run. He has got flash available. Is it going to be enough? Wicked forces him away, and that's going to free up the tower unless White Shield react.
Plus, this time around, Alliance have turned on all the street lights. There's nowhere for them to wander around in the darkness. They should be fine. Just close these two lanes. They're still split though, 1-3-1 split push here. They're not bringing Tabs up, and that's a huge amount of power that they don't have with them.
Yeah.
Tristana is closing in on the static shift, and that adds quite a bit more wave clear.
They want to have Tabs with the Trinity Force here to take down the towers with the Sheep Walk every single time he moves in for it. So the towers are going down very, very slow so far.
And they could get collapsed on 4 versus 5 here. Tabs now heading up, okay.
Yeah, they can finally group as a 5. Wicked's been spending a heck of a lot of time in that top lane, dancing and holding hands with Save, honestly, because they haven't done a lot against each other, but he has built himself up a lead. But Save, he's just buying time, building up. Rod of Ages only just completed, Tear stacking out nicely, so it is going to become a problem if they let Save go. We've already seen the power he has with that Rise, so Alliance, they can't stick around too long. They need to create pressure on Najin White Shield, because right now, there's been nothing on them on the tower so far.
Yeah, as well also every single time Alliance go aggressive and force someone back to base, there's nobody else ready to actually punish White Shield somewhere else on the map or to go up and take the tower. Now finally, joining in with Tabs, and they can just take down this tower so fast. They need Tabs to be there to kill these towers.
So 4v4, they get the tower. Tabs finally
go straight to mid lane.
Involved. Wicked now pushing back towards Sade. They're going to group in the mid lane. I think Wicked may actually join his team, but you can see already Goom gets in there, clears that wave out quickly with the distance.
Again, with Tristana bottom, they can go for a dive. They have the Zillion, they have the they have the damage to quickly pull off a dive and then get back out. Everybody's mid, they can force this hard. Another blue buff spawns though, and they're taking that neutral objective.
Zephyr almost wandering aimlessly across the middle half of the jungle. Alliance were very much ready and waiting for that. Blue buff stolen away, that goes to Froggen. Wicked continues the farm in the top lane. I feel like Hotshot GG's playing right
They're playing slowly but surely, the safe game.
Yes, it is very, very safe. And what Zephyr is doing is he's constantly walking down, starts to slow push in the bottom lane, and then he leaves to the game because he knows, okay, Taps is going to walk down to this bottom lane, pick up the wave, start pushing it back to us, and that delays Alliance every single time.
Right, so there is this strategy. When you are behind and you have one line of turrets completely destroyed, when the minions of your enemy get to your side of the map, you can go create this spirit bomb of minions. If you go in and you just clear out the ranged minions and your melees just sit there, then they take a long time for your enemy's minions to kill, and your wave builds up really big and will start slowly pushing back towards your enemy. That giant pot of gold, Taps keeps going to pick it up.
This time around, there's a lot of ping wards still coming out from Najim Whiteshield, but they're getting cleared every time they get placed. So the vision is being denied away from them. So they are very much blind trying to push out. But again, they keep just stretching out there. Goom knew he was a little bit safe, tested it with the ball, managed to sweep it out, but again, instantly replaced. Will they protect them? That's the question.
Again, Alliance want to have control of this jungle, but they can just sit 4 members in mid lane right now, Wicked up in top lane, and then Shook can walk from mid lane up to top, or Froggen can do it, and they can dive safe, kill him instantly before Whiteshield has time to react, and then the members in mid lane just step away from the tower a little bit, make sure you can always disengage. Because right now, Whiteshield is doing exactly what they can do and what they want to do. Buy time, keep warding your own jungle, and farm. Static shift now completed on your Tristana.
Another neutral objective spawns though. Alliance is going to pick up the dragon. This makes me think that they're going to play this map so long that they're going to make use of the wards on red side and go for Baron before they try and crack more turrets.
Froggen just spirit rushing caught on towards Gorilla there. We do see Najim Whiteshield coming around the side. He's going to go back.
Got it!
Second trip this time around. He does get it down there. Dragons come down. The rest of Alliance claps up towards them. They can
teleport in. Wicked, cut them off.
Is he going to come around?
He's not.
No,
cut off.
Safe.
But you already got a kill, and you know,
they can cut them all off.
You know you're a lot stronger here. You already got a pick. Just go straight forward. You have the Zillion. Speed yourself up. Get some more picks.
Man, they had the trap ready. It was just hung over shield right there. They didn't pull the trigger out though.
We do need to remember there are 2 components of CLG EU involved in this. So I'm very used to seeing them backing off when they have that advantage, playing it safe. But you can't blame them because this match means everything.
Yes.
Last time they kind of got caught out by rushing in a little bit recklessly and lost the game.
If this match means everything to them and they've got that clear play though, make the call. You got to be decisive.
Yes,
you have to pull the trigger there.
At this level here, it's not about playing it safe all the time. I mean, when you have the lead, it's what we see from some of the other teams, especially the Korean teams. When they have the lead, they close out the game. They know they can go for the dives. You have the Zillion here. You have the one-shot potential from Froggen. Wicked is insanely strong. You don't have to give Whiteshield so much time to sit and farm up.
They are. They're gonna do the Baron bait instead. Well, if they do that, then you better ward the heck out of this red side jungle. You need to ward much deeper here to see shield the whole way when they head up to Baron, and then make use of that Aria and get your pick. But man, they are not putting much pressure on the base.
No, instead, Froggen was looking to try and get a pick on Zephyr, and Goom reacts and covers him off there. Froggen will easily keep them away from this wave, and while this is happening, Whiteshield need to realize there's 4 members of Alliance that are sweeping out. Can they collapse on towards them? That's the question. Will they come around? Safe, holding them off of the tower right now. Oh, Froggen caught, taken low by Zephyr. But the rest of Alliance, they're taking the top tower.
Yeah, so they actually tried to walk up to mid lane and then baited and stopped and wait for Froggen to
caught out.
There's going to be a fight here.
They're going in, they're going to try and collapse on towards Taps. He's the focus target. Watch jumps on towards him, but Watch is taken so low. He gets dropped. Zephyr needs to be the focus. Froggen comes around the backside of it, forces him away. If he's the one that gets the kill, Goom caught out. We can see Shook follow on through, lands the Sonic Wave, pushes on in there. Taps gets himself a clean-up kill. And just like that, Najim Whiteshield, they tried a risky maneuver, but Alliance made them pay, and they're gonna get the Baron.
Shield tried to force the fight in the side of the jungle that Alliance have completely warded because they thought by chunking Froggen to half, then it was gonna be more of a 4 versus 5, but Alliance closed the trap. This is gonna be the Baron. That will give them the confidence to shut into the base, surely.
So if you don't get the pick yourself, if you're playing it safe, well, the fact that Whiteshield decides to start a fight, lose it, of course, because they are so far behind at this point. They're even weaker just looking at the champions. great for Alliance. They finally get the Baron, they got the picks. Now you just need to push in their base, get inhibitor.
Kurt going down. Wise choice here, Alliance. They didn't back. They knew they still had that advantage, and they do push in and get that final inner turret. Save risky business actually off at the side there. He was just taking a peek towards that blue buff to try and sneak in, but Alliance not allowing any buffs to go their way and keep full control of Najin Whiteshield's jungle.
Yeah, 4 members from Alliance now with a lot of gold. You got a tower, you got a Baron. They're still pushing because Whiteshield actually spread on inside. They're expecting Alliance to back off, and instantly, boom, into the jungle, warded up once again. We want to have defensive wards. Alliance stayed around.
You don't even need wards in the jungle anymore. Forget about the rest of the map. Shove in on the base.
Oh.
There's no dragon, there's no Baron.
Whiteshield do need the wards though in the jungle, which was
Whiteshield.
Yeah.
Okay,
Alliance were just going to stop him from putting down the ward.
4 members of Alliance just got drew up the top there. They thought Zephyr was going to push in. That's wasted a lot of time on that Baron buff actually. And Alliance were not quite on the right page there. It does give Najin Whiteshield a minute ticking off that Baron buff, and it seems, despite all that gold they've got, not one of them wants the back.
And once again for Alliance, every single time they go back to base, a lot of new pink wards being picked up here, so they can simply take the ones at Baron now, move them further into the jungle here, deny all the vision from Whiteshield, and then they can start moving around the base. But we have to talk about the champ select from Whiteshield. We mentioned it, how this is a very, very late game focused comp. And they lost the early game to Alliance last time, managed to come back because of mistakes from Alliance. Good play from Whiteshield. This time around, they've really been punished by the fact they picked such a late game comp.
Save tried to sneak out. He pushed that bottom wave down. Alliance, still Froggen and Tab sitting on over 2,000 gold right now. They had neither of them backed during that entire play. They're going to wait and try and just burst straight a big item. Can Tabs churn down? One thing Tabs is not afraid of doing is hitting the tower. He will have the support. Shook comes in and shields him off there. And they keep on pressuring. They get the charm down. Doesn't quite land. Watch just pounces away from that one. And again, they don't quite get the hits on. They've got another wave coming in. Najin Whiteshield holding on by a needle thread. There's a good shockwave. Nif taken low. Chrono Shift used. Not required, but that's going to be Alliance backing off.
Chrono Shift down. Spirit Rush down. Uh-oh, they've been shoved off the turret. Even with Baron buff here, regen. Recalls coming out from Alliance. Shield, stand, secure. They keep the inhibitor line of turrets up. That's what they need to do for another 10 minutes at least.
Look at Tabs here. Banshee's Veil is his 3rd item in the game, simply because he knows there's so much magic damage on the side of Najin Whiteshield, and him getting tanky is actually even better for him to snowball and make it even harder for Whiteshield to actually go and kill him in these fights. So he has enough damage compared to Zephyr at this point already.
It's one thing we argued actually for Reckless earlier on in the day, whether he should have gone for that Guardian Angels instead of that 6th attack damage item instead. Didn't work out for him. We'll see whether Tabs going for the Banshee's Veil 3rd item slows anything down for them. It's a risky play, and it's not the first time he's gone for a defensive item as that 3rd pick.
The wave clear is just getting better and better for Shield, though, as this game goes on. I mean, Orianna's got plenty of AP now. Tristana's got plenty to back up his static.
He's going to get him before he can back here. Wicked's coming in, Froggen's coming in.
Pick!
If they can find that pick on save, it will open things up because the bottom wave, you can see they're shoving in. But look at the burst save has now. He took Froggen pretty low there in a straight up 2v1 brawl. But Alliance, they have their opportunity. They're pushing the bottom wave and the top.
And only Wicked used his ulti there. Froggen saved this because he knows he's gonna need it here for a potential pick in the base of Whiteshield. 5 members from Alliance now pushing into the base. This is the time where they break in and get the inhibitors.
Well, we'll see if they do, because last time around
they
drawn
should.
away quite well. They are going to rotate towards the top half. That is going to be Froggen, Wicked all pushing in. They need to get the middle wave, it seems. That's where Tab's going to head off, so they're not going to shove yet. That's going to be, what, 18 seconds?
That's not decisive enough. You can dive the top lane here, 5 members.
Guys, you don't need all 3 waves shoved up at the same time. They had top and they had bottom.
And you had Zillion
They could have chosen either one, 4 versus 5. But they don't push it. Now everybody's grouped up. Save is back alive. This wave clear. They've got Orianna. They have the static shift Triss. They've got Janna shielding the turret and throwing through the tornadoes for knockup.
Well,
they've missed their power play.
Wicked needed another item, it seems. He went back to buy, so more amount of warriors picked up by him and Alliance. When they get that pick, they create that opportunity. They do, of course, have the advantage. Baron buff had worn off, So maybe that was why they just didn't feel like risking it. That's going to be up in 2 minutes' time. 11-0. 16,000 gold lead for Alliance at the 34-minute mark in this game. Risk averse is absolutely what Alliance
it's off the chart
playing right now.
And Save, who had the very late Rod of Ages, it is fully stacked now. His tier is fully stacked as well, so he's been hitting his late game point on this Rise.
There's still a massive lead here for Alliance.
Of course, Alliance is still very, very far ahead, but they need to use it.
The irony is, when all 4 members of Najim Whiteshield are all there with every ability available, Alliance decide to try and step in and get some hits on their tower. Ooh, Goon caught out, Shook fancied it, didn't go for it. Did not pull the trigger, has that ward ready and waiting to try the kick, try and force him away. Wicked gonna keep on pressing. Middle lane, pressing in. They're gonna try a 4-1 split, see if they can make it work, which is gonna be so hard because Save has that ultimate. He can just burst it down. They're gonna jump on Save, they're gonna die for it. Wicked with that ultimate, dashes back out, gets caught with the Blade Surge. The Rune Prison catches him just in tower range.
And the wave is gone.
Minion wave coming in, Save comes in, boom. As you said, not a single shot for tower.
Yeah, Alliance need to wait for this Baron now spawning very, very soon. Set up for the Baron. Get it again. If Whiteshield wants to come out of the base, you take the fight, you kill them, you win the game. If they stay in the base, get the Baron. And honestly, if you cannot get a pick, I mean, in this situation...
Have they waited too long? That's the question. Have they left
obviously they have. They should have finished this game over 10 minutes ago.
They had a 4 versus 5 power play. And they shoved mid lane instead.
Well, even then, just, you know, when they had the big gold advantage, because you already saw Save is getting stronger and stronger. He can take Wicked now. Wicked was pounding on him, did next to no damage because they've both got that frozen heart in there. Goom has shown with that shockwave he can almost 100-0 the likes of Nif if he gets hold of them. So this in itself is a risky play, but you can see Whiteshield, they're pushing the base, you can't get involved, it will be an Alliance Baron, safely done.
Exactly, and now we just need to look at FLICKR. If he can land a charm on the tower, Alliance can still go for the kill, get the fight even on the target. They have the Zillion ulti to save them. And that's what they're going to need, because we see how fast the waves are being cleared by Whiteshield every single time now. FLICKR needs to land a charm.
Well, he's a charming fellow, so we'll see whether it works out.
I mean, he's Danish, so pretty obvious.
I still can't get past the old man look that he has in that opening trailer. Goom comes around, keeps the waves pushed out. Everybody from Najim Whiteshield will force all 3 lanes out. And of course, Alliance, everybody went back to buy this time. Everyone got Baron, everyone spent all of their gold. They stacked out the items. QSS picked out by FLICKR. Everything stacking up. Is this enough for Alliance to finally pull the trigger? We will see.
Well, they got a couple lanes to shove first. Gotta get all 3 shoved again. Let's see. Baron buff ticking away.
So they're going to shove it bottom wave. You can see Wicked, he goes up towards the top wave. FLICKR's going to try to find somebody. There is a sneaky ward that Gorilla's managed to put, which will...
Save can teleport behind here for the flank. If Wicked is sitting in the top lane, Save can come in there.
It's exactly what OMG did to Fanatic. Now, of course, that was a lot further in the game. We're not quite at the 65-minute mark yet, but it is still a possibility with those wards just down around the side. But Tabs is getting a lot of free time to pound down. There's the teleport. Save has to use it on the tower to protect it.
So they teleported on the minion to get some more power shots here, making that minion invulnerable. They took it down to half.
Oh, Jeff has gone out. Is it going to be
they're kicking him away. 1, 2, will he get to the bouncy?
They got the turret,
the
though.
tower.
No, didn't get the turret.
Damn.
Oh, the shield. I don't even need to say it anymore.
Please
Do it for me. Please survives with next to no health. And again,
come on, one hit.
They got this. They're not giving up. But if that first two don't succeed, try again.
Zephyr's back, they're going to go in. There's the tower hit they need. It's FLICKR that takes it. Zephyr, risky coming out there. The charm just flashing past his face. Doesn't catch on towards him. Can they get the inhibitor? That's the question. They need to crack this nut. They got the tower down, but they need to finish the job off. They need to take the inhibitor. There we go.
Alliance sure is making this very exciting.
Not sure that's the right word, but they are certainly a tough task to get in there.
You gotta work on your English more.
This could be a second to fall very quickly. And Najim Whiteshield, they know they've got to make a play here. They're going to run out. Save uses the ultimate, wipes out the wave, catches on towards one. Tabs takes a hit.
but that turret is falling fast. Wicked in there. Are they going to go deep? They got him again! Now he goes down. Froggen gets himself the kill. Safe comes around. Chrono shift on Wicked keeps him safe. Then Tower goes down, and Alliance push on through against Natty Whitefield's face.
Say it louder. I don't think I heard you.
Alliance are going to push on through. Can this be the end? They've got 2 members down right now, Natty Whiteshield. They're hanging on for dear life. The charm goes down the Gorilla. The shockwave misses. And Natty Whiteshield look like their impeccable record will fall here as Alliance strike revenge back on them and claim 2nd spot in the group. The pressure very much will be on Cloud9 tomorrow. Alliance do it. They take down Natty Whiteshield.
All right. They also...
That was a perfect game.
They also didn't lose any turrets or...
No ranks, no turrets, no kills for Whiteshield. It was slow by Alliance, but they played it safe. And once they got the 2nd Baron buff, they just walked in there and destroyed Whiteshield. Perfect game.
The #1 European team finally shows up and delivers and takes down the Korean #3 seed. And wow, what a turnaround. It's still 4-1, of course, for Natty Whiteshield, but now 3-2 for Alliance. After such a terrible start in the groups, going 0-2, they've managed to swing things around in their favor. Can they go one step further? Tomorrow is such a big day for Cloud9 now because the pressure is very much on their shoulders.
But man, I mean, this performance by Alliance in the early to mid game again, like last time against Whiteshield, so dominant. Shook, you ban Rammus against him, he picks Lee Sin and he just destroys you. There was no response from Whiteshield at all.
Yeah, I mean, if we go back to that early, it was all about the jungle matchup here. Watch giving away his route that he was going. Shook with a very good counter game. Then immediate buy into mobility boost against the other lanes, gets everybody ahead. And that's what the perfect game looks like for the beginning. They, they rolled straight on through from that early advantage.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves, of course. Cloud9 and Alliance, they do need to face Kaboom tomorrow. It is still a possibility they could lose there, but they are strong favorites in that one, which in itself puts a gigantic amount of pressure on Cloud9 because they now may have to go out tomorrow and beat Natty Whiteshield. We've just seen Alliance do it in strong, confident format, so the path has been open for them. They know how to do it. Alliance were very close the first time around. The second time absolutely made it count. And as you said, a perfect game.
We've got the makings of a 3-way tiebreaker.
Oh, yes.
Now.
Oh, we do.
That could be fun.
If Whiteshield lose to Cloud9, we're going to have to tie between all the teams.
And everybody.
Scary stuff. And obviously they have to beat Kaboom, and then we have the 3-way tie.
Basically what we're saying is tomorrow could be a very long day because tiebreakers play out after all 6 matches go through.
Fantastic games.
Absolutely. It happened in Taipei. It could well happen in Singapore. Of course, if there were any jaw-dropping moments that stood out from that match, and there was a couple, I think, in there, send them to @LOLesports and use the hashtag #WorldsBigPlays. What a fantastic match to end the day. And we've had some absolutely outstanding games here in Singapore today. For now, though, we're going to go over towards Quickshot and the analyst desk to take a closer look at that one. Double lift. Have a grin on yourself.
Thank you very much, T-Man. Fact of the matter is, it's not World's Big Plays, it's Shook Big Plays. Number 1, do not give Shook Lee Sin. He destroyed Kaboom, he destroyed Shield. Number 2, don't give Wicked Aurelia. He delivers. Yes, they beat it last time, but he still had a strong performance. Monty, before we get to replays.
You can't say enough about Shook's play that game. It was absolutely incredible. It's so rare in the professional scene, especially at a game at Worlds, to see someone snowball all 3 lanes like that. Just amazing.
Well, you know what? You've set it up. Let's pull the montage up onto your screens because, as I said, I think we're going to rename this the Shook Analyst Desk for the next couple of minutes. Roll the clips out, and analysts, how on earth does Shook go from not delivering another Champions to being just godlike on this Lee Sin?
Well, I mean, in that first one, you don't use your E as watch to engage right there. You don't know where the jungler is. It's just a bad play.
Next play, Freak, bottom lane, 80 carries.
I like the flash slow that came in from Nif, the confidence everything's going to land. Just lands a flash time warp just to make sure it hits.
All right, back up to the top lane. Once again, making Saves life just a little bit difficult. We're Shook on the minimap coming in. I think by this point he's got those Moby boots. And again, just near flawless execution.
This is really great by Wicked as well. He gets the reset on his Q. W Qs Sheen first to kill a caster minion. Perfect.
All right, let's see. What's next on our montage? Oh, this was the mid lane play. Probably.
Yeah, Froggen gets a nice wave in the turret and is able to get a charm before Shook gets in. So it's just a super clean kill. And they both get out from a tower dive with the 80% HP.
What's even more impressive is it doesn't end there because I think we got the Dragon play next.
He just doesn't miss any of his skill shots. Look at that again. Nearly max range Q. Coming in right there.
That knock-up onto Janna was the reason why it just went so well. She couldn't ulti fast enough because she was knocked up by the Lee Sin ult. Just so good.
I mean, okay, so we actually had to cut the montage short. There were more plays, but that was all prior to 17 minutes into the game. We do need to give Shook another massive props. Let's actually take a look at the quick MVP graphic that we've put together for his Lee Sin performance, because truthfully, this game, this perfect performance, was on Shook's shoulders.
Oh,
absolutely. Yeah. He's not going to get that champion again.
Well, we keep saying that. Like, I don't understand the teams at Worlds who aren't doing their research properly. Like, we're saying, oh my god, Gorilla should never get Thresh again. Oh my god, you can't give Shook Lee Sin clearly. Like, the fact that they banned Rammus, like, you saw him pick Rammus because Lee Sin was taken away. Like,
hey,
I don't understand.
I didn't have a problem with the Rammus ban. If you don't want to deal with that, if you're not comfortable practicing against it, it is a pocket pick. There's no problem. I have a problem with the Maokai ban. When there's Aurelia on the table. All of Alliance's wins so far have come with Aurelia. Take it away from Wicked.
Well, I'll tell you what, we'll get back to this discussion and why it's relevant in a moment, because we are going to check in with Shox, who's standing by with the member of the Victorious Alliance.
Thank you very much, Quick Shot, as I'm joined here by Niv, hot off that win over Najin White Shield. Still very excited. Talk me through the beginning and the game plan, knowing that yesterday you had the makings to beat them. What comp did you guys come up with?
Well, it was kind of similar to yesterday. So we had Cillian first pick. It was pretty much the same. And then we went into our go-in comp with Aurelia. And we decided to put Cillian on support again. And this time we could actually finish the game. And I think it had a lot to do that we were kind of nervous yesterday. And this was cold. So we're kind of uncomfortable. And today it's warm. And everyone was us really motivated to win. And we could make it through.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go a little bit more in depth about that win, though. First off, tell me about the early game in Shook. Did you guys even realize how fast he was making those plays? Because it was unreal.
Yeah, he's really good on Lee Sin. It's like his best champion ever. And he's really good at making plays. He's really good at ganking top lane. But we also made a play bot lane when I slowed the channel and we got a kill. It's like really good for us, so we could snowball the bot lane as well, not like in the other games where we were rather equal farmed.
Tell me about playing versus Gorilla's Janna, because obviously he wanted to show the world his Janna play. It was good, but you guys seem to have an answer for it.
Yeah, I think he just picked it because he wanted to pick it. Pretty much that I picked Janna yesterday as well. I was like, yeah, I just want to play her, even though it wasn't the best pick. I think we had a stronger lane, and we could just take advantage of it.
Then talk me through, obviously you build up that huge advantage as you did yesterday, and then it creeps into your mind, we have to hold on to this. So what adaptations did you make in the mid game to make sure you got it around this time? It was really slow.
Yeah, I think we just didn't feel really good at the beginning of the tournament. We had some problems at the end of the boot camp, and I think we overcome those problems, and that's the alliance we have trained for the whole year, and that's what they want to show the world, that we can beat the best.
All right, how much did your experience from the beginning of the EULCS help here? Because it was also a slow start for you guys in there, and then you became the champions in Europe.
Yeah, it's kind of similar what happened. We lost a lot at the beginning, and then we overcome it, and then eventually we got first, so is that a good sign for us?
I think that is a good sign. Looking ahead to tomorrow, you of course have to beat Kaboom and then see what happens in the rest of the group. What do you think your chances are to get first?
It's all in Cloud9's hands, so let's hope for them to make it a draw, and then we can show again how good we are, and then make the win. So it's like our only chance to get first, but it's good for us anyways.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Fantastic game. Thank you very much, Niv. All right, we're going to send it back over to the desk as we close out day 3.
Thank you very much, Shox. Right, let's actually talk a little bit more serious about the game. It was a perfect win. Alliance come in there, they don't give up a tower, they don't give up a dragon, they don't give up a kill. They take down the number 3 seed from Korea, I think surprising everybody watching, except for 57% of the viewers who sided with Alliance. And this man, who has taken the profit thing, so double of crumbs. Talk to me about the game. I mean, we know it was just a huge individual performance from Alliance, but they also had the strategy to back it up.
It really makes me it comforts my doubt that Alliance is really just a team centered around Froggen, which it was originally, but this game, Froggen was actually the only person on Alliance who was losing lane early. Actually, Wicked was super far ahead, Shook was super far ahead making those plays, and you saw Tab solo kill, or sorry, not solo kill, but 2v2 kill Zephyr with no outside help. That was insane. And Froggen was struggling a little bit mid until Shook made that play with him. So it just goes to show, it's not just the Froggen show.
Yeah, I actually really like that Froggen was behind early, and what happened is he never died, and he never got chunked too hard. And when Shook was approaching mid lane, he actually pushed aggressively, and right when Shook came in, he had minion advantage, and he was able to get a charm. So instead of just kind of like, maybe like going for the 1v1 kill, like, you know, the hero play, he didn't go for that. He went for the safe play, wait for my jungler to get there, and then take the 100% kill.
And what I like about the Froggen play in general, he talked about it actually in his prior game today as well. He said, in that game at least, in the interview, he said he wasn't focusing as much on his individual play. He was focusing on the shot calling, on getting his team into a good spot and not trying to do as much himself. And it is always hard to multitask focusing entirely on your lane, which is someone like Xiao will do, where he is silent the entire game and he focuses on the 1v1s, or someone like Froggen who's looking around the map saying, oh no, we can make this play, let's set up for Dragon, checking the timers, and not just looking at how do I beat up Goong in this mid lane.
Now, talking about this matchup, I mean, Najin White Shield, they came in there. Was there ever a chance they could have pulled it back? I personally felt there was some scaling, some late game power that could have come in there. Monty, from your viewpoint, could they have done anything different?
Well, I mean, they could have not played so cocky, especially in the top lane on that first gank. They just didn't have the vision to make that kind of play. Watch kind of messed it up. If he had had his E up, he could have gotten out of that. And, I mean, Ryze was winning up in the top lane by a pretty significant CS lead early before that gank occurred. So they had some nice things going for them. But when we talk about, even with all these like big scaling champions like Wari, like Ryze, like Tristana, when you get that far behind, they did an admirable job of defending, and Alliance was not the best at closing. We were kind of questioning Tabs' split pushing on Kog'Maw in the bottom lane, but there's a point of no return. An 18k gold down, I mean, that's not tenable.
Yeah, but talking about cocky play, Watch just ganked mid from the top side and then disappeared into the top river and then immediately went top. Like, that's fine, but it's also really predictable. You can't gank a top laner using your escape going in, going, they don't know I'm coming up top.
Lisa's not going to counter gank.
Final thoughts before we move on, Monty?
Yeah, and this is the question that I had, because in the Korean regionals, Watch was very, very good, but I have never seen him play that well before, and my question was, can Watch sustain this level of play? And through these first two games from Alliance, the answer is really no. He's died multiple times in the early game every time. He needs to get his act together if he wants to go far in the playoffs.
There is a whole lot of pressure on tomorrow's games. We'll see where the standings are after 18 matches have been completed from the Singapore group stage. So there are the results on your screens. First and foremost, no team has guaranteed a first place finish yet. Because of the fact that there are so many tiebreaker scenarios, we were initially going to run through them with you, but there's so many, it's a bit difficult to keep up. So what we're going to do is explain what happens in the event of a tiebreaker. So if we have a three-way tie tomorrow between any three teams in either group, a single round robin will be played. If the teams are still tied after that round robin, there will be a single elimination bracket where whoever won a game in the round robin tiebreaker would get a bye, and the remaining two teams would play that single match to determine who would play the team that got the bye, meaning a total of 5 additional games. In the event of a four-way tie, which is likely, the teams will be randomly drawn into a single elimination bracket. The winners of the first round in the bracket will then face off in a final match, obviously the winner of that match gaining the top seed into quarterfinals, while the loser of that match will take the bottom seed in the quarterfinals. That's in the event of tiebreakers. There are 6 games tomorrow to determine just how many we have. There are European teams in this matchup, meaning tiebreakers are very likely.
Yeah, point of clarification on the three-way tie, by the way, is the team that won the fastest is the one that gets the bye there. Obviously, if it's 2-0, 1-1, 0-2 in the round robin, you've got the automatic seeding. 1-1 down the line, the fastest win is the one that gets the bye, and then the other two play in to get that the ranking.
Seeing what we've seen from today's game, seeing Fnatic deliver, seeing Alliance really step up, taking down both Cloud9 and Najin Shield, are we expecting tiebreakers, Monty? I mean, your rose-tinted goggles, or do you think we're going to see a few?
Probably in Group C, or maybe in Group C, probably not in Group D would be my anticipation.
Well, we'll have to see. Let's take a look at those 6 matches that will be coming your way tomorrow with those possible tiebreakers that we've mentioned in mind. So the day gets underway with Kaboom taking to the Rift against Cloud9. After that, North American squad LMQ will challenge Samsung Blue, followed by Kaboom once more, returning to the Rift against Europe's Alliance. There is a lot of games tomorrow. They will begin Sunday morning at 8 AM Central European Summertime, which is 11 PM in the Pacific time zone. And I think just before we actually end off, I do want to add just a couple minutes just to talk about today's games, because I think they deserve just a little bit extra kick. I mean, Fanatic losing to OMG dramatically, Alliance beating Cloud9, Fanatic, bouncing back to decimate LMQ. Prolly, what was your favorite moment of today's games?
Just the reinstitution that EU mids are really freaking strong. I really like having those kind of like idols out there and seeing like FLICKR and Froggen do their thing again and like putting themselves as like, yeah, like this is what we can do. It's really nice to see that.
Monte Cristo, what stands out in your mind?
I think it's really fun that we had kind of one day in this group that was all about North America, and then now we have this day that's like really all about Europe, and it's now just coming down to the wire as a result. So can these European teams keep up these hot streaks, or will NA bounce back just like Europe did into kind of the second and third days?
I want to bounce off Double Lift. Do you feel that EU teams have a higher skill and team ceiling than North American teams based on what we've seen so far?
Based on what I've seen so far, yeah, actually. I changed my mind because the first day, NA teams were 4-0. I was on that hype train. But now I've seen Alliance and Fnatic, they really adapt so quickly, day to day. And today, it just really impressed me.
Now, Freak, is it a consistency issue that's going to be the only thing holding EU back?
Consistency was definitely a big thing. I mean, Fnatic, their best versus their worst was so far different. I mean, very much night and day. But to me, my favorite moment actually was sitting here on the desk with you guys and also Crepo and Crumbs. But like, the fact that we're like, oh my god, he didn't ult the Nexus, no, oh no, Soaz, oh my god, one hit, like, that's amazing, right? Like, I didn't get to watch the XPK backdoor a year and a half ago with people around to like high five when stuff happened. And similarly, like all those shook gangs, it's like, it's nice having people to yell with. Yeah. Like, if you guys aren't watching League of Legends with friends, do so. I don't care if it's like on Skype or if you're doing it like at a bar or something. It's a really fun social game to watch.
I completely agree. I was screaming. Crepo legitimately broke the chair that we are sitting on because he jumped up and snapped it. Anyways, that does it for today. I think today has been the single most incredible day of League of Legends in an extremely long time. I cannot wait for tomorrow's matches. I'd like to thank all of our guest analysts as well as all of you guys for joining us on this incredible day and tuning in. So, from myself, the entire World's Broadcast team, thank you guys for watching. We'll see you tomorrow or tonight or whenever it is that this bloody minions spawn. Cheers, guys. We're halfway through the Singapore group stage. Quarter-final hopes are still alive for every single squad.
Soaz is in between them, but they're going for Yellow Star. Second man down, makes that third and fourth. FLICKR will fall. It's an 8 for OMG, and that's going to be the game.
Can't deliver any more damage. They pick up 1. They pick up 2. They're on the balls now with the Pedva pulverized.
We have had some insane games today.
Cyanide and Picky both closing in. There's the slow. Xiao goes over the wall. Reckless comes in. He gets the pentakill.
The pentakills, man.
Taken so low, he's making it, dropped it, one more shot, there's the triple, he continues through, gets himself the quadra kill.
They have so much push potential.
Oh, well, Lovely going incredibly deep, picks out Death for the ultimate of course, but he just does next to no damage. In this mid lane, going for Goom, going in, Goom in trouble,